Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for tuning into this one-off live stream. Please don't call me sis, toxic femininity, and crab in a barrel syndrome. Some of you may have seen that I've been live for an hour and a half. I have been playing, for the most part, a video that was done 3 years ago. So that video was done in February 2020, so right in Aquarius season. And I did mention Aquarius season, but there was a lot of things happening in Aquarius that I wasn't aware of at the time. So I wanted to start this presentation with that video to provide some context, first and foremost, although this presentation isn't about that video. But over the past 6 months, 7 months, you guys have been with me. I've been going through my music collection. I've been putting up songs that I haven't released. I've been putting out videos. I even put out Goddess in Transit, the EP, and that has 8 songs that I hadn't released. So I was intentionally and transparently going through what I was calling my archive, Lenea's archive, and bringing what I thought still had value to the fore, to the now. Now, this journey has been mainly musical. I also decided to bring my documentaries from the AFROBELLI platform, where they've had amazing views, into the Lenea platform, so I don't feel like I'm siloing and I'm splitting, but I have everything in one place. What I wasn't aware of is that during this process of me collecting those things that were of value to me and my artistry, there were energies that also wanted to come along that I had left behind years ago. And so it's brought me to this space today. There's 2 women, I'm not going to name them, but there are 2 women that are on the live stream. They've been popping on and off. They know that I have decided to do this with a lot of consideration. It's not a decision that I take lightly. It's funny watching the video that started this whole episode, because I really could see how much I have grown. I don't believe the same exact things. I believe a lot of things that I said there, but there's certain things I'm like, oh, I've kind of evolved from that, you know, and that's lovely to see. And even my daughter was saying, your voice is so high pitched in that video. You can tell that you've grown, you've evolved, you're more mature. And for your daughter to tell you that, you know, it's quite nice. But today is the 7th of the 7th. So it's the 7th day of the 7th month. And people always celebrate the 8th day of the 8th month, which is Lionsgate. But I'm going to coin this day Crabsgate, okay? Because the crab is representing Cancer season. And although in the ancient zodiac, we're not yet in Cancer season, we're still in Gemini season. In the modern astrology, we are in Cancer season. And Cancer is represented by a crab. And the crab is the symbol of what this presentation is about. So let's just get going. Thank you so much for watching what you've watched so far. We will have, if the technology allows, a few more sharings. But I didn't want to just come and just share a whole backlog of stuff without providing context. So if you have any questions while this is going, please feel free to ask me and I will address them. So where do I start? I have been a musician for all of my life. And in 2013, I've been a musician and a teacher for all of my life. I started teaching performing arts when I was 18 professionally, okay? So I was either performing or being a music student or being a teacher. And this is within music, performing arts, and dance. In 2013, which is smack bang 10 years ago, I had been a meditation teacher for about 2 years. I was working with corporate UK. And in 2013, I became initiated into an African yoga system, and I became an African yoga teacher. And over the decade, I have evolved to explore various creative and healing arts, and I have included them in my work, leaving things behind as I've evolved. You get what I'm saying? So within this decade, it has become very popular, trendy. It actually started off initially within what I would say like urban Black communities to call a female sis. Hey sis, how you doing sis? I don't need to know someone to call them sis. I could be walking down the road and see a lady and be like, what's up sis, you're looking nice today. Okay, it's a term of endearment, it's a term of respect, it's a term of love, and it's not even just used by women to women, because obviously men have sisters too. So men call women sis and women call women sis. And in the past decade, as happens with many words that are just created or used in a kind of like, I don't know what the word is. I'm thinking something, but I don't want to say it. So that I use like our own terms that we make up, cultural terms. It's become global, where I've seen every race calling each other sis, which has been pretty shocking to me, because 10 years ago, yeah, everyone was not calling everyone sis. Okay. Now, I myself, I have had the blessing to have one biological sister who was mentioned in the first video. Her name, birth name, Cheryl Ann Sims, and she's now with the ancestors, and she passed away as Cheryl Ann Hastain, okay? And she passed away in 2019. Very tragic circumstances. Her passing and the circumstances around her passing led me to start to reflect upon how much this word cis was being used. Obviously, as part of my processing and my grieving process, I became a bit sensitive to the word, because I noticed that many of the women and men who had habitually called me cis in, let's say, the 6 years prior, 7 years prior, apart from those with whom I was professionally linked, meaning it was a student or a client, a lot of those people who called me cis treated me very badly throughout our journey. There's a lot of wolves in sheep clothing, and I started to resent the need to be called by the word cis, because I have a name and my name is Lenea, right? So I went through this thing as part of my grief, like, you know what, I'm starting to feel funny about the word cis. But the truth is, my daughter, who has been with me and been very much a part of all the careers that I've had the opportunity to explore, from years before, she was I think I called her sis by accident a few times, yeah, in the house, like, sis, I'm, oh, sorry, Nika, you know. My daughter, on quite a few occasions, explained to me that because of what she had seen from the Black community, namely the people who she had interacted with via me, she did not like the word cis at all. She hated it. So I'm not at that stage. It's not a hate thing. I still call women cis, and women call me cis, and I don't turn around to them and say, hey, please don't call me cis. But this is something that I would like to address, because certain women should never call other women cis. Certain men should never do that if their intention is to be treacherous in the long run. It's a Judas movement, and it's something that can be quite, so it seems so simple, but the women that I'm going to speak about, the people that I'm going to speak about during this session, it's not just about me and my personal story. These are human stories. These are stories that have been taking place from the beginning of mankind. They are not linked to a race or to a gender or to a class or social standing. These are the human experiences that we have time and time again as we come into this planet, life after life. And that's basically the reason why I speak for myself, but I know a lot of people are going to resonate, as always, with this presentation. From the beginning of time, this is something I've been considering. From the beginning of time, there has been an investigation, documentation, intrigue, and disgust into the forces of goodness and evil, or love and hate, you know, different forces, same forces, different names. Since the beginning of mankind, if you look at the history, from the history of the gods, the mythological gods of ancient Egypt, the Greek gods, the Hindu gods, you get what I'm saying? The deities that existed before Abrahamic religions. Then if you look within the Abrahamic religion, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, you're going to see an ongoing conversation, okay? If you look into the history of mankind, okay, just the history, what actually happened, you're going to see an ongoing theme, irrespective of race specifically, and irrespective of gender. There is a theme that runs through the human experience that we are born and we bear witness to, and when we leave it here, it continues. And what that is the fight or the duality between good and bad, right and wrong, negativity and positivity, okay? Now, needless to say, as beings, we are comprised of a balance of both worlds. We're comprised of the sun, the moon, we have higher, lower, whatever language, whatever systems we're using to define these energies. It exists within us all, which means we're all flawed by default. There's never going to be a human that's perfect. Okay, I personally don't subscribe to perfection. I don't believe that someone can be perfect unless you're perfectly imperfect. Do you get what I'm saying? Because as part of being human, everyone in a different area of their life, they'll have, that's where their weakness is, or that's where their challenge is, and that's where their strength is. It's a human thing. However, within the lens of good versus bad, negativity versus evil, there are extreme things that have happened on the planet, let's say on the planet, that one could use to say, well, that was definitely not just human flaw, that was grossly unacceptable, that was grossly negative. And you know, this happens in many different human injustices, whether it's injustices, man against man, violence, corruption, man against woman, woman against women, adults against children. There's all these different places where this fight, okay, alleged, between the negativity and the positivity, it manifests, it shows itself. I would dare someone to show me an aspect of life, an area of humanity that has not been touched, tainted, corrupted by this issue of good versus bad. It's just impossible. You know what I'm saying? That's not what this realm is made of. So we can see this. We can see from the ancient gods of Egypt, you had Asar and Set. In the Greek culture, I'm trying to remember what their names are, Osiris and Set, okay? Asar is Set's brother. Set doesn't like Asar. Set creates a whole party and invites Asar, his own brother, to the party. At the party, he says, I've got a wonderful gift for you, my brother, because obviously the dead rituals, or the rituals of death and burial, to the ancient Egyptians were highly significant, right? So Set says, I've got a great gift for you. And in front of everyone at the party, Set presents a beautiful coffin for his brother, Asar. Cool? Thank you, Kyra. Kyra said the audio was doing something funny, but it's fixed itself. Thank you, please. Thanks for letting me know, because I can't hear it. And I do, I've got into a nice stream now, so thanks, yeah. So Asar is pleased and thankful and appreciative, and Set says, go on, test it out, go into the coffin, lie down, test it out, and Asar tests it out. I want to say Asar wasn't sure, but I can't remember all those details. That's all fine print. Bottom line, Asar tested it out. Set then proceeds to lock the coffin, nail up the whole coffin. He then takes his brother somewhere by the River Nile and cuts him up into either 12 or 14 pieces. Do you know this story, by the way? Do you know this story? Asar, aka Osiris, his consort, his partner, his wife, Set, aka Isis, she finds out that this has happened. She finds out that her man's brother has killed him and has cut him up into all these pieces. I need to watch my language because I'm trying to make sure that I don't use any words that aren't acceptable to the platform. So be mindful of that. So Oset, aka Isis, goes into the River Nile and finds all the pieces that were thrown, all the pieces of Asar's body that were thrown into the River Nile by his brother Set. And she can't find one piece, and that piece is his phallus. And so the story goes, she creates a golden phallus, she puts Asar back together, she mounts Asar, she impregnates herself. This is one of the first immaculate conceptions to be recorded on this planet, right? So she impregnates herself with the male child, Heru, who's known in the Greek culture as Horus. She impregnates herself with Heru, and when Heru comes into being, Heru dedicates his life to avenging the life of his father and goes to battle with Set, in the process losing an eye, which is why the eye of Heru represents the eye of Heru. He defeats Set. Again, this is a symbolic story. It represents a lot of different things from what happens in nature, sunrise, sunset. It represents a lot of things, and it represents this ongoing battle between the forces of good and evil. That's one story. So then there's another story. I think it's the Sumerian culture. Two brothers again, angels, Enki and Enlil. They're both given some kind of dominion on this earth. They come down with their, supreme beings. War between brothers result. One brother is attacking the other brother. Then we come into the Bible, right? I'm only going to mention this last one. It's just to give you this example of what I'm trying to say, right? It's funny. Most of these stories are man on man, but okay. Please don't call me sis. It's not man on man. So when you have these first siblings in the Bible, Cain and Abel, and what happens? Cain takes away Abel's life. That is the war, is to demonstrate that even in the first alleged family on the planet, the first babies to be born, one took the other out. So don't bother about your friend down the road, because the brother dealt with the other brother. And across the planet, across the breadth of so many countries, there is so much not just documented, but oral stories, even coming into Jamaican culture, which is my juice, Caribbean culture. They have the Black America, South America, Europe, everywhere, Asia, separate and including religion. So whether it's tradition or religion, you have these stories that represent the fight between good and evil. On a very modern Black culture, not even modern, but let's say the past century, you have Anansi stories, Brer Rabbit stories. It's about this trickster character. Do you get what I'm saying? So even fairy tales that the children read, the stories are about the issue between good and evil. Now in Jamaica, we have this thing that I don't think it is restricted to Jamaican culture, but it is a big concept that's within Caribbean culture and Jamaican culture, called crab in a barrel mentality. So we've established that we've got this universal, global, pre-birth, after death force happening on this planet. There seems to be a constant friction between the forces of good and bad, or, you know, love and hate, whatever. We're going to move now into crab in a barrel syndrome and bad mind. So crab in a barrel syndrome is something that I grew up hearing about, and it's about a barrel. And the barrel is, the barrel is full of crabs. Okay? So the barrel is full of crabs, and the crabs keep trying to climb out of the barrel. They try their hardest. I'm sure someone's foot might be in someone's head. But whenever a crab reaches the top of this barrel, yeah, this is the barrels full of crabs. Whenever the crab reaches the top, one of the crabs underneath reaches up and pulls the crab back in. And that is what is socially and psychologically a symbol for crab in a barrel syndrome. It is when you have organisms, people, whatever the case may be, because plants may be like that. Plants are competitive. They fight for sunlight at times if it's a small cramped space. And they will pull the animals, the crabs, people, they will pull down the person who's trying to get out, not realizing that the person who gets out could actually go and get help and get everyone out. Now, before we move on, what are the crabs doing in the barrel? This is Cancer season. We're dealing with nature. Crabs, their natural habitat. 2 people said it. One person said it today, and about 4 weeks ago, Jamar, he said it. The crab's natural habitat is not a barrel. So this behavior is a trauma response to some restriction that's come about through some unnatural means, because the crab's natural habitat is the seaside or the riverside. And I can see in my head an ocean that I visit a lot in Jamaica. It's where the river meets the sea. And when you wake up in the morning and you go out, you see some big piece of crab with the most longest legs. I didn't even know crabs were like, I thought crabs were all low. No, you have crabs that have really long legs, right? Walking like sideways like this. Chuku, chuku, chuku. They are in the ocean. They're on the seaside. They're on the sand. They're on the riverbank. If you jump into the river and you keep your eyes open, you'd be so shocked. Where you've been hanging out playing, there's like 4 crabs. They're on the bank of the river. What they are not, by their natural essence, is stuck in a barrel. The barrel is often economy. The barrel is history. It's what's happened to these people that's taken them out of their freedom, where they had resources to what they needed, and what's put them in this restricted, unnatural state. So now they've got this limited, restricted, stingy mindset instead of having an expansive, abundant, open mindset. Are you with me? Let's see. Miss Roa says, this is also a Black American thing. I thought so. I was thinking crab in a barrel. I'm sure it's not just Caribbean. Like, I'm sure maybe it's Black culture. Maybe it's not even Black culture. Maybe it's just a global thing. Like, I don't know. Comment below if in your culture, crab in a barrel is something that you've heard. And she says it's an American female Black thing as well. This is the thing. So now we've defined the crabs. Now we need to remember crabs within astrology are feminine. Cancer season is a feminine season. It's actually the first season where water is introduced to the person's consciousness, and the water represents a lot of things, including emotion. It also represents their ability to connect with spiritual realms through dreams, through daydreaming, through their watery intuition. You get what I'm saying? So it is part of femininity, the femininity that exists both within men and women, because let's not join the party that says women only have femininity and men only. No, we have both, and we need them and we use them. Okay. So I'm glad I defined that. In Jamaica, in our culture, we have a lot of songs, yeah, that talk about bad mind. So we've got the war between good and evil. We've established that. We've established crab in a barrel syndrome. Now we're going to talk about bad mind. Crab in a barrel syndrome cultivates bad mind. It's the shrinking of the brain to bad mind in English. I would say it is jealousy, but I wouldn't say it's just jealousy. Bad mind is essentially where you are against the progress and success of someone else. Do you understand? You're against it. You're bad mind. Your mind is bad. And of course it's bad mind because a good mind should know there's enough space on this planet for everyone to thrive and that we all have unique destinies and we're not here to do the same thing and have the same beliefs, wear the same clothes, be the same people. And we're not all here actually to even cash the same check because everyone's here for something different. So a good mind will be able to sit and rationalize or at least consider that kind of information. A bad mind is like very narcissistic. If I can't have it, I'm not interested. As Miss River said, haters. I love how you're. So bad mind in Jamaica is haters in America. So wherever you hear in American music, they've got a lot of songs talking about haters, from R&B to hip hop and stuff. Jamaica is exactly the same. You got so many songs talking about bad mind. Now, back in the day, I did fall out of love with dancehall for a little while. I fell out of love with dancehall because I didn't understand why it was all this bad mind chat, bad mind chat. I'm thinking, surely there's something else in the world that you can sing about, but bad mind, bad mind. Bad mind is a bit annoying. I think we all went through that. I was like, let me go listen to some Evercabadoo. What's happening here? Cool. But boy, oh boy, when I became self-employed and started to sit in my artistry, I started to understand why all these songs existed, because it's a thriving virus within our culture. It thrives like bacteria on a dirty surface. Bad mind and envy. Okay? In 2018, I migrated from the UK to my ancestral home, my immediate ancestral home, where I was raised, Jamaica. And going home from the perspective of leaving England, also from the perspective of being in Jamaica, helped me to get the missing piece. I really didn't understand bad mind. I knew people were bad mind, but I didn't understand it fully. I didn't understand this thing in our culture that we do. I also didn't take into account the fact that when there was this mass migration of Caribbean people from the Caribbean to the UK in what is known as the Windrush movement, they didn't just bring the things that we are celebrated for in the UK, like the Notting Hill Carnival. We didn't just bring calypso and ska and reggae and, rice and peas and curry goat and curry mutton and fried fish and you get me? Ackee and saltfish. We didn't just bring the great cuisine, the vibrant music, the colorful dressing and the painting of the walls. We also brought everything. And as we know, I said, we have good and bad, we have the everything. So on the negative side of what we brought with us is this crab in a barrel syndrome and this bad mind thing. It is a dangerous thing within Jamaica. People will unlife you out of bad mind. They have a lot of songs talking about friends that commit homicides against other friends. They're not making these songs out of fantasy. They're making these songs because in our culture, in my culture, friends, male and female, do commit homicide against their own friends for nothing but bad mind. I think ideals are dangerous if they come at the price of having to deny the life you're living. Like, if you have to deny what's happening on the planet to have ideals, they're dangerous. On this planet, in every country, there is no corner that hasn't been infiltrated by some type of corruption, some type of injustice. But in some cultures, because of their heritage, and one might say that's not true, it could just be a human thing, as since the beginning of time, do you get what I'm saying? Set was being bad mind to Asar, Cain was being bad mind. What is that? That's bad mind. It's bad mind. Okay? So it's something that I got to understand. When I was just a musician that used to walk around and sell my CDs with my daughter at events in London, no one really had a problem with me. I was fine. I was a poet. I did so many events, festivals. No one had a problem, really. Obviously, I probably have a couple of fallouts with people, but I didn't really get much hatering. I didn't think I was getting that at the time. What I did get was a lot of people trying to take advantage of me and what I could bring to the table creatively. However, when I became a yoga teacher, a meditation teacher, more importantly, when I published my daughter and our first 2 books, 1 book each, my whole experience of people changed, and I experienced so much abrasive, unkind, treacherous behavior from those around me who were not comfortable with my growth. And every time I did something new, I would lose a friend. I'm not even joking. I am not here to talk about personal stuff, but I know some of my previous friends, they're glad I haven't mentioned their name on the promo for this video. Because this video is not, let me call out everyone who's done me something. Not at all. That's petty. Do you understand what I'm saying? In this video, I'm addressing key issues with key people to demonstrate key things that are happening in society and that will continue to happen, and how do we deal with them. Okay, I created I Love My Womb. I started in 2015. We're now 9 years and 6 months into I Love My Womb. I've done I Love My Womb Goddess Gathering every single year. Sometimes I've done 3 in 1 year. We've had them in Jamaica, we've had them in the States, we've had them in the UK, London and Manchester, sometimes all at the same time. I was speaking to a sister yesterday and I realized I said something to her and I want to say it here. Oftentimes, it's a UK thing. People try to downplay your achievements. People try to put you in some airy-fairy box, because a lot of people are in an airy-fairy box. That's nondescript. You get what I'm saying? Within my work, like, there's nothing that I've done that anyone can take away from me now. Anything that I'm not doing is because I don't presently feel like doing it. But I do feel that I have put my foot in and I have grinded, yeah. This is prior to even the last 2-3 years, you know. I have done a lot of work. I have a lot of achievements that do not define me. And that's the reason why I don't lead with them. That's also the reason why people who just run up out of some crack somewhere, who have no qualifications, no life experience in what they're sharing, people who just fancy a topic and now they're an expert in it, people who haven't taken the time, they're going into spiritual work, they haven't done the work. They haven't done the work. They haven't even done like a Vipassana, a 10-day meditation. They might have spiritual knowledge and wisdom, but they haven't taken the disciplined route which one needs to go through as a rites of passage to earn those stripes. People pop up from all over the place, yeah, and now they're a master, they're a priestess, they're a healer, and they actually haven't got any paperwork, any lineage. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's just today I feel like this, and that's what's up. I would like to pause here to reintroduce myself, because as I said, I don't reintroduce myself. I don't introduce myself based on what I've done, but it's important that I'm clear so you know why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm a professional musician. I have been professional as a solo artist, backing singer, tribute singer, groups, solos, and bands. I'm a professional actress. In addition to being in the film, you can check my IMDb. I have done professional theatre shows since I was 17, plays, etc. I've even put on my own plays twice. I've done a one-woman play in London. My daughter and I ran another play in London. Since I was 18, I have worked alongside people who had master's degrees, and I hadn't even gone to uni yet, teaching acting, singing, and dancing. That's the longest non-performance career that I've ever had. In 2011, I became a meditation teacher, and I worked for a corporate firm, but a few of them, and we would go in and teach people who had very corporate, you know, very linear, very square lives to meditate. That led to me becoming a certified Reiki practitioner, and a couple of years later, I became an African yoga, Smai Egyptian yoga teacher. During this time, I studied herbs, and that wasn't for the public, that was for me, so I could learn how to heal, deal with certain health issues, etc. After becoming a yoga teacher, I did launch I Love My Room, which is the first and only thing of its kind. It is an all-female movement for women, by women. It happens every International Women's Month and has been happening since 2015. Wherever I happen to be living in the world, I've always made sure it's happened. Women come together, not to form a sister circle because we're not ready for that yet, but to have an introspective, reflective journey into their own womanhood, into their own spiritual being, and to initiate or to continue a heart to womb conversation. During this workshop, during this gathering, many things are shared and taught that I have gained over the years, you know, as a teacher, as a yoga practitioner, as a Reiki teacher, as a meditation, whatever. Okay. After I became a yoga teacher, I decided that I had to get some things done that I'd been procrastinating about, and I published my book and my daughter's book. My book is called In Honor of Me, a collection of songs and poetry. My daughter's book is called Oshun, the River Goddess. I homeschooled my daughter for at least half of her life, and her books, of which she's written 4, of which we've published 1. Okay, so I still have 3 more to publish. Please let me get there. She wrote the book initially as part of a homeschool summer project, and it was written very beautifully, and you can check it. It's on Amazon, it's on my website. I'm not gassing myself up. I'm being dead ass, and it's important because I'm not waiting for anyone to validate me, but by equal merit, I have to be clear about who I am. And even if my focus is music now, it doesn't mean that other parts of me now cease to exist. They don't. It's all here. Do you get what I'm saying? After I published those 2 books, we then turned the 2 books into one theatre production that ran twice, like 2 a week each time, at the Canal Cafe Theatre. That production was called In Honor of Us. We had a 6 female, all black female cast, which is very, you know, unusual. Not that it's never been done, but in the UK, that's something that you say, you know, wow, it's an all black female cast, you know, including myself, including my daughter, and 4 other actresses, okay? Before that, I went to drama school and I put this play on in conjunction with a writer from the States called Miss Ramkisoon. This play is called Crisscross, I Was Taking a Bath. 1 hour, one-woman play in the London Theatre. Crazy. I'm gonna look for the video. Anyhow, I find that video, you know. I know the video is gonna be a bit whack, but anyhow, I find the video, it's gonna go on YouTube. Seriously, guys, I'm not gonna do that play again. Right. So then we put our 2 books, combine the books, we create a play. At that time, I had separated from the yoga school I was in, so I created my own school of yoga. And I forgot to mention, as a yoga teacher, I ran workshops for corporate, but I also had private workshops, and I had weekly classes for years in East London, in West London, and that's how a lot of my community grew in the yoga community. Before publishing my book, I was a performance poet as well as a singer. So it's like I was connected to these different circuits that allowed me to kind of tune into these art forms. Boom. About 2 years after becoming a yoga teacher, I started to learn tarot. I found out because I was already naturally intuitive, found out it was pretty mind-blowing for me. That's how it was for me. I never got tarot for anyone else. I started doing readings within 2 years after that. Within a year after that, I became a professional astrologer. I've moved from Western astrology to Vedic astrology, but I do still use both, okay? So by this time, I've created the SMI School of Yoga, the Tarot Academy. I had an online yoga studio throughout the whole of the pandemic where people would come and stretch with me every day. And when it was coming towards this lockdown, that's when I introduced the last art form that I wanted to share of the many that I explore, which was traditional healing, IFA. And I wasn't providing it, but I did bring someone into my temple to facilitate education and learning about traditional healing. Okay? Right. A couple years ago, I felt like I'd given so much. I've run thousands of classes. I actually, in addition to having my own storefront, I worked with all the top tarot core lines in the world. Like, you name that line, I've worked with them. I've given and given and given and done every workshop, music night, you get me, everything. And I felt like that's enough. It's time just to get back to creating. I've learned so much on this journey. I've had enough, and that's enough. And so I spent last year making documentaries. I made an 8-episode docuseries called Life After Death that I'm currently, every Thursday, I'm bringing it into my YouTube. But you may have seen it on Facebook because I have been sharing it for some time on different platforms, okay? Cool. Towards the end of last year, I begin this archive. I already knew I want to do the documentaries. Now I can focus on my music. I love making documentaries, but not enough to sit and do it full time. I know I could get better at it, and I do love it, but it takes a lot out of me. So I'm only interested in making documentaries about things that demand it. And as much as this topic means a lot to me, come on, we're 2 hours and 22 minutes into the topic. It didn't mean enough to me for me to make a documentary, to be honest. Okay. But what prompted me to come here is after this last year, bringing my music back together, getting ready to go back on the road, starting to rehearse and everything, perform, writing new songs, production. My daughter's just released her first single. She's completing her schooling. Do you understand? So much going on. I see the same bad mind, crab in a barrel energy coming up that I have experienced at different chapters throughout my career. But it's become very, very intense over the past 3 years because it's parallel to my growth. When I do something, you can't take it away from me ever. That's the thing. It's not something, oh, she's done that, now she's not doing it, it's gone. That's a part of my track record. It's a part of who I am. And I've had the opportunity to develop track records on different lanes where some people, they just sit in one lane, and that's absolutely fine. My destiny, however, was not that. So what prompted this video? Because you must be thinking, whoa, where is this going now? That was just my introduction. Now we're going to talk about the toxic femininity part. As you can tell from what I've said, I do creative and spiritual arts. With the yoga classes and I Love My Room, my book is called In Honor of Me. The play is called In Honor of Us. My daughter's book is called Oshun, the River Goddess. There's a very strong feminine theme with everything that I'm doing. And by default, I attract hundreds, I've attracted thousands of women in everything. In entertainment, both. But in yoga, women. That's why I love My Room Came to Pass. It was just women that book. Men and women were booking my classes, but only women were turning up. Okay? My first incident that I experienced that was abrasive to my being was in the video that I just played. So if you didn't see that, after this live is finished, you can go back and watch the 1 hour video that I did in 2023 when a lady called Amenti harassed, slandered, spiritually, socially attacked me for a period of over 6 years. And I sat down, I didn't say anything about it because I'm made of a better fiber. Do you understand? My thing isn't to come and talk and complain. I got on with it. My sister passed away in very tragic circumstances. It made me reevaluate the feminines around everyone, not just the feminine, to be honest. It made me reevaluate everybody around me. And it was good. It was part of my maturity. I am not interested in this anymore. I'm not interested in that. Someone who means a lot to me, they couldn't cope. I don't want to be around people who don't care about me. Suppose I can't cope. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I was very clear with that. So in 2020 is the first time I addressed anything. And by halfway through the same year, I had to come back on my Facebook platform and I had to address another issue with a yoga teacher who I had half trained, okay, who had some serious health issues that were linked to her mentality and her equilibrium, and who had gone rogue, essentially, and was promoting a studio, promoting classes. She was giving the public the impression that she was fully and safely trained under me, when in fact, she had no academic backing. All she knew was how to do the movements. She did not know how to teach or how to take care of people. So we had an issue, and this was shocking to me, right? And so because of the issue, I experienced the first time ever experienced what they call trolling. I didn't know what trolling was, okay? Trolling is basically where someone I'll tell you what she did. She created fake accounts in my name. She created fake other accounts. She contacted every single one of my many thousands of followers on all of my platforms, okay? She created accounts on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and she was harassing all of my followers. And my followers were reaching out to me and saying, oh my gosh, this person is doing this. And I knew it was her. And I held it and I held it. And at one point I had to go live and I'm so sorry guys, but this is what has happened. And then what I had to do with this lady, Aisha, is report her to the police because she would not give up. She was obsessed with me for months. Now, I have people in my following that, I don't want to say following, I want to say community, that have been here for years. They were here when this happened, okay? And they remember, this is not news, it's not something to make up. She was harassing me for months. Her friend Tilly, her sister, her cousin. I'm not joking, you know. And this woman is older than me with 3 children. 3 children. And instead of focusing on her well-being and her mind and her family, she had become Lenea's first troll. And so I owned her. And I told my audience, this lady is a troll. She is trolling me. And this is the reason why. And then she wouldn't stop. And so I went to the police. Yes, I did. I went to the police and I reported her and her brother who had physically assaulted me. I reported both of them and the police got in contact with them and said, you have this amount of time to take that down or she's going to press charges. Now at the time, I was getting ready to go to Jamaica. I was getting ready to leave. The only reason why I didn't press charges against Aisha and her brother is because I wasn't in the country. But the police told me that I can still in the future if I choose to. Now, this happened in 2020. And fortunately, as soon as I went to the police because she wasn't afraid of me. She wasn't afraid of anyone, but she was afraid of the police. So as soon as I went to the police, and they got in contact with her, she ran and she took everything down, and I didn't hear a peep out of her again. Until this year. Aha! Until this year. And that's when I realized some people don't know how to make sleeping dogs lie. They think that every time an issue comes up and my name is associated, it's an opportunity to jump back on this crab in a barrel toxic femininity stuff. And that is why, if this is going to become an annual ritual that I do every year on the 7th of the 7th, I will come and I will nip in the bud anybody who's crossed their boundaries to a point of causing danger for me and mine. So on that note, I would like to play for you the video where I speak about Aisha. I think, let me just, I don't know where I wrote this down, because I actually did write down Aisha Yoga Healed, Mars Healed. She runs a false yoga company because she is not trained and she's training people. She's teaching people. Okay. This video was done May 2020, when after being trolled on every platform, after having fake accounts set up in my name and all the torrents of abuse, negativity, threats, and downright filth that were coming from this low vibrational, toxic crab in a barrel crew, I made this to address my audience. What some people don't realize is, when I'm making these videos to address my audience, my nature is not to be inflammatory intentionally. So after some time, especially after the storm has calmed, I take the video down. What some people need to understand is just because I've taken the video down doesn't mean I don't still have the video. Okay? She decided to come and that's very much because I've been receiving lots of messages, lots of offline, online messages, and then I realized I couldn't see the comments on this page, and then when I went on the comments on this page, there was bare people running up their mouth on my page. So I decided, you know what? This is as good a time as any to come and speak. So thank you, Deborah, for saying condolences, because I did share online today that I recently lost a very close soul brother of mine called Father German. He's from New York. He runs the Power of Reggae radio station, which is known all over the world. And when I tell you that this brother was a soldier in my camp, yeah, he was a soldier in the camp. And, you know, there's so many things that I will do now just because I know I have to do it, if only to honor the connection that I had with Father German. And so I'd like to send love to all of his family and his friends and all of the people from the Power of Reggae radio station over in New York, Brooklyn, and just thank everyone. I'd like to say a special shout out actually to Janelle to the core, who's the one who reached out to me when he was put in hospital and we were waiting, and it was quite excruciating, and then unfortunately he ascended and now he's in the ancestral realm. So thank you for all the people who reached out to me about that, because actually that happened about 5 weeks ago. And because there was so much going on, I just decided to hold on to it, not to say anything too much, and just to wait it out and see how I was really feeling. Do you get what I'm saying? Hi, Anne. What's up, goddess? Something was wrong with my Wi-Fi before, but I've thankfully, with the help of Charlene Grant, figured it out. So I've come here today to do a quick address from the Goddess Art Temple on behalf of the Goddess Art Temple, and this is a professional address, so I just want to make a quick address and keep it moving because I've got so many things to do and I've got to take care of myself and so many wonderful, beautiful people, and I want to make sure that I just deal with the complaints that have been coming in. So this is an ongoing issue, and I have actually gone to the police and made a complaint to the police in regards to this situation, and it's the reason why I didn't come online and say anything, because it's actually a serious issue. So last week, the lady that I was training to certify and to be a completely initiated and certified teacher was she decided that she wasn't able to teach in the studio anymore, the online studio. And I said to her, well, what are you going to do? Because you've just brought 4 people into the studio, 4 of your students that aren't my students, and you're going to have to say something to them. Do you get what I'm saying? You can't just duck out like that. And she refused to acknowledge that. And so when it came time, I decided, when I saw her have a complete psycho a couple days of psychotic behavior, I decided that I would have to tell the group myself. And so I went into the yoga studio. I didn't go on any other platform on social media, only the members in the studio. And the reason why I did that was because she was doing 2 classes a week and I was doing 3 sessions a week. And 4 people had joined in her name. Do you get what I'm saying? So I had to make sure that I kind of did what was the right thing to do, which was essentially to tell people this is what is going on. And so with a lot of weight on my back, I told the people in the yoga studio that unfortunately the student that I was dealing with, she was suffering from mental health issues. She was no longer to continue teaching, and they had an option. They could stay in the group and train with me, or they could leave the group and get a refund from the person who brought them into the studio. And I left it there, kind of got on with what I was doing. And a couple hours later when I came back, one of the women that were in the group was like, I didn't even read the fullness of what she was saying, but once I glanced at it, I realized that it was a bit of a debate and an argument, and I didn't really make that an option. The option was stay and enjoy or leave and get your refund from the girl. And so upon that note, I messaged all of the girls independent as a group, all of those new members. I told them the same thing. They didn't respond. I removed them from the group because what I didn't want to have was a situation where people were debating personal views and thoughts within what is a sacred space that has been running for 7 weeks, 5 days a week. I've been running the Smile Yoga online studio, and we haven't missed a class. Do you get what I'm saying? We've been running like clockwork. And so that happened, and I felt no need to make any further announcements. I never said anything online in my public pages, my Smile, my Goddess Art Temple. I said nothing because I had nothing else to say. And then today I was contacted by someone who said that this same student who is having this mental health breakdown has launched an online yoga studio, and they sent me basically what her promo was. And when I had a look at it, I had to have a think. And the think that I had was, look, what are you going to do? Are you going to be, are you going to act like you don't know? Yeah, something that's actually quite urgent. Or are you going to say something? And so at that stage, I took her flyer and I censored it. And the censorship that I put on it to say, this person is suffering from mental health illness and they are not certified by my school. They have no certification. They have done the physical part of the training. They've done no philosophy with me, no business, no anatomy. When I worked with this student, she displayed an array of mental health imbalances, and my recommendation to her was to go to a psychotherapist, because we had worked extensively, myself, people that are within the Goddess Art Temple, spiritual healers within the Goddess Art Temple, and I realized I've got to call it, this is beyond me, okay? So essentially, I put the poster out to inform my audience that this person, even though I have shared them with you prior, and they've been working through the studio, the yoga studio, this person is not fully initiated and has no certification, no academic certification, no certificate as a yoga teacher, has not completed the complete teacher training. This person does not know the codes of practice. They're not able to deal with people and their emotions or even adjustment and any of those things that are required for someone to be a professional, safe yoga practitioner. The only thing that this person has learned from me are how to do the physical movements. And the reason why it hasn't been completed isn't actually on me, because I realized that there was an issue. Do you get what I'm saying? Why isn't this person able to move forward? And so I decided that I was going to do my utmost to make sure that this happened. And so when I realized that we were going to be in a lockdown, I said, let me come so I can work with you to get you going. Now, I'm not going to go into the details of what happened when I went there, because that's a whole next story. and it's actually something that I'm going to the police about. And that's the level of seriousness about it. I decided to come live simply to say to you guys, you have to make up your mind what you want. Do you want honesty or do you want pretty pity? If I know for a fact that how someone has conducted themselves, how they're living in their personal environment is not conducive to mental health, physical health, or to leading any other people. If I say to you, this person has put me at physical risk, okay, then that I have more than enough reasons. I would never come online to slate someone. If I felt as if it was a slating party, I would have done it from last week Saturday. That's how long it has gone on. That's how long I've spoken to I spoke to the women in the yoga studio from Saturday or Sunday. It's not a recent thing. And another thing that I've noticed is family members or associates of this same person, they're basically attacking me online, and I'm like, where were you when this person was having a mental health breakdown? Where were you 3 weeks ago when this person couldn't sleep at night? I'm not going to accept, on behalf of myself, Lenea Haru, or on behalf of my temple, people running in the last dying moments of a situation. And any feelings that anyone has, go to a lawyer. That's what I'm basically saying, yeah? Because although I come to you as a human being and I present myself as such, I am linked to a business. It's my business, it's my temple, and if there's any issue, go to a lawyer, as I myself have done that. I have no issues outside of that. In regards to the people who were making comments, well, I couldn't see those comments because my page wasn't functioning, and the comments were saying, oh, she's just robbed our money and she's run off. That is categorically incorrect. To this day, I have 20 members, monthly memberships in the Smile We Yoga Studio. And every single person who has paid for their membership is in the group and is receiving their benefits. There are even people who have put their benefit on pause, their membership on pause, because they're busy and they're going to come back. The 4 people that were rejected from the group belong to the teacher who brought them in. She had the opportunity to speak to them, to communicate with them, but due to her own mental predicament, she decided to leave it to me. And seeing as it is my yoga studio, it's my business, I made it clear, you can stay or you can go. Once I saw that one of the women had the audacity to be running up her mouth in my sacred yoga studio where we do meditation and deep breathing and toning, I said, boundaries, let me remove her, and if she's got anything to say, she can say it to me directly. Now, these people haven't contacted me directly, but they've found it like very convenient to be on my pages. My students can speak for me, my clients can speak for me. It's not an issue. If you need 20 recommendations real quick, right now, from every single person that's within the Smile Yoga Studio and the people that are coming to me for soul consultations and adafas and spiritual development courses and purchasing this and purchasing that, I can round up 50 recommendations real quickly. And I'm not here to basically even entertain this, and that's the reason why I've come live, to nip it in the bud. Now, when it comes to slander and this and that, I'm not about that. And there's a lot more that I can say, but what I'm going to do is wait until the police sort everything out. And from you hear me saying that, right? And you know something is a Rasta picnic, you know it's a serious something me I said to you. So it's no, I'm not in any problems. Don't be worried. I'm not in any problems, but I need to share something with you. I am not trained in mental health. I'm not a mental health professional. I'm not a nurse and I'm not a doctor. I gave someone a scholarship. Now, a scholarship is a half-price teacher training. May I add, that will never be available again. Because what happened as a result of the scholarship was I trained someone, and when I trained them, the last couple of days they became flaky, even though they left from another part of England to come down. And it was like, oh, we've got to catch up now with these 2 last days training, and it was quite annoying to me. But there was basically 48 hours, essential hours, that were missing from the syllabus. So at that point I said, okay, I didn't want to, but I'll try and certify, I'll complete it online. But I couldn't. I realized, no, I'm going to have to come to you. I booked my ticket to go to this person, and I was due to go to San Diego in 3 days after that to go to I Love My Room to do my event.
what happened was the borders closed to go to the US, and so I now had not just 3 days to quickly rush something, but I had some time. We made an agreement. I was going to come up and work with her and get her trained, and not just trained because she was physically trained, but she did not know the philosophy, she did not know the business, she did not know the marketing, she did not know the health and safety as a teacher. She hadn't done those because she had missed 48 hours of her training. Do you get what I'm saying? Okay, I realized that she was at a stage where she could demonstrate, but she couldn't teach beyond demonstrating. So prior to me launching the scholarship, I made a decision that if anyone trains with me, they have to carry on developing for 12 months after training. And the reason for that is I realized that, you know, as much as you can spend 2 weeks to quickly learn a lot of yoga, you cannot become a serious, skillful yoga teacher in 2 weeks. And so the 12 months was really to get the person, one, teaching professionally, and get them to finish their hours on the mat. In the same way, if you were a counselor, you would go to university, you would do some of your counseling, and then you would have to go and do hours. Same if you're a nurse, same if you're a doctor, and many of these kind of medical professions. So I realized that that model was the best suited for my school, because what I didn't want to do is people just paying me to give them really intense courses, and then they're just off in the world, misrepresenting their brand, misrepresenting the practice, not having the time to embody this system. And so I made it compulsory. Do you get what I'm saying? It's a compulsory thing. You certify with me, you spend 12 months in deep training, and when you finish the 12 months, you are fully initiated and certified teacher. This is the reason why she hasn't got a certificate, because she hasn't been certified. She has not been certified. So I went to the home. The focus was like, let's get you started. And within the first couple of weeks, I couldn't focus on that because I realized that there was a whole bag of other stuff going on. And in order for her to bring something new, like a whole new career into her life, she would have to eliminate some of the other things. And so we spent weeks while I was launching the Smile Yoga Studio. She was not a part of it. She did not start it with me. I did it independently. I spent weeks working, and I don't want to go into the details because those are confidential. They're private details. But I was basically working on not just my student that I was only paid to teach yoga to. I was working on the entire family, from diet, from academics, from manners, from sleep times, the whole thing. And my role is not a mental health professional. It's not a surrogate mother. It's not a surrogate grandmother. It's not Nanny McPhee. My job is simply in the way that she hired me, was to be a yoga coach. During the period of time, as it passed, I realized that there were serious mental health problems. I didn't make that assessment from a mental health specialist point of view. I made that assessment from a yoga point of view. I made that assessment as a mother of an adult child. When you spend time with someone for a certain period of time, you can clearly see whether their mind is right or not. And it was very clear to me. And what I did, I didn't seek to abandon the person. I kept working on them. I was not giving up. I was trying until it was taken out of my own hands. And the person showed me that a big part of the reason why they weren't healing is because they did not have a good heart and they did not want to heal. What they wanted was the benefits that come from doing the work without actually doing the work. Now, let me tell you something. If I lie down with somebody that I love, you get me, and I have the blessing for my womb, do you understand, to be filled with baby, because to me, that's the best blessing I've ever had in my life, right, was being able to bring my child and to give birth and to bring them out. When I do that, I have a responsibility to that person forever. That's how I feel. I don't have that responsibility to all of my students. Do you understand? There are limits. There are boundaries. And the fact is that it came to a space where I was truly compromising. I wasn't even able to completely focus on my own daughter. And yes, she's not a baby, but she's still my child. And we have a very strong family unit. We work together, we pray together. And even from a distance, even though we're not together, we've had to work very hard to keep our relationship up and for me to keep that sense of intimacy with her. Now, all the work that I was doing with this student and her family and her home and her relationship, her money, her housing, every single issue that came up, I created a solution for it. It wasn't a thing where it was just like, wow, we got a bag of problems. It was like, this is the problem. Okay, this is what we gonna do. And ultimately, healing, the seat of healing is within the person who desires to heal themselves. The people who are around them trying to facilitate maybe changing habits, changing patterns. You understand? But the person who needs the change within their life, they're at the center of their experience. And what was showed to me, which was really important at this stage in my life as a priestess, is that everybody is responsible for their own healing. Do you get what I'm saying? Which means people can help you and they can support you, and you need that. But if you don't hold on to your own self and decide, you know what, this is when the healing's about to go down. If you don't clean up your heart, if you don't clean up your dirty ways, if you don't organize your life to allow the divine to heal you, no one can do it for you. And so I want to say very clearly to the people who are trying to spam my my Facebook, to the people like some waste gal that's been calling me all day. You called me on an unknown number over 30 times. If I go to the police and show them that, that's very clear harassment. And hear what? I don't have no loyalty to none of y'all over me and my child. No loyalty. The loyalty is with me and my child. I will love you all as sisters. I will do my best. Do you understand? But if it comes to a point where you're going to put me at risk, physical risk, put me at risk of violence, then it's me all the way. And I will not come online and misrepresent and allow this terrible issue that's a part of our community in the first place, which is mental health issues, to go unchecked. And no, it's not about being cruel and slandering someone. It's about safety. Okay, you're going to act like you're not well. You're going to act like you're not out of your own head. You're going to act like you don't need to go to a psychotherapist. I'm not going to let my following, my audience, book your classes. Anybody else can book it. I'm not responsible for them. But I am responsible for the people that I've introduced to you. And as soon as I see that you're in a space, many of us have been in a space before. We need help. We need mental assistance. We're depressed. We have different issues. So there's no taboo around mental health. And if you have watched this live, you would know that about me. There's no taboo. The taboo is around the dishonesty and what we seek to portray when we know that behind closed doors, things are destroyed, things are mashed up. And we put on a little piece of makeup and we do a little something like this. And we pretend, and that's fine. But what you won't be able to do is to get me to be an actor with no payroll. If you want me to be an actor, and I'm a professionally trained actor, I can do you justice. But it won't happen unless I'm getting paid. And it definitely won't happen if I feel that it puts other people at risk, because the work that I'm doing is so multifaceted and risk is a real thing. Okay? So that's all I've got to say. The women that felt that they were due a refund, they had an option: stay in the group or leave. Very clear options. You were removed from the group because you felt that you could debate me. Me and you is not size. I'm a big woman. I don't care how much pitney you have. I don't care how much man you've been with. I don't care how much wedding ring. Adeze, you're another one. Imagine the levels. I just went on my page. I never saw your comment, you know. I see a comment from Adeze. Now, this girl that was in the group is saying she wants her refund. And Adeze, who's someone that I've known from 2008, when she contacted me to pay me nothing to come and perform at her event, and I did it. Adeze is posting underneath the post and saying, yeah, that's true. I've paid for a service and I never got it. So I thought to myself, hold on, first, piss Adeze in. You traitor. Because I'm like, I don't remember you paying for a service. But if you had paid for a service, send me the paper trail of where you at least tried to get the service. And so what I did is that I messaged Adeze directly and I said, here what? Anything that you paid me for, let me know how much it is and let me know what your bank details are, because you couldn't even pay me to read your energy right now. And it's these things that people think that they can come and just say something and it's going to make me feel like, ooh, ooh, ooh. No, it's not like that. Sometimes, oh, Shasha, what's up, Shasha? Hey, Shasha. Shasha said, I was glad you came and helped me, and I was glad you helped me. Sisterhood is a real thing, and some of y'all, you ain't even sisters to your own damn self, and that's why you can't be sisters to other people. Adeze, you have a damn nerve to come on my page and say that. Send me where you've been messaging me in my inbox, anything like that, but you're there watching my page like a little cockroach, and the minute you see someone else say something untoward, you want to run up underneath it. Hear what I'm saying, sis? My email is goddessarttemple@gmail.com. From this day, you've been blocked from my page. I'm not begging no one to be on my page. I'm not begging no one for nothing. Do you understand? You, Adeze, send me your details, whatever it was that you booked. I think you booked, now I'm thinking maybe it was a half price something. You probably waited for the sale. You never come to any events. I've never seen you at anything in all the years I've been doing something. Whatever it was that you were so fresh to run up on my comment, but you weren't so fresh to just email me or go to goddessarttemple.com and message me. Whatever that service was, you have officially been refunded. The money's in my account just waiting for you to message me, but you have been banned from my page. And seeing as that was your presence, you won't feel no way because you weren't here for no good anyway. Yes, I am not that person. I am not that person. I'm not going to have it. I'm not going to have it. Do you understand? You all want to act one way and be one way behind closed doors. And then you want to come out to the public, wrap up yourself, in your culture and act like a who. I'm not having it. I am not interested. And anybody who feels that they can come and attack me on my page but can't even send me a direct message, you don't need to take away yourself. You're about to be banned because it means you don't have guts. You're big women, you've got grown-ass children, and you're still acting like little girls. What is that? What is that? Okay? You see, Adeze, you ain't got nothing to say now. Let me just ban her one time. Where you take this Ross thing for? You come disrespect my thing. The amount of things that you see me put on for black women just like yourself. And you're telling me that you booked something. I haven't heard from you since 2018. I came to London, right? That's the last time I remember speaking to you. So where you just run up and find yourself from, take for yourself. Take for yourself. You understand? How? Take for yourself. Wanna look at dry foot people. And I'm sorry, but you don't know Nancy land me come from, right? People, if you're gonna come online, if you're gonna put out an advert to say you're an uncertified but fully trained yoga teacher, then you're lying because you're not fully trained, because I never fully trained you. Where's your certificate? Where's the proof of that? Where's the proof of that? My own students had to be contacting me to say, Lenea, you need to check your teacher. We're not feeling certain things about the classes. She looks like she's. And I never came on Facebook. I never came on Instagram. Talk the truth. You ever heard me speak anything like this? You never heard it. If you weren't in the studio, you would never have known. But wanna feel like say, wanna must press every single button upon me. I mean not for say nothing. So where was the contract for that level of loyalty? Why would I have loyalty to you more than to myself? So all of my books are open. Everything is transparent. Do you understand what I'm saying? For everything. If y'all ever want to come and see, you can come and look in my email and see everything that's coming in. Weirdest thing, I even just contacted a lady today and said to her, did you get a refund for something? I think she booked something twice and something happened. Even a couple, when I put the incense out, a couple of people bought it. And I realized that the website was like charging them for postage and packaging, even though I said it was free. So I emailed them back and I refunded them immediately to PayPal. So any of y'all that was waiting like dry for Adeze to come with your disrespectful lack of sisterhood self. Now let me tell you something to show you the levels. You know why I left England? Because of women like you. I left women because of women like you, because this is what you lot wanted to do. You wanted to call me and create mental health illness with me. You wanted to have a relationship that was based on you telling me which man you was taking and me telling you what my issues was. We would never see each other. Our children would never see each other. One time I said to you in a bag of sisters, enough of y'all gonna feel it when I say this. I said, hear what? I'm not into that life. I don't want my daughter hearing me talking to a woman on the phone and can never see who that woman is. I wasn't brought up like that. I was brought up in a place where people came and saw other people, and I saw my mum's friends' children. To this day, some of us are still friends on Facebook. When we were in Jamaica, that was my mum's best friend's children. We would go over to their house. We would all be together as two families, etc. I said it causes mental health as us as a black community to be in England, and the only way women want to be communicating is text, 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 WhatsApp, 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 voice note, voice note, voice note, call, 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 call. But you can't see each other. You can't support each other. You can't go in your sister's house and see if she's depressed, and that's the problem. So when you lot are keeping up this thing, oh, you know, it really offends me. Even the other day, one brother, he put one post on Facebook. Oh, Lenea inspires me so much, he said. I hope you're okay. He put it up as a post for the whole world to see it. I wasn't okay. And I thought, you lot are fake. You're fake. You're fake, and I'm calling you out. If you're concerned if someone is okay, you do the right thing. You can't go and see them because of social distancing. You pick up the phone or you send them a direct message. Who is going to come on Facebook and say, actually, I'm really not okay in front of everyone if they're not in a good space? Who is going to do that? And it's these things as sisters, we message, we call, we text. We don't want to be like, let's meet up once a week and take our children to the museum, take them to the park, take them to this place. No, we don't want to do that. We want to have that. And you know what that creates? Psychosis. Because if you and your children are depressed, if you're homeschooling and not teaching your children, if you're sending your children to school and not feeding your children, I won't know. You won't know what's going on with me. And I burn a fire on them fake friendships. And yes, that's why I left England, because I wanted to develop friendships that reminded me of when I was growing up. People used to see each other and hug each other, and not just sending me BOMBOCLAAT messages on WhatsApp. I could be down on the ground. I'm struggling. I'm depressed. I can't get up. And no one would come to even see you when they come send me a message on WhatsApp. That's how we end up with mental health problems. And I'm not here for it. I am here to support people from coming out of those mental health problems. And not everyone is going to make it. Not everyone's going to survive. And that's where you have to make better rules for yourself, better boundaries. I don't have friendships that look like Wi-Fi friendship. Burn a fire on that. I might meet people online and then we develop a friendship. But if we were already friends, do you get what I'm saying? Nah, you can't just be calling me, knock my door and let me see your face. Do I look African or what? African culture is based on relationships. Relationships. Ask Candice. Blessings, Candice, I just saw you. Candice was going through a thing. Sis, didn't I reach out to you? Didn't I try? Talk the truth. I was in Jamaica, you know. I was going through my own thing. But I said, you know what? I love that, sister. Didn't I try and holler at you and just let you know that if you truly, truly, truly needed me, that I was here? See, isn't that true, Candice? Isn't that true? So all of you people that want to try and rub my name under your foot, you need to go and pray. I don't need a head tie. I don't need nothing. Y'all know me in all these different modes. You know I'm not one thing or one that. But of what I am, I'm going to be truthful to myself. And I'm going to say there were many times when I needed people and they couldn't be there. And there are many times I'm sure people have needed me and they couldn't be there. And I couldn't be there for them. And what I'm trying to encourage is, let's become more human. Yes, we have these devices. Yes, we have this great way to connect the way I'm connecting with you. But that doesn't mean, you know, when I felt it when my sister died, that's when I realized 1,000 people could say they're really sorry and one person will call you to see Lenea. Were you able to get out of your bed this morning? That's when I realized. I saw people that I had reached out to when their family had died. And they said to me straight, I saw that your sister died. I didn't know what to say to you. I was like, rah! It's difficult to be human in these days. It's difficult. I understand. Candice said I couldn't do it over the phone. I had to wait till I see. I understood. And I was crying. I was like, rah, she's not calling me back. Honestly, I was like, oh my God. Like, I had to pray that out, you know, because I knew it wasn't personal, Candice. And I just thought, I'm not that fake, sister. And if you don't want to be fake, take over yourself. That's what I'm saying. I'm not fake. If I come into your house and I see that you are in a very hard position, I'm going to put my foot, my hand, my ears, my mouth, my hip, even my pum-pum. Anything that I can use to help to solve your issue, I'm that person. I will ride for you. And at the end of it, you want to turn around and attack me. May the Most High blaze that path to cleanse it so you can come better than that. And the person who I said that for knows exactly who I said it for. And I haven't gone into the full details of it because, as I've said, I've taken it to the law. But lo and behold, one day I'm going to talk and you're not going to like it. And I don't want to talk because I want you to take your heart to the Most High and get on your knees and pray and ask for forgiveness for your evil deeds. And the last thing I'd like to wrap up with is this. I wasn't brought up in church and I think I was very naive. I genuinely used to think that people were good. But what I realized is, that is not a good mindset for a mother who's raising an African woman to have. We have to know that we're living on a planet where you got good people and you got evil people. And sometimes good people do evil things, but you have good people and you have evil people. And what I've realized is I can get on my knees, I can pray for you, I can make a daffo for you, I can make eba for you, I can do this for you, I can teach you yoga, I can teach you business, I can teach you how to take care of your children, I can teach you how to take care of your home. But what I cannot do is clean your evil heart. And that is the line. That's why I've come live, because I said, you know what? These people think they don't even know me, you know. They don't even know that I don't give a damn. You can say whatever you want to say. You don't know me. You don't even know me. You need to go ask my mother about me. You don't know me. Did you get what I'm saying? Sorry. You need to ask my mother. You need to go ask my mother about me, and then you might think twice before you come run up in on me. Warrior, I'm gonna depend that. And seeing as I've made it a life passion to share something that's so private to me, which is IFA, and I've been bringing people who I don't even know to the feet of the Orisha to have adafas, and it's something that I'm committed to, and I have no expectation any longer. I've been trained such by my teacher. I have no expectation. Do you get what I'm saying? I want to help you. I've created this path. You can take the help if you want. You can leave if you want. I'm good. My daughter's good. We don't need anything from you. We're all good, innit? Okay, let me stop ranting, because that really went into a rant. But I had to say that because I'm glad you came on the live, you know, Candice. And I'm glad we had that exchange, because probably if we saw each other, we just cried. You know what I mean? Like, oh, sis, you know? And it's definitely no hard feelings at all. And I just said that to give a live example. I can't always turn up for everyone. I can't always turn up for everyone. But I do try. I do try, and you'd be shocked the kind of things that I will work on and try and work through for other people. You would be shocked. And nothing will want to come run. You see how Des ain't got nothing to say. Nothing will want to come run up in them and BOMBOCLAAT inbox and comment. You lot wouldn't even sacrifice a day of your life for someone else. You wouldn't even put yourself on the line for someone else's children. And you know how I know? Just yesterday, I just got some sad news about someone that I care so much about, and it's another person who's having a very hard time on a mental level. And I'm like, that person was surrounded by people and they ignored her until it reached where it reached. And then people want to judge those women and say, look at them, like it's their fault. Do you get what I'm saying? Like it's their fault that they've got mental health issues. But oftentimes, we're too wicked to each other. I was going to say it, we're too wicked to each other. And we need to be kinder to each other. And stop the effery, and stop mistreating our children, and raise our children good, and raise ourselves good, and get up in the morning and get on your knees and bust a prayer because you don't know how you got on the earth. And even if you don't know who, just say, Most High Creator, please, just have some humility about your life. Do you get what I'm saying? Because as you can see, look at the situation we're in. We don't even know when we'll be able to go back to the normal time, and you want to come with your evil to me? I will strike you. Listen. All right, Madonna. Give thanks and praises. Karati, she said me there again. What? I didn't know you were Jamaican evening, sis. Welcome. Yeah, it's a lot. I don't even know if I can talk to Candice now, because now I know it's definite bargain when we talk. And I'll tell you one thing. I'm human. Like, I hurt so deeply. I fear. I have the same set of human feelings like everybody else. And I can take things to heart, but sometimes I can be thick-skinned. But when my sister passed away, it broke my heart. And even recently, I was thinking, you know, and I said it in this My Tawi yoga studio when I was talking about it. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to call anyone sis again. Basically. And my friends was like, what? And I goes, no, I've been thinking about it. I've been really thinking about it. And I've been thinking, Cheryl Ann Sims, I born and come and see her as my sister, and she's my only biological sister that I ever met. Even if I have some more, I don't know them. And I started thinking, I don't know if you should call people sis. Maybe your sis is the ancestor, and maybe you should just call everyone goddess from now on. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, just cut the sis thing. Just cut it. But I'm not saying to you, but I'm just telling you, these are the thoughts I've been having, because you don't know. Got enough time to think. So thank you. I'm glad you're good, Caroline. Yes, Candice, and thank you all so much for your support. And I know there's some real riders out there, and I know that there's some people that are connected with me and they don't even know why their spirit is just saying, yo, I like that girl, you know, or, you know, and this is, I'm for who I'm for. I'm not begging friend from no BOMBOCLAAT people. I'm not here. I don't care. I'm good. That's what I'm saying. I'm good. I'm cool. Yes, Jamaican foot bottom. Anyway, you don't know it. You don't No. Of course. I always ask people where their parents come from, because as far as I'm concerned, no one can come from England because we're all immigrants. Or, you know, or even America is like where your parents come from, apart from African Americans, you get me? Yeah, them spelling out, because you know I can make a stop cuss bad word. So what it is, because you know what, Candice, yeah? You see, if I wasn't spelling it out, you probably cut off the line, because I would have put 10 bad words together, all the Jamaican bad word, all the prefix, all the front part, bomba, you know, blood, batty, everything, and then I would just say Clara at the end, and then no one wouldn't want to be on the live again after that. I never knew this was going to end up being like a good vibe, but you know, of course it would be. It's so fun. But yeah, I really think I never used to swear, you know, like back in the day, I never used to swear. Like what happened, I used to swear, and then I was like, right, if you got a child, get clean. And so I never swore, and then boy, when them dark times came, yeah, I started to cuss some bad one. And then Fanika used to be like, oh my, like she was actually really entertained initially, because my daughter was shocked. She was like, when did you start speaking like that? Like she, oh my God, rotted, mum. Obviously she's not gonna say rotted, but she's like, I can't believe it. And then it was like, yeah, I had to purge that. I was in a bitter state, like for a while. I was really bitter about a lot of things. I was really angry and bitter and oh, you get me? But now I feel so calm in my mind, and I feel cool. Like I'm so thankful. I'm in alignment with my purpose, you know. I'm growing in IFA. I'm doing what feels right. I'm growing in my music. I'm still teaching yoga. I'm cool. I don't need to be cussing up so much blood fire every minute now. We can ease down, innit? Maybe when I'm doing the readings and it'll be like, because certain times you know how I get, but I don't need to, you know, I don't think my husband would really need that at this stage. He could do without it. So, what you look busting up? You're like, which husband? You never tell me. Well, I ain't saying nothing. That's all I've got to say. So, what do you want to do? Should I end this live and come back and read some cards? Because I don't think I should go straight in, but I do have so many decks. If I was to show you, look. Should we pass them over? Oh, yeah. All of them. Oh, my God. Oh, by the way, I read with playing cards. So that's another one. That's another one. Still going, you know. Backside. And you know what? Half of my decks are in Jamaica. That's the joke. That's just half of my decks. I'm so happy. It's so good to see and hear you, and it's so good to feel that vibe from you, because I genuinely didn't know what was wrong. I was thinking, what is Candy expecting me? What did I do? What did I do? But see, it was just the heart. Yeah, when I first started reading, I was taught a system that was just using playing cards. Can you hear that? That's what was at the end of all the decks. The tuning fork. Beautiful vibration. Should be able to hear it.
The way she feels right now, she's so lost.
in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine. My world is so precious, it's so sacred. Anybody tries to infiltrate gets erased and replaced with beautiful vibration, healing and peace. You offer me sufferation, you offer me self-degradation. You want to replace my peace with confusion. Want me not to love myself. You thrive when I'm deluded. You offer me self-destruction. You give me poisons and the instructions. You give me false images to distort my vision. It's like a death on a mission to destroy my vibration. Surround me with foes, but my ancestors, they see, they know. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. 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 Everything that you're coming to offer to me, living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. Your offer.
They used to say to my mama,
complete. And the truth is, I'm the original woman. All life, it comes through me. I can say no limbe ete se hote but tonight marry. It's all me. We are original people. All nations are wrapped in our stories. Every land on this earth has been touched and blessed by our feet. Yes, it's all me, the original woman.
Sorry about the sound. So you should be able to hear me now. So sorry about that. I actually turned on the wrong device, thinking that's where the sound was connected. Okay, thank you so much. Welcome back. How are you guys feeling this afternoon? Some of you will be in your morning still. Some of you will be in your evening. I hope you're having a great day wherever you are on the 7th of the 7th, 2023. And I'm officially coining this day Crabsgate. So thank you for this section. As you can see, we're moving from section to section of Please Don't Call Me Sis, Toxic Femininity. And while my videos were playing, I had to recollect, okay, this is where we are, what's coming next. So far, I'll do a quick recap. I started the video with an intro video from 2020, where I first acknowledged and declared spiritual attack and open enemies from peers, from contemporaries. The next part of the video, I showcase some of my music in the break. We'll call them the breaks, okay? And basically, blessings to Samir. I spoke about an issue I had while running a yoga teacher training with a lady called Aisha, Mars Healed, Yoga Healed. I don't know what her handles are, and it's actually not relevant, okay, because I'm aware of her surname and I haven't said her surname intentionally. And I also played the video that I did in May 2020, where I first approached this situation publicly, which I had to because Aisha was my first online troll. Now, I've been running my pages for many years on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube more recently, but I've always had social media pages. But I must say, Aisha was the first actual troll I had, whereas I had a real life troll who was a mentee. While I came off the break, I was able to consider, how does this tie in? And it really does. Because a part of this sharing isn't the emphasis on the please don't call me sis. That's an outcome of treacherous behavior amongst women, essentially. That's why someone would even come to that type of thinking, and not just amongst women. As I said, men use the term cis as well. So it's treacherous behavior amongst humans. I also spoke earlier on about this thing that's intrinsic to being human, that is documented in history, whether it's through mythology, human history, religion, which is the battle between the perceived forces of good and bad, light and dark, love and hate, good versus evil. I spoke about that as well. As you can see, the video is quite long, and I do feel for your consciousness, it is important to watch this whole video. The parts that I recommend, if you want to skip when you're watching it back, seriously, you can skip the tracks. But there's a sharing that's taking place here that goes beyond what's in this specific container. It's actually more about this human experience that we have, and us reminding our consciousnesses about this, basically, and also being mindful of our own conduct and the way how we use our own character when showing up in the world. Now, I come from a Jamaican culture. I have used my page, my Facebook page, in the past 9 months specifically to celebrate, acknowledge, and to highlight primarily Jamaican music. It has connected me with a lot of music lovers, a lot of people who enjoy Jamaican music. But it hasn't just been Jamaican music, but as you know, Lenea Loves Music is my slogan. I've just launched my VIP lounge. It's a community of over 200,000 people that are on my page that love music. They love live performance. They love anything that can touch their soul. They're there for that. I was mindful that when I was creating this celebration of Jamaican culture, that I had recently, in the year before, put out a series of documentaries that's a lot more balanced and that unapologetically looks at both sides of Jamaican heritage, looks at where the wounds and the traumas and the ills are, as much as the other side that is more what we're known for or what we want to be known for. When I speak about Jamaican culture, I'm not actually just speaking about Jamaica, but Caribbean culture and migratory culture. Many of us, wherever we're from, we know what migration may look or feel like when one body of people with a set culture migrate to another part. Or you may have been somewhere where you saw a body of people with another culture migrate. You know, it's migration, it's culture. You bring the good of your culture, you bring the bad of your culture. So while I've been having this kind of dual conversation through the documentary, seeking to be authentic, to show both sides, through the music, just focusing on the music and really staying on brand with that, it's important for me to have this discussion about toxic femininity within Jamaican culture and my personal experience of it, and how it brings itself into this conversation as I speak about the second online troll that I had. So the first online troll was Aisha. The second online troll, however, is my brother's wife, Malika. Yep. And the reason why she became a troll, which basically means she created a fake page. She started to reach out to every single person who commented. Now look at my page. How many people comment? Imagine if someone sat down and just decided to DM every single person, then go and create an Instagram and do the same thing. What she did is that she became a copycat because they had been observing, although we weren't having a relationship, everyone, although they're not in a relationship with me, they seem to still be glued into what I'm doing. So she had been observing me for years. And so she saw when Aisha trolled me and reached out to everyone. She saw when I did the video. So when she became upset with me because of something that's deeply entrenched in toxic femininity and upholding patriarchy, when she became upset with me, what happened? She decided to become a copycat troll. And so she created this fake account. And the reason why she did it was essentially because my family tried to blackmail me, and I decided that after, I guess at the time, 8 years of running I Love My Room, 8 years of supporting women in loving themselves, in taking care of themselves, in healing traumas, 8 years of speaking to women from all different backgrounds, of every single different race, 8 years of working with women from all over the planet taught me some serious lessons about what toxic femininity can look like in one's childhood. And a large percentage of these women had really horrific stories about things they had endured with their own mothers, their aunties, you get what I'm saying? Their sisters, their grandmothers, abuses that they had experienced. And to be honest, it wasn't I wouldn't say this is just a Caribbean thing or a black. This is a thing on this planet when it comes to women. And if you look in the media, every year a celebrity will come out, a female celebrity, and talk about what she endured at the hands of her mother or her nanny or her auntie. Just Google what I've just said and you'll see what I'm talking about. So it clearly is every corner of the globe this is going on. So I found myself in a position where, as much as I cultivated this healing journey with my community, with my clients, it wasn't on the back of me ever speaking about my personal experiences, ever. And when my back was put up against the wall, I decided that it was important for me to come and be transparent. So I called my mother one day to warn her about something, not something airy-fairy, something tangible and real that I could see that she probably had overlooked that would create serious risk for her safety in the future. I called my mother to warn her about it. She became very angry with me because this issue was linked to my father, and she felt that I was, I don't know, taking sides, and that wasn't the case. And her response was, if you call me about this issue again, I will go online. Hold on, this is my mother. I will go online and I will expose all of your secrets. So this, I don't know what year this was. It must have been 2021. That's what I'm thinking. It must have been 2021. And I was shocked because I wasn't aware that I had all of these secrets to expose, but I also became very aware that I was the one that had the secrets. And somehow this was an attempt to, I don't know, bring me into some mental illusion, some manipulation, because I'm the person who has the secrets and I have never spoken on them. And I realized that I could now integrate that childhood aspect of myself with the woman who I had become, both personally and professionally. And in doing that, I wasn't to allow anyone to manipulate me anymore. So I did 2 presentations to my audience to explain this same toxic femininity from Jamaican culture. You see how deep this is? It's not the first time I've spoken on it. Pray let it be the last. Let's start talking about healthy femininity. Do you get what I'm saying? Which we need to talk about if we keep having to deal with the opposite side. And I came and I explained that as a young woman, as a 15-year-old woman, I had run away from home. And I had made myself independent and emancipated myself from my family. And the reason why I had done that is because my own brother, known to my mother, how do I say this in a way that is okay for the internet? Hold on. Had a history. He had a history of assaulting women biologically. Yeah, I guess that's how we can say it. And even though my mother was aware of this, no steps were taken to discipline, prevent, restrict. It was just nothing. And being raised in Jamaica where women were often abused, children, not even the women yet, children would turn up unalived. Girl children would be assaulted by grown men. It was something that I realized I always looked at as being outside of the home, but the culture was showing me, no, it's part of the culture. It's now in the home. So I left home and I started my independent journey. That's how I started life. I left home at 15 saying, I don't believe in that. That's essential. I didn't have all the words, but at the time it was, I don't actually believe in that. And if that's what you guys believe in, I'm out. He was also very violent, very aggressive. And similarly, there was no support for the feminine. So there were no restrictions put into place to say, you're not to be violent to your sister. You're not to be aggressive. Do you get what I'm saying? And I also didn't believe in that. So this is in my documentary, just so you know, if you watch Life After Death, it's on my YouTube channel. I go into this in more detail. But when I first came out, I just came and spoke about it. And when I did that, the punishment that my family tried to exact upon me in a bid to restrict my expression, in a bid to, what's the word? To whip me for being honest, in a bid to assault me for not conforming to the manipulation, was for my brother's wife, Malika, to create a fake, this is so petty, like a fake everything, Facebook, Instagram, again, because she was doing the copycat of Aisha. And then she did that until she got bored. And I told everyone it was my mother because I initially thought it was because they were all from the same camp. And I was wondering, how does my mom know how to do that? And then my mom was behind it, but it was someone who was younger, more technologically savvy. And obviously, as a woman, as a mother, having these kind of experiences, it really forces you to dig deep and find your own center, find your own truth, because you're part of a culture where toxic femininity is your mother, it's your sister-in-law, it's your wicked auntie. If you even watch my documentaries, you hear about my wicked auntie. It's the women around you. Do you understand? And that has been a big part of the fuel that led me to create a mixtape like A Raw Slice of Reality. If you listen to my mixtape, A Raw Slice of Reality, cathartic music, healing music, Goddess in Transit, same thing. These are music that I created while I was processing, healing, all of that. But what I didn't know is that first troll professional, second troll family. It was going to be a thing where people were going to be coming from all walks of life, with the same toxic femininity, with the same crab in a barrel syndrome, wanting to pull people down. Anytime someone's rising, you just want to pull them down. It was the same people saying, hey sis, blessings sis, wagwan sis, you good sis. What's the next one? Grand rising. Oh, good rising, blessed rising sis. And like I said on my Facebook, Empress and Queen, all of that, those were the same people that were just reminding me of the biblical story where Judas was the disciple that stabbed Jesus, or whatever he did. Hypothetically, he jerked him in the back. It's the same thing. And unfortunately, but also very humanly, these are part of the issues that we have on this planet. I'm just talking about some that I've experienced that I can see. And this toxic femininity, it affects everyone because women have more power and being to themselves than most people realize. Maybe men know the most. Women come with a certain power. And our thing is to really be aligned with the best service to ourselves and to others when we're not toxic. We can create miracles. We can do so much. We can empower dreams and nations, not just through giving birth to them. We can say things, we can do things that have such an impact every day. We are that. But when we're toxic, rather than sending out that beauty, that change, that impact, we're sucking in and we're creating this negative storm. We're pulling other people into it. And it's a draining, parasitical, leech-like energy. Okay, draining and parasitical. So that leads me to the third troll. Yes, I had a third online troll. Now, my third online troll is actually very significant. Significant to the page, but significant to this whole video. Because she did some things that really actually worked in my favor. And she's so good at what she does. I'll give her credit for that. What she's done is she's pulled other people out who weren't visibly showing that they were open enemies, but they don't know that a troll has pulled them out. See, there's all these conversations that have been taking place about me online for years. And this lady, Bayush, I've put all the details below. She is someone who she was the second copycat. She's the third troll. She copied everything that Aisha did, but she went many steps further. She created an Instagram in my business name at the time. She created an Instagram in my legal name. She created a Facebook in my business name at the time. She created a Facebook in my legal name. Twitter, same thing. LinkedIn, same thing. SoundCloud, same thing. YouTube, same thing. Now, I can respect if someone wants to create an I hate this person page. It's open, it's real, it's genuine. But when you have to pretend to be someone, so she's basically impersonating me on all the pages, she's pretending to be me. And while she's pretending to be me, she's not sharing the kind of content that I would normally share. No. What she's doing is she's sharing confessions that are not true. One of the most dangerous and hurtful things that she put on the page, one of the things that alarmed me to how disheveled her mind is, how corrupt and broken her spirit is, and how psychotic she is a range. I want to say one, but there's a range of every single post, as far as I'm concerned, is a psycho post. Every single one. But the one that shows that she has no soul and no base to her, no standards, is my past partner passed away in a car crash at the end of 2021, if I'm not mistaken, or 2020, at the end of 2020. We weren't together anymore. We had split up for about a year and a half. And he had just, within a few months prior, he had started to date someone new. And unknown to the wider community, that woman had conceived for him. Okay. And unfortunately, they had a car crash. Car crashes are very frequent in Jamaica, very sad. It's just a bad side of Jamaica. Do you understand? Car crashes. Anyone that knows Jamaica, you don't even have to be Jamaican. You just need to know Jamaica. You just know car crashes are hard there all the time. It's terrible. So he passed away, rest his soul, in a car crash with his partner. They all passed away. When he passed away, I still hadn't healed from that relationship. I'm telling you that. So I went through everything: anger, grief, sadness, everything. It was a lot. Very hard experience. Thankfully, time is the greatest healer. Why is this woman, Bayush, on the pages pretending to me, telling the world that I essentially commissioned the homicide, because I have to use my language carefully on the platforms, I commissioned the homicide of someone who passed away in a car crash? Why is it that if I go on any platform, so say if you had a platform, and this has happened, I'm going to break it down. If say Frederick has a platform called anything, and I'm a part of that, and he says, come on your platform and talk about what you're doing or whatever, Bayush will reach out to Frederick from the fake pages and say, you should stay away from Lenea, and show all the posts on the page, that's in my name, when it's her. This has been going on for 2.5 years. I kid you not. This started, in January 2021. This, I have evidence, I have seen. I'm going to trip you lot up, There's a reason why this live is so long. 2 weeks ago, the whole of this year, the whole of last year, That's 2.5 years, because we're in 2023, right? And we're in July. 2.5 years. Bayush, who has 2 children, I don't know if she's divorced the husband, 2 children like under 12 that are supposed to be homeschooled, has time to not only contact every single person in my following on all of my platforms. If you go on Instagram, I've got at least 4 different pages, you know. It's not a joke. Facebook, fake LinkedIn, fake YouTube. In addition to that, Bayush reaches out to me at least once a week from a fake account. Initially, I used to block the account. So I went and checked the other day. I blocked like 70 accounts. That's Bayush fake account, because she comes and checks my stories. She comes and checks the posts. It's on Instagram. I used to block her. But then one day I realized, you are crazy and my sanity, we ain't a match. So you carry on doing what you're doing, because I don't care. Because the way how you're crazy, I'm like, wow. It's made me rethink our whole backstory. Like, is that who you are? Okay. Even last week, she contacted me from a face. You can joking. From a fake Instagram and said something about how are you? And I actually said to her, how are you, Bayush? Do you miss me? And what did she say? Yes, I do. After this live, she probably won't go and delete it. I could just go into the Instagram, screenshot it, and show it to you if you think I'm joking. 2.5 years of harassment, of her impersonating me, of slander, of stalking. 2.5 years. Look. So I'll read it to you. She was active an hour ago. She sent Hola Lovely, 21st of June. I say, hey, Bayush. Seriously, 2 days later, hey, Bayush. I know it's her, because she's always doing this foolishness. She goes, hello, sweetie. See, she's not saying who is Bayush, you know. Hello, sweetie. You are beautiful. Trying it. I say, miss me, LOL, be well, up. And that's the last time I went into this message until today. And I can see she said, I sure do. How are you doing? She said, that's what she said. I sure do. How are you doing? So just so you know, you get reached out to by anyone, it's Bayush. If it's not Bayush, it's part of the people that Bayush pulled out of the woodwork, which I'm so thankful for, which I'll go into shortly. But I did want to make sure, before I go into that, this is the last video I'm going to play. It's very short. I think it's like 10 minutes, right? And this is the video that I do in February 2021 to address, but I don't address anything. You're going to see what happens. This is going to help you to understand. It's more the backstory, like where do I know this person from? And you also see my character, because when I do this video, Bayush is trolling me. She's contacting all my clients. She's doing it. I'm just doing this video to break down a story, but I'm not telling the audience this person who I'm talking about is who's doing the trolling, because we haven't got there yet. Because I find that some people are so off their rocker. They'll see you have a platform. They want you to run and say, oh, everyone. So I'm like, that's my last resort, is to actually say to my audience, this is what's going on. Because in my mind, I'm like, yeah, look, publicity or something. You understand? And when I started the documentaries last year, I saw Bayush reached out to AFUA Rose, who Bayush disgraced AFUA Rose, and AFUA Rose allowed Bayush to disgrace her. So thanks to both of you guys. So after this video, I'm going to explain how Bayush disgraced AFUA Rose and how AFUA Rose allowed a 28, because she's 28, you know, she's a kid. I forgot to mention she's 28. So how AFUA Rose, a 54-year-old woman who is a grandmother and has at least 5 children, the youngest who's still in school, how she let Bayush, a 28-year-old with 2 children and no life, yeah, show, she let Bayush make her reveal her true character for the whole internet to see. Now, people saw, which I'll speak about, AFUA ROSE show her degenerate behavior. What people don't know is that Bayush, who is my main troll, the copycat of Aisha and Malika, she's my third troll. She's the second copycat, but she's the major one because the first two trolls, they had their season. Aisha stopped once I went to the police. The other one stopped once it kind of died down, the shame had gone. But Bayush has been doing it for 2.5 years. So Afro made the craziest person, the most intense, possessed, the person's obsessed and possessed with me. She made her draw her out. And it was funny to me, and it is funny to me. So I just want to, just so y'all know, it was funny, and it is funny. So let's go into our last file that I have to play. What's this one called? Okay, when women love predatorial strangers and toxicity becomes the norm. You hear that word again? Now, before we go into this video, quick recap. We start this video with the first person who showed me how dangerous people can be, our mentee. We then go into a conversation about how this is part of human nature. Historically, through the gods, religion, mythology, in humans, we see this battle between the forces of good and evil. I speak about crab in a barrel syndrome, which comes, I don't know where it comes from, but it's very popular within Black culture and Jamaican and Caribbean culture. The idea that when one is in some type of restricted state, their mind becomes perverse and corrupted. And so they always want to pull down people who are elevating rather than to push them up. It's like I don't want to say retardation, but it's an imbalance of the brain. So it makes you want to destroy instead of creating. It makes you believe in lack instead of in abundance. And then we spoke about how in Jamaica that manifests as a thing called bad mind, and how the topic of bad mind is very popular within Jamaican culture. It's all over Jamaican music, dance, media, because it's something that permeates not just Caribbean culture within the islands, but the places where the Caribbean people migrated to, specifically Windrush, those who migrated to the Americas, etc. They will be experienced a high level of crab in a barrel mentality and also toxicity in men and women. But I'm here to talk about toxic femininity because we have to clean up. We have to take responsibility for who we are. I then spoke about a teaching experience that I had with Aisha, who was my first online troll. I played the video about that. And now I've introduced my second and third troll. It's crazy, right? And I'm not done, you know. Second and third troll. Second being Malika, third being Bayush. Please watch this video. I don't know how long. I find that when I put it in, it starts.
One of the things that I realize is when it comes to women, and it's probably a human thing to be honest, it's just because I work with a lot of women. So we tend to have cycles and journeys that we can go through that are dependent on age. But then we have some other cycles and journeys that we can go through that are not dependent on age. Do you understand? So you could have an 18-year-old, a 16-year-old, a 66-year-old, and a 45-year-old all learning a specific lesson at the same time. For me, that's the case of women, and it's also probably, just, as I said, a human thing. Okay? So this story, I found it interesting because when you first hear it, it will sound like it's really just about a young person at risk. But when you look into it, you'll realize many people have had similar experiences with slightly different details, okay? So I met a lady quite a few years ago, and it was a young girl, and there was a young girl, she was very young. She might have been 18. So she had a really nice energy, and we built a rapport. This person was like, I think I might have been maybe 12 years older at this time, so I was quite older than her. And she lived with her parents, or one of her parents. So during the time that we were getting to know each other, just going to the park sometime with my daughter, like, because I was family at that time, so you'd rarely see me and not see my daughter. So we do those kind of things, and we developed a good rapport. And it was interesting because I always just got the sense of, I'm being brought into this person's life when something significant's about to happen. I didn't know what that thing was. Okay, but considering I met her, like, this is an 8-year chapter. Okay, so I was. So basically, during the time of us meeting, she had dated some people, but nothing serious. I think there was someone in the UK dating her, and I don't remember why it fell apart, but it did. Obviously, that wasn't taking up a lot of space in my head because I was a parent, I had a business to run. But she was, it wasn't even that we were friends. We were friends, but it was definitely more like a village, because there was my younger child, and then there was her, who she was like between me and my daughter, and then myself. So at some point she kept on talking about someone on Facebook, and it had turned out that she had met someone on Facebook. She had met a man on Facebook. And they had started talking, and she would always talk to me about him, which I don't, usually want to hear all those stories, to be fair. But because she was a younger sister to me, I just had this sense of, you have to remain open, because, oftentimes when things are going on, the girls won't tell their family, but they'll tell someone who's not far from home. So she started, basically, at this time, she was in London, and I didn't realize, but months later I realized that the person she was talking to was in New York, right? So she began to travel to New York to visit this person. And my intuition was just like, this is not going to end well. I know that now, online dating and stuff, but even then it was familiar, online dating, but it just felt like you're not supposed to meet people on Facebook and go across the country to hang out with them under the man and woman business. But I just wanted to support her, so to make sure that she always had this open conversation. So I did give her some advice, but left it at that. So after a few trips, she became pregnant. And as a result of her becoming pregnant, she eventually migrated to New York, and they got married. So the paperwork could be concrete. And they continued as a family for a long time. Okay? So bear in mind, she was like 18. And the thing is, I didn't remember so much, but it turns out that the guy that she was talking to on Facebook was older than me. So he might have been like, if she was 18, he might have been like 35, 38. Do you know what I mean? Because now he's in his mid-40s. So as time went on, it became clear that love wasn't enough to keep the health of that situation, and it became very unhealthy. Okay, so from domestic abuse, cheating, verbal abuse, all different kinds of toxic behavior started to become the norm. And I actually hadn't seen this person consistently, so it's not a kind of story like that. But it did come to my attention that, you know, now they're at a space where they're having a divorce, and there has been so much abuse that the whole family, including the children, are quite traumatized, because essentially it's an unloving environment. And so this woman who was once a young girl, you know, at 18, who is now 26, she's getting ready to have a divorce after going through a serious experience and making her way back to the UK in order to come back to health. And as I've seen this happening, and the level of how, if you stay in a toxic situation for too long, you yourself can become extremely toxic, even though it was a default. When I look at this experience of a woman essentially trusting a stranger, okay, giving up what she has established on the back of that trust, and then going into that situation and into that relationship only to experience the greatest level of dysfunction, toxicity, dishonesty, abuse, I realized that as much as this person was 18 years old when this happened, this is not a young people's problem. Do you get what I'm saying? In this instance, we could say it's a young people's problem, but actually the act of people kind of having relationships with strangers and going too far before it's too late, and then having to deal with the shit that comes, that is a very human thing. And so there's a few things that I wanted to highlight, which is this. As much as the internet has been around for what feels like, okay, this has been around for a little while now, these experiences are still very new for some families, meaning in some families there will be a first generation of a person who has had a cyber-based marriage, a marriage that only happened because there was the internet. Do you get what I'm saying? There's first generation people born in this country, born in that country. There's also the first generation of children who come from relationships that were founded on Facebook or on Instagram. You know, think about it. Think about 25 years from now, yeah? How many children are going to be saying that their parents met on Facebook? And although I am sure that those, it's not a generalization to say all of those meetings turned out so seriously, I would say it's very likely that many of them were, by the very least, unsuccessful, and by the very most, dangerous. And so what I'd like us to take from that story is, one, we still have an obligation to young people. We still have an obligation to explain to them things that we might have said once that we just decide, say, they know now because I said it. Because we know that repetition is the master of learning. And so we still have to say things to bring these things into our children's consciousness. So there's this repetition of safety, how to be safe online, how to be safe as a young woman going into relationship. If our mothers, say for example, they didn't teach us anything, we have to go and find something of quality to teach to our children. And this isn't just for females, sorry. Our sons and our daughters, yeah? Because this is the norm. And we don't want it to be, hey, I'm going to message you today, Nubian. I'm glad to see you. We don't want it to be the thing where it's after that has happened, we say, oh, I wish I had said something, you know? So as much as the internet has become commonplace in our lives, we have to practice internet safety. We have to tell our children about internet safety, and don't just assume that, even if they say, oh, mom, I know that, okay, but I'm just reminding you, you know? And the second part of that story that I'd like to highlight is we are in charge of how we connect with people. So if we start to connect with someone, whether it's a friendship, whether it's an intimate relationship, spiritual relationship, whatever it is, we are the ones that hold the reins for how fast this thing can go. But sometimes we don't realize that. Sometimes we're so much just responding to what the person's bringing, we don't realize that, hey, this is actually my pace, and this is how I do things. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of business for me is just working out, hold on, this is what I'm experiencing, but this is what I'm about. And having to make that gap smaller. And so we all, at every age within our life, have the ability to meet strangers. We all meet strangers all the time. And we have the ability in those instances to open doors or to close doors. And what we want to be doing is using our discernment to be able to open doors to better experiences and to close doors to things that don't look safe. And as much as safety keeps someone in their comfort zone, outside of that context, safety is important. And let's not make the YOLO, I just heard Vibes Cartel going, YOLO, don't let the YOLO mentality make you jump out of the knowledge that safety is wisdom. And moving with safety in mind is self-love. Moving with caution, and because you're, not because you're afraid, but because you're amazing, and so you just got to protect yourself. Because you're all that. That is important too. Okay? So blessings, sis. I'm going to message you after, and happy 2021. So I hope that you gained something from that. And for those who just joined, there's a goddess oracle at the beginning of the video, so you can go back and watch it. It's for everyone. Okay? And I played some of my, well, I don't know if I played the music on Instagram, but I did when I was on Facebook. And that's just my little piece of vibes, you know. Used to say to my mama, her eyes look so old. They used to say to my papa, she is too bold. As I got older,
that there is no man. Maybe this pose. Blessings, I'm back. Blessings, everyone. Thank you so much for watching that video with me. And please let me know if you can hear me clearly. I'm sure you can. I just wanted to be sure because I don't want to turn on my device and create a big noise. So please comment below. Let me know if you can hear me. And oh, sorry, the light has changed. So I should probably have taken that into consideration. What are we gonna see is shine. It's such a warm day. If I hadn't planned to do this, I would have gone outside. Let me see. Hold on. The light is on the phone. Melissa Harris says, this came up on my Facebook and I truly enjoyed it. Thank you so much. I did feel like having music breaks is good for everyone. Me, you, the video. I've never done anything like this, just so you know, where I'm talking and then, and then playing my videos. But give thanks for the technology. It does work in beautiful ways. So I'm sure you guys can hear me. I will continue. Let me just make sure my device is charging. Okay, so thank you so much. It's the 7th of the 7/23. Every time I say that, I see 7 people. Now it's jumped to 9 because it keeps changing. But it's the 7th of the 7/23, wherever you are in the world, whatever time you're jumping onto this live. It's been a megathon, 4 hours and 19 minutes so far. I have spoken about all of the trolls, troll number 1, troll number 2, troll number 3. I explained all of that. So now we're going to move on. I'm going to speak about a campaign that I started last year. So last year, I decided to make a series of documentaries. Initially, the reason was I found that when I was working with my clients, friends, family, community, I always had to tell a similar story to kind of drive a point home to them, to explain something. And so I found that there were certain stories that I kept on repeating. And when I realized that, I said, you know what? Oh, I've just realized, sorry. I should probably get the ring light sorted because it's getting dark. That's what's going on. Cha. So I said, you know what? Let me make some documentaries. You get what I'm saying? Let me make some short videos. They were initially supposed to be a lot shorter, not as technical. I wanted to make some videos to tell some stories so that when it came up, literally, I would be like, oh, watch that and think about that. And these videos were multi-purpose for all different kind of people, whether they were coming from an immigration background, generational healing, trauma healing, sexual assault, toxic femininity, toxic masculinity, parents who were traumatized. There was just understanding. And although I've stopped at 8, I'm clearly going to continue because that was me laying the foundation for a wider conversation. You see what I'm saying? So halfway, the documentary does speak about violence. It speaks about domestic abuse in different aspects, whether it's children or in relationships, in addition to many other things, okay? And the documentary also speaks about something that I feel is very prevalent within Jamaican society, which is the abuse of women and children, okay? and sexual assault specifically. So halfway through the documentary, I had by this point mentioned various different situations and people and scenarios where these kind of occurrences were happening, right? And I had started a campaign on my own pages that I created and on my personal pages to highlight someone in Jamaica who I knew was, I'm trying to use my language properly because of the internet. What was it that I came up with? A serial assaulter of women, okay? I didn't know he was a serial assaulter of women. I knew he was an assaulter of women. So before I put the documentary out to share what I knew, bear in mind, this is why I've explained throughout the video what my background is. Working in wellness, working in women's wellness, working in healing trauma, all of this stuff. So it wasn't just out of the blue. This is after 10 years of hardcore work in these lanes, okay? Before I put the documentary out, I started a campaign to ask people what did they know, okay? And I was simply asking, if you or anyone else that you know have been assaulted by this person, please come forward, right? Cool. During that period of time, many women, I can't tell the number off the top of my head, maybe 8 to 10 women came forward to say that they had indeed been assaulted by this man in Mandeville. Which shocked me because my initial documentary was just going to be a solo thing. But every time a woman came along, it changed the shape of the story I was going to tell. And I was also sharing some of the information online, trying to get more women to come forward. And I realized that I had literally uncovered a serial antagonist and assaulter of women who I had grew up with in Mandeville, in Jamaica. Okay? Right. While I was doing this campaign, I shared this information everywhere. Facebook, the WhatsApp status, Instagram. I even created 2 separate pages for this issue on Instagram. Okay? Candice, who actually you can see we're talking in the last video, she's talking and I'm talking back to her. She reaches out to me and she says, do you know of this lady called AFUA ROSE? So I said no, because at the time I think I'd been here for about 6 months and I didn't know anything about AFUA ROSE. And she said, well, AFUA ROSE is a lady, she speaks about predatorial behavior against women in the UK, and she's been exposing a range of predators, serial assaulters, family assaulters, incest, the whole thing. She's been exposing it for a little while. And I was like, wow, I never heard about her. But the thing is, because I was going to do a documentary and I had so much information to share, I had one question that I really wanted answered. And I reached out to the biggest YouTuber that I knew at the time, someone with over 1 million followers, yeah. I reached out to her on Instagram to ask her to say, because I'd heard her speaking about her experience of an assault. So I reached out to say, I would like to do a video where I'm speaking about someone in that way, but I don't want the video to come down. How do I go about it? But obviously, she's a big celebrity. She didn't get back to me. So when I heard about AFUA, I thought, great. I looked at her content. I said, okay, her videos are there. Okay, I can ask her. So I reach out to her on Instagram and she calls me. We speak briefly. She explains what she does. I explain what my situation is. I tell her that I'm going to put a documentary out. I've been running this campaign. People are coming forward, but I haven't actually said what's really going to be said in the documentary. But I told her what was going on, the whole story. But I just let her know publicly. I haven't divulged the information yet. I've just said, I know this guy is this. Several women have come forward and said they've been assaulted and affected. I'm now going to create a body of work to present this information to the public, but I don't want my work to be taken down. Do you get what I'm saying? So how do I go about it? Because I see you have a platform that covers that sort of thing. And she said, yeah, that, you know what, there's no set rule. It's just the luck of the draw. Some get taken down, some don't. You just have to do it and see what happens. Just so you know, I've got a whole dress on. I just realized, hold on a minute. Yeah. So I said, okay, thank you so much. And that was to be the end of the conversation. And then she said to me, oh, but would you like to come onto my platform and speak about it? And I declined because I said, look, I'm going to share this in documentary form on my platform. I don't want to do lives. At this point, as you can see from the videos I've shared before, I've been doing lives for about 6-7 years. So I was on a stage for about the last 2-3 years. I slowed that down. I haven't been doing lives. I was over it. So I have a page. At the time, my Facebook page had like 8,000 followers, and all the other pages have like 2,000. So I'm already knowing that my audience is bigger than AFUA's audience. And if I don't want to go live on my own platforms, why do I want to go live on somebody else's platform? Do you get what I'm saying? So I was like, no, I really want to tell the stories in the proper way. I don't want to just go live and talk about it. That's not where I'm at. I'm a creative. That's why me doing this live is important, because I'm not, I have to push myself to do any kind of live, but this kind of live, trust me, big push. The reason why I didn't do a documentary is this doesn't give me the energy that I need to get a documentary completed. It's just not of the caliber of a subject that can go into a documentary at this stage. Cool. So then she said, okay, she understands that. Why don't I come onto her platform and just simply speak about the fact that I'm putting out a documentary? Do you get what I'm saying? And that way, some of her viewers can come and watch my documentary. So that seemed agreeable enough to me, because I wasn't compromising my boundaries or standards. And so we announced that I was going to do a live with her. And so I went on her YouTube platform to do a live. And within the first 2 minutes of introducing me, AFUA divulged to her audience the things that I said to her were not known to my audience and were not to be revealed until my documentary was out. So basically, what that was is that this documentary was going to be initially based on my own experience. The reason why I knew that guy was an assaulter, because many, many, many years ago, he had assaulted me. But I hadn't divulged that to anyone. I just put a post out and asked if any other woman had been affected to come forward, and many did. And I told her, she knew all of this. And yet, the first thing she did when she went on her platform was, it was about you. And I said, no, because immediately I'm like, what is she doing? Is she crazy? So I said, no, it's not about me. I haven't and I literally pushed it back and refused to make her be who she's turned out to be, which is like, what do you call it? Clout chaser. She's someone who's looking for hits. People come and hit this video. She sensationalizes things in an area that is so delicate. It should be handled so delicately. The assault of men or women is something that should be handled at all time with a high level of decorum and grace. But within the 2 minutes of me being on her platform, she did that. And the truth is, I thought maybe she just didn't remember, because I gave her the benefit of the doubt. And that was my downfall, because what I should have done from that point is I should have never spoken to her again. I should have kept things diplomatic. If I had literally clocked her and said, you did that intentionally, as opposed to it was a little slip up, she's an elder, sometimes they don't remember things. So that's what I was thinking, that's the benefit of the doubt. I would have never continued, because she showed me in that first moment exactly what kind of vulturous energy she was coming with. But it was me who decided to dress it in the grace that I have, not the grace that she has. So we did the interview. After I said, no, pull that back. I didn't say that. I had to even be fake on the live and say, I didn't say that. I said it was about, I haven't revealed any information, whatever. Did the interview, finished the interview, went on, started my series. I put my documentaries out. I put, I put like 4, and then I put the ones about the assaults out, and everything went exceedingly well. And more people came and gave more information. And now I've got one more documentary that's coming out this year. I'm only doing one documentary this year that I'm going to sit and do, which is the completion documentary to the Life After Death series, right? Cool. Everything went fine. Now I noticed that AFUA, she invited me a few times whenever she was going live. She does a weekly live. She asked me to come on. Now, remember, as I said, I have a platform. It's bigger than you. I'm not doing lives. I don't really want to come and do lives. So initially, just out of respect and to show some comradeship, sisterhood, I went and did some lives. But it's not really my essence. So after a while, she kept on asking me, can you come on this march? Can you come to this police station? And I explained to her, my activism isn't pounding pavement. Like, I try not to pound pavement as much as possible. My activism takes place in providing healing, wellness support for people. So regenerating, helping people to regenerate where things have come out of alignment. But it also takes place through my creativity, through my music, through my writing, through my documentaries. I don't really feel like I need to go and pound pavement. So I said, I can't do those kind of things. And I didn't know at the time, but this didn't sit well with her because her character has revealed itself to be someone that's trying to just recruit. She doesn't see the value in each individual around her and have the ability to meet that person where they are and to work with them as best as works in that unique situation. She's literally trying to recruit foot soldiers, but any leader should know not everyone's a foot soldier. Sometimes someone could be an advisor. And I did, because I have a social media background, initially attempt to give her some advice about how she could professionalize her content, her videos, in addition to her social media pages. I said, even if you just post a post in the morning and say, good morning, everyone. You know, I said, like, there's a way that you can have this campaign, but it doesn't have to be that once someone comes across your content, they're just feeling down because that's all you're offering. You're not even offering continuous appreciation posts to keep the vibe up. And I explained a few things to her. I even said to her, you've got this slogan, his time is up. Why don't you launch a t-shirt campaign? I explained to her that my daughter and myself, we ran a t-shirt campaign in order to raise funds to publish our books. Okay. So I said, I've got lots of experience running t-shirt campaigns. Why don't we do a campaign? She said, no. We're going to do that in October because she has an annual march. She's had it twice now. She said she was going to do it towards the end of the year. This is June, right? Last year. I said, okay. The next time when I watched her live, she was advertising t-shirts. I was like, oh my God, I'm glad you took the idea. And I thought, that shows a lack of character because I come to you with an idea. You say to me, no, I'm going to do that for my march. We'll wait until then. And then you run ahead and do it. And then the next week, you're advertising it. And I'm not supposed to see that. But still, because obviously I don't want nothing from anyone. I just carried on doing what I was doing. And every now and then we would talk on the phone. That's it. I hadn't met her in person. I'd done the interview where I spoke about my documentary. And I also came on a few of her lives to show some support. Okay? Cool. Saw she was having a march. I said, let me share the video. I even made her a video with some Fela Kuti music. And then they put out a video with Dotty Man by Romain Virgo. And I shared it on all my pages because I felt that's the way I'll contribute. I have a big audience. I might not come. My intention was never to go to the march. I was asked by a personal acquaintance, was I going? And I explained that I don't really resonate with marches, and oftentimes the energies of people at marches is totally against how I like to vibe, and it also attracts the most corrupt, power-hungry people, those kind of groups. So I had no intention of going. And then a few days before the march, AFUA contacted me and asked me if I would sing because someone had sang the year before. And since I was one of the ladies to come and talk about, I had a story to tell. Obviously, I never told my story on her platform. I never asked to go on her platform. I didn't want to go on her platform, nor did I need to go on her platform because I've always had my own platform. But sometimes people, they're so self-involved, they don't take the time to look out. And I just, no matter what, I'll have this sisterhood. I thought, okay, there are all these women on the platform. I can go and sing a couple songs. That's not a big thing. Didn't really want to go, you know, but I'm like, oh God, it's like you've been called, you know. So I said, okay, all right then. Let the chips fall where they may. Next big mistake. The reason how I know it's a big mistake is because earlier in the year, and I have to say this because I'm addressing a major issue by speaking about AFUA Rose, and what the issue is AFUA Rose is my third. Is she 3? No, Bayosha's 3. She's my 4th official troll. She's a super troll. She's a dangerous person, and she is the true catalyst for me creating this entire video. Not a mentee who, I must say, it pained me to have to go and dig up the video from 2020 with a mentee because that's done. So I want to say that's even why this is taking so long. It made me very uncomfortable. I let sleeping dogs lie. I want everyone else to do the same. But when you're there stepping in my face and jerking me in my back, you can't tell me how to react. Aisha, same thing. She was a troll. I went to the police. They approached her. She stopped misbehaving. Let sleeping dogs lie. I've never mentioned Aisha again. I care not. Don't care. Doesn't exist to me. Truthfully. Bayush. Bayush and myself. Oh, I didn't even, I'll come back to Bayush when I go into AFUA. I didn't explain why Bayush lost her mind and became my other troll. Yeah? AFUA. You did bad. You're a troll. AFUA is a troll masquerading as a campaigner, an activist for women's rights and safety. And yet, the woman that she invites on her platform to talk about a documentary she's making is the same woman who she then turns around on to totally slander, degrade, and defame on a platform that supposedly has been created solely for exposing predators who assault women, men, and children. She's so off brand because the truth of her character, which is this thirst that she has, this hunger for power and recognition, is her true desire, not the justice of women. Because I can see, and everyone who follows her knows, I am not the first person. No. Now, if I was the first person, I'd have to check myself. She's done this on several occasions. She's done this as a grandmother. She's an elder who has failed to grow up. She is younger in her mind than a lot of women I know in their 30s, 20s, and 40s. Her conduct evinces her true level of maturity and her true integrity and character. Your conduct, the way you conduct yourself. As I said before, anyone can jump up with an airy fairy title. I am this, I'm a healer, I'm a channeler, I'm a defender of women. You can't be a defender of women and constantly attack women. You can't be a defender of women, create spaces for women that's supposed to be safe spaces, and then you yourself try to bring your whole audience to attack and vilify those same women. So what AFUA did is that before this march happened, she had been, now check the mentals. The woman's 53. She got 4 to 5 children, at least 3 grandchildren. Her last child is about 11, 12, 13 and is still in school. This is what she did. She's had 2 significant relationships, the fathers of these children. And the last one, she's not happy with how his conduct is. He's not being a good father in her eyes. So for months, maybe even a year, I'm not sure, but at least for months, she reaches out to the father of her last child, pretending to be another woman. She pretends to have met him somewhere else in another country. Seriously, you know, this is who we're talking about. And she builds up a rapport with him with the intention that at some point she's going to set him up, she's going to meet him, and she's going to film it and then put it on the internet and show everyone. When she first told me, because I know that everybody is different, and I understand that. That's not my style. Just so you know, like, that's not my style. That whole meeting people in public, shaming them up, putting the video on, letting it go viral, that's not my style. Okay? Right. So initially, I just still show compassion. I didn't go into judgment. Okay, I understand. But I still understand, even though it's not my style. I can understand why mothers who aren't getting the right support from the fathers of their children with modern day technology may decide, you know what, I'm just going to blast you and put you on. I understand it. Still not my style. So initially, I'd spoken to her because I am a professional actress. And we discussed, well, you should probably get an actress so you can film it and have like some cheerleaders. But then after I realized I'm a creative, yeah. So if you tell me anything, I can see all the curtains, the stage lights, you know. But I realized, no, I can't do that. So I bowed out. So she continued because it was a plan that she had in motion for months anyway. And she met the man. She chased him in West London, chased him in a park. He was riding away. She was shouting, "You waste man! You," all of that, you know. She was cussing off the man, and the man run away, and her security guard is running after her. She filmed it. She put it online. It went viral. Boy, all I know is, so just because something goes viral does not mean it's good, because a lot of people did not like that, whether they expressed it or not. And it was like, wow, this is innovative, this is new, this is 2022, but boy, that couldn't be me. You know, that kind of thing. That couldn't be me. And a lot of the women who past 20s, they weren't in conversations, they weren't feeling that. Cool. So I realized that she's not stable. I spoke to her a few times and said, you're fighting this issue against women being assaulted, but your wound is actually what's happening with you and your child. And as much as you're pursuing that guy and doing that, you're not at peace, you're not at ease. So you need to focus on you and your daughter, because how do you think that made your daughter feel, this viral video of her mother running after her father, that even probably her school friends saw? You know, what is this? There's some residue whether she was in agreement or not. I said, you need peace. I said, one thing about being a warrior, and I've learned this through yoga, because the path of yoga can be the path of a warrior. That's one of the paths. And one thing about being a warrior is you have to have your peace. You will see this in martial arts videos as well. You can't just be out there fighting, and not have your center. For me, I can only fight when I have my center. Then I can fight. But this whole thing of fighting all the time, warring all the time, but you don't have your center. You don't even have a real reason why you're fighting. You're fighting out of some emotional reaction instead of coming from a place of wisdom and knowing this is a divine fight that should be, you know, you will do damage to yourself and you'll do damage to other people around you. And this is what I saw happening with her. So much so, I don't know if it was before the march or after the march. I can't remember. But around the winter time, someone contacted me and said, AFUA was online sending a message on a video that you need to reach out. And I'm thinking, oh my God, what on earth happened? Because we're not friends. I never met you. If I have met you, I've met you once at the march. So if you make a video and something's happened and you're saying, tell Lenea to reach out. I'm going to think, oh my gosh, it must be serious. So I went and I looked on her Instagram, and she had left a video saying that she'd been arrested and the police had taken her phone, and she needs AFROBELLI. That's the name of my platform. And the pussycat, the killer pussycat, who we're not going to mention because I know he's dying for some chat, and yeah, we don't entertain certain energies here beyond necessary, that we need to reach out. So I thought, my gosh, it must be an emergency. So me, like one idiot, now go message the woman and say, hi, I hope everything's okay. Are you safe? You know, here's my number. Reach out to me. You know, that old 3 weeks passed. I didn't hear from AFUA, and that's when I realized she is just a contortionist. She's just a hype queen. Why did she do that? If you don't need my number enough to take it and contact me, why, after you've been arrested, unless you're an informant, yeah, unless you're an informant, why are you going onto a social media platform and calling my name? You're not calling your family's name. You're not calling your best friend's name. You're not calling the people that's been supporting you for the past year. You're calling me that you just met a few months ago. And another red flag. So all that, I was like, no, I'm not going to the march. Okay. I spoke to her a few weeks after the arrest, and she explained to me that she didn't divulge on her platform. People thought that she was arrested because of the claims, because obviously she makes a lot of claims and she does get defamation suits and stuff like that. So people thought that she was arrested October, November, them time there, because of the defamation. But what had happened is, because she had run down the road and set up her daughter's father and harassed him and pretended to be someone else, he had taken her to court to get some type of restricting order, a few things, and she was really cut up about it. And when I spoke to her after the 3 weeks that she took to contact me after all the hype, when she could have just DM'd me, hype, fake, contortionist. When I phoned her, I could tell she was quite sad, and she cried on the phone. And I said to her, I told you, you need the healing. You need healing. Now, you don't have to take no healing that I'm offering or that anyone I know, but you said that because I forgot to mention that she is a convicted criminal. And I didn't know this when I first went on her platform. I had no idea because I'd never heard about her. So I just thought that she said she's a psychologist. Okay. So to me, that's healing work. So I thought she's a psychologist. It's like corporate mental health healing work. And she's now a defender of women's rights. But nowhere in the middle did she tell me that she had done time in prison for being a mule. You know what a mule is, right? Mm-hmm. See, never said so many things, never said that. So she told me that after she had gone through her prison sentence, she went to the church and joined a school that you would study for a while, then you could get baptized, because she felt like, you know, she wanted to take off some bad energy and get right and stuff. So I said to her, remember you were baptized in this church that you believe in, right? Why don't you go and develop your faith? You need to do what works for you, because I believe in that. We're not all here to do the same thing. What kind of boring world is that? So whatever your thing is, whether you're spiritual, you might even be atheist, doesn't matter what it is. Everyone's got a thing that they know that will regenerate their being, that will bring them into wellness. You understand? So I'm like, clearly you've gone and baptized, so your thing is the church. Ooh, why don't you go and deepen your faith, work on your spirituality, because you need healing, because you run down the man. Now the video went viral. Now the man's taking you to court. Now you want to go and say, so she wanted to go and say that she wanted to bring up dirt, basically, I can't bother with all that stuff, from the past and bring new lawsuits for stuff that happened years ago. And I was saying, please, like, don't do it. And I had said that to her before. Don't do it, please, don't do it. Just hold out. Don't do it. Do you understand? Then she had another charge pressed on her by this man. And then she told me that that's when she decided that she was going to become an informant, and her daughter's father and the family, of which there's a celebrity in the family, a UK hip hop grime type of celebrity. She told the police all of their secrets. And that's when I realized this woman is dread. And on top of that, when I said to her, why don't you go and explore your faith? You said that you know, baptized because you wanted that blessing, etc. She told me she don't really believe in the church. She just did it to get some clearing. Now, when I told my friend this story, after AFUA started her trolling campaign, her crazy, obsessive trolling campaign against me, my friend said that means that AFUA admitted to you that she is a demon, because she's saying that she went and she lied to the priest, to the people in that church. She pretended that that was her faith system just so she could get some type of spiritual healing, but she had no intention. She made commitments to those deities, to that belief system, when she knew she was faking out the whole system. So if she's going to fake out that God in her eyes, who are you? I said, Jesus, please. When my friend said that to me, I said, oh my God, raw, like that's so true. So her whole platform is a fake out, because she fakes out the where it matters in the divine. She's fake to the divine, much less out in person. Let's talk about the march. I go to the march. I wear all white. I usually wear all white. I don't always. Look, you like it. I don't always wear white. I recently started to buy some new colors. I've got blues, beiges, yellows, pinks. I got a mix. I wore pink the other day. I got all different colors. But my base is white. Don't need to explain that. Why do I need to explain that? It's life. It's many reasons why I wear white. It's my choice. It's my prerogative. Didn't realize it was such a big thing until this campaign started against me, and I was slated for wearing full white to a march where everyone was wearing red and black. How petty is that? Toxic femininity. You invite me to come to your march. It's not a booked gig. You can't even afford me. You can't afford me. I decide to come and to support your march after promoting it online for you for free, after supporting you and doing this and doing that, okay? Giving you all this advice, how to develop your brand. But that Jamaican Caribbean crab in a barrel, toxic femininity couldn't be sated. It wanted more. Give me more. She explained to me prior to the event, the theme was red and black. I explained to her, I don't own any reds and any black, and I can't wear those colors. So is it okay if I wear white? Because that's what I've got. I'm not buying clothes for your event. Like, and I'm not wearing red and black because you want me to wear it, because I don't wear red and black. And I didn't realize that we live in a society where people think that, you know, you can tell a grown woman, you know, what colors to wear or not wear. And I had no idea it was an issue because she didn't say anything. But she started this troll storm, which we're going to get to, and she put out some dangerous content about me, of which I may add, because I love myself, I didn't watch it. I haven't watched any of the slandering content, but some loved ones just came and told me a few things before I said, that's enough. Before I said, okay, that's it. I didn't watch the video for a reason. That's it. Or when they come in to tell me what's being said on the Instagram thread, I'd be like, okay, that's it. Thanks. And that's how I got to know that a woman like myself, who has evinced her value to her community for over a decade, for over 15 years, through one, raising an astonishingly polite, courteous, respectful, and a child that contributes great value to this planet. In addition to that, in addition to just being a mum and just being a good lady, I have contributed through music, through theatre, through literature, through poetry, through yoga, through tarot, through astrology. What else? So I was shocked that someone like myself, who has actually done the work, got the stripes, and they can never be taken away, okay, could be spoken of by this lady who's a convicted mule, right? And she's proud of it. She's proud that she, as a grandmother, and she said she's some type of freedom fighter. The morals are way out for me. They don't align with mine, and that's fine because we're not all here to mirror each other. But the work that she has done is not substantial. Yes, she does highlight and expose. But what it seems like is she's calling out a lot of men's names, saying that they're this and they're that. But she has no evidence. And I know that because of my own experience with her, because when I told her what happened to me, she didn't do any investigation. She just listened to what I said, yes, I believe you. Do you want to come and tell your story on my platform? I said, no, I can't do that. Do you see what I mean? So she is the judge and the jury. And since she has done these videos, many people have become very disgruntled with her because they've realized if you're going to do 500 videos or even 250, and they're all exposing and defaming alleged, may I add, abusers of women and men and children. And these people that you're exposing are all linked to families who have children, who have to go to school. If you're not going to start to get some sentences like 10, like 20, then your work, you're just a vlogger that's chatting. If that's why I keep mentioning this is what I've done, because it's already been done. And I know that people, when you achieve, they would love with the crab in a barrel mentality. As AFUA, the perfect crab, she's born on July the 4th. In the Western astrology, she is a Cancer. She comes under crab season. So it's the perfect symbol that she represents. Instead of being the Cancerian woman that's connecting with women, connecting with emotional intelligence and empathy so they can guide and assist people in growing, she's a crab in a barrel, not only pulling people down, but when I went to school in Jamaica, they used to say, empty barrels make the most noise. And she's the crab in the barrel that enough people jump out of that barrel a long time, and she's in the barrel making a whole bag of noise. And the reason why she cannot come out of the barrel, because there are many people that could pull her out, is because she doesn't listen. Because the whole time that I communicated with her, I realized as an elder, I just gave her that grace. Another thing is, she has the same birthday as my mom. I know the energy. I came through the energy. I was raised by the energy. I ran away from the energy because it was toxic femininity. I ran away at 15 from my own maternal home because of that energy. And then later in my life, here comes another betrayer of women, another treacherous feminine, another woman who simply needs to heal. I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with AFUA, even though her conduct may speak otherwise. What I do know is that when women hit 38 to 42, there's a window and they need to use it. And from then on, they need to be using that window. And what that window usually is for women is that they need to spiritualize their life. They need to bring something. It doesn't have to be religious, you know. They need to spiritualize their life. They need to process their life. They need to purge. They need to go through the healing. They need to allow the divine to bring lessons and breakthroughs that only come to women who hit certain ages. If they don't do that, they go through a defragmentation. They're unable to heal from the trauma they've already experienced. So instead of regenerating and healing and putting a balm on what is there, there is an atrophy, a breaking down, a corruption, a degradation of one's mind and spirit. And one of the things that I've noticed on my journey as a practitioner, as a professional, I've met three women who are of Caribbean background, who are psychologists. They are all significantly older than me, 10 years, 20 years, 25 years. The three women that I know that come from a psychology background, all different types of psychology professionals, they have massive detriment to their being. Something has happened that shows that the psychology that they learned missed something. It didn't cover all the bases with them as a being. So they've learned this psychology and they've spent their lives allegedly helping other people with a tool. But the tool, the system of study, the doctrine of psychology that they've learned doesn't address a certain aspect of these women. Do you understand what I'm saying? Doesn't touch it. And so they cannot use the same psychology to nurture themselves and make the right decisions and to conduct themselves properly when they reach to middle age, womanhood, that second womanhood. You do have a second womanhood, but you have to nourish that garden, nourish yourself in order to make it through. Because if you don't, all the stuff from the previous years is just there degrading your being. And unfortunately, because AFUA hasn't taken responsibility for her healing, because she has allowed her anger to eclipse her purpose. It's okay to be angry. Like I always say, V, who's an Akashic record reader, told me years ago, you must use your anger to take care of yourself. First and foremost. She said, if you get angry, Lenea, what do? I said, I usually go focus on my work. She goes, does your work take care of you? I said, yeah, well, it pays my bills. She goes, is that all? And then she said, rage is sacred. Every emotion is sacred when you channel it in the right direction, when it presents itself. When we have women's movements that are about the rights of women, and we're fighting patriarchy and we're fighting toxic femininity, we have to always seek to expose ourselves to as much healing as possible, because we can't be out on the battlefield all the time and not become corrupt. And I said this, which brings me to the next point. I said this in March when I went live to speak about I Love My Room. For those who may not know, if you're just new here, I Love My Room is an all-female women's movement that I've been doing for coming up to 10 years. Thank you. We do yoga, meditation, visualization, a conversation between heart and womb. And it's just a healing journey, okay? So this is the kind of thing and practices like that and lots of different things, whatever's in resonance. Some people need to go for a walk to heal. Do you get what I'm saying? Healing is not one size fits all. Some people need to go for a walk. Some people need to go to the park and just look up at the sky. Some people need to go buy some water. Some people need to go and do some painting. It depends who you are, right? So as I Love My Room was coming up this year, I came online and I said this same thing. If you're doing activism work, you have to take the time to heal. We are women. We can't, no one, man or woman, is made to be out on the battle line all the time. It will corrupt your system. You will become traumatized. Do you understand? So I said that. So I'd like to stick a pin, okay? And at this stage, I'm trying to think, should I play a song? Because I'm about to wrap this up and I have to, do I go straight into it? Let me see, let me check the time. Right, I'll say this bit and then I'll go on. At the march, I met an artist called the Pussycat. He approached, that's not his real name, that's what I'm calling him. He approached me and I realized I had seen him on AFUA's live before. He's an attractive guy, but I was quite surprised, and so was my friend, because his energy was so big on the live. But when I met him in person, he was shorter than me, and I am 5'4". Okay, right? 5'5". I think I'm 5'5". So he was like about 5'3", and it really threw me. And I'm not being heightist or biased towards short guys. I just, when you see someone in the video, you see them in person, I was like, oh, this dude is proper short. So he was like, oh, because I had performed at the event. Now, I have to mention, no, this is why I feel like I need to break, because I'm going to take a break. And when I come back, I'm just going to finish this video by explaining what happened at AFUA's march, what happened following the march, and how that led to a very unjustified, toxic, crab in a barrel attack or attempted attack from AFUA towards me that only served a simple purpose to highlight some people who were naive enough to be gaslighted by my troll Bayush. And so AFUA, Seeker the Crafter from my art therapy, I'll save her for the end, Sarjo's Holistics, Sarjo, Ewuna Carroll, Michelle Lewis, who is literally like bed frame, post, mattress, pillow, and duvet of Brent. They allowed a girl in their 20s to gaslight them. Oh, and Aisha, because that's the only reason I mentioned Aisha, because Aisha forgot that it was the police that made her behave herself when she was trolling my page. And she also forgot that I can go to the police at any time and fulfill that charge that I made because of the nature of it. And I've allowed her to run out so I can use this for this day on the 7th of the 7th to address this issue. Now, this video is long, but I will be making episodes out of it. So there'll be shorter bite sizes coming out, because this Please Don't Call Me Sis is the intro to my new music that's coming out. I've got 2 new songs coming out and I love them. And I didn't know when I was pulling my music up through my archives and showing you guys the stuff from the past. I even showed you guys a sitcom that I did, all this stuff. I didn't know that these crabs were dying so much to be highlighted on my platform that they would put me in a situation where, for my future descendants and out of respect for my child, I'm going to come once and for all. And like I've said in every video that I've played so far, I'm going to nip it in the bud. You see, if you watch this video, you'll see at the beginning that in 2020, I came live on my Facebook page and I said, it is 2020, I'm going to nip it in the bud. But I also said, I know this is going to happen again. And now I'm here 3 years later. I don't have one more example of how it happened again. Not 2, not 3, not 4, but all 7 examples of how these degenerate feminines who refuse to heal and to take responsibility for the gifts that the divine gave to them, who refuse to go and work on their gifts, how they turn on people, as Bevy Boo said on my page, who have the bravery to go ahead and do the work. I am not more confident than anybody else. The reason why I feel I've been able to do so many things is because I have always been a single parent. Since my daughter was about, I've always been a single parent. And as my friend explained to me yesterday, a lone parent. She said a single parent is like you're not with the partner, but you're co-parenting, right? But a lone parent is where there's no co-parenting. I've always been a single parent and a co-parent to my daughter. And for that reason, I've had to do everything to stay above, to stay afloat. Haven't always made it. It hasn't always been easy. But that's been the fuel. Not to have my ego stroked, clearly, because if that was the case, there's so many ways more I can share. You just don't even understand. I've become so introvert over the years. It's well, I'm good. So the work that I'm doing is not to get validation. It's not for you to stroke my ego. It has been to sustain my home and my family. So the ongoing assault against my work and reputation from a woman who has grandchildren shows how immoral she is. Because I thought to myself on several occasions, when AFUA decided to do this disgusting ghetto gyal campaign, like some little gyal where I sell around a back road, the way she communicate, the things she's saying, the way she's talking, you just coming like you're born around back road. And for those from Jamaica, you know what that means. I'm thinking, but you've got a 12-year-old daughter. You've got daughters in their 30s and 20s. Are you meaning to tell me that at no stage before, during, and after you were doing this, you didn't reflect on your womanhood? Your womanhood, and say, firstly, you aren't going to believe what I want to tell you, because I didn't do anything to AFUA. So that's why I guess this is the weirdest thing, because with everyone else, there's something that led to it. But with AFUA, not really. She's a clout chaser. She ran out of things to talk about on her platform. I said something on my platform. It was not about her. Anyone can go and see it. It's on my AFROBELLI YouTube. I'll make it public on the Lenea one again. I said something on my YouTube. I didn't mention her name. It wasn't a shade. I called one person's name. It was not about her. I said nothing negative. And AFUA became afraid. She became afraid that, oh, if Lenea is saying this, is she going to speak about that? And I never was. I had no intention. I still haven't to this day. And because she was afraid, she wanted to get ahead of any potential damage to her clearly fragile and underdeveloped ego, her ill-defined ego. And so her psyche as a grandmother of 53, married, already divorced, another child, not with the child, you know, you're a big woman. Her psyche was, let me be that toxic, feminine, canine female. Let me demonstrate to the world the caliber, the ilk of woman that I am. And that's what you did, AFUA. And it was great. Because no one didn't have to tell anyone anything about AFUA because of how she conducts herself. Imagine, I sat down in my house one day and someone called me and said, have you watched AFUA's live? I said, I stopped watching that a long time. This must have been about January. I can't watch those things because I do a lot of intense work, whatever I'm creating. I find that when I want to take a break, if I want to watch media, it has to be intense, like a good high budget psychological Netflix, you know, good high budget, or it can be very fluffy, something that's like, this is almost bordering on foolishness. But what it can't be, or documentaries, I love documentaries, but what it can't be is every time I come to your channel, it's a downer, you've got no solutions, and you're speaking like you've got no education. You're saying that you're a psychologist. I never even mentioned here where I studied yet, because it's not important, but I have studied. You're saying that you're a psychologist, but you're speaking in a way that my child never speaks like that. And she, I think, urban slang, she would have more of a reason to be speak, but she doesn't, my daughter doesn't speak like that. All this kind of verbiage like demand them, and like you're a child, like you're a young girl. You're evincing who you are. You have a platform. When I don't have much to offer or say, I don't have much to offer or say. What I'm not going to do is just sit on my platform and basically attack people because the reason why I set up my platform has now changed. Now, if you set up a platform that's to expose predators, that's what your platform is about. So the sister contacted me, have you watched AFUA's latest video? I said, no. She said, please watch. I goes, why? I don't want to bring my energy down. Seriously, She said, AFUA is really cussing out this lady. It's really bad. So I checked it, and she was like cursing this lady and saying that the lady came for her for help, for counseling, but the lady's too sick. And I cried. I remember watching the video, I cried, and I thought, how could she be talking to someone who came to her for help? And she's a psychologist, you know. She's not a yoga teacher. She's a psychologist. That's how you teach. That's how you speak to a client that you decide that you can't work with. You go online to your platform of thousands of people and you curse them to the ground. And I cried and I said, this is bad. The next time, and this is the last time, and this is what led to me and AFUA. Like, she can't call back my phone. Same lady. It's happened a few times. I've seen AFUA say some really dirty things that I can't believe a grown woman would tell another woman to do things Like, I'm not going to repeat it. If I wanted to, I could have done a screenshot and shared it with you guys, but that kind of filth can never come on my channel. I do not run a reality TV show, and yes, now and then we can have a little swear word, but we're not dirty out here. We're not ratchet. Not just straight up ratchet ghetto. I don't want to say ghetto. You know why? Because I have family from the ghetto, and I've never heard them speak in the way how I've heard AFUA speak on her platform. So it's a disrespect even to ghetto people. That's why I can't even find the word. Let's just say subhuman. Subhuman. When the Most High, nature, the divine, the universe, whatever it is, your life, gives you 53 years, you need to work on yourself so you can be, at least, if you can't be an example to others, you can be upright for yourself. So there was a video where Pussycat, the rapper, the same rapper who I'm going to discuss in a minute, he had been accused of being an assaulter of women and of children, I think. And AFUA was using her platform to defend him. And I felt that fundamentally something was wrong with that. And I've seen her do it before. I felt like if you set up a platform to highlight the injustice of women being assaulted, you're going to attract a lot of women who've been assaulted. And the kind of platform she has, most of the women, they're not even being encouraged to heal. It's just an angry thing. So you're trauma bonding with your audience, basically. But you have a niche, and the niche is, this is to avenge women. So you can't then bring onto that same niche platform men who have been accused. You can bring on men who've been assaulted, but I don't think it's the right, professionally, because I'm a professional, right? It's not a vigilante thing. That would have to take place on a separate platform, because it's like it's going against your brand, and it's also sending mixed messages, and you're triggering because you don't care about your audience. You're not caring about your audience who don't care about those guys. Basically, no, you don't. And part of the reason why she lacks the empathy is because of her mental imbalance. Because she said to me a few times in conversation, well, she's so glad she's never experienced assault before. And I thought, what a highly insensitive thing to say to someone who has experienced sexual assault, who you met because you have a platform that supports women who experience sexual assault. Like, who are you? What a narcissistic thing. You're fake. How could you, where in your psychology training did you think that saying something like that was acceptable? But the flip side of it is to show the psychosis, it's not even true. Because the last time AFUA said that to me, well, at least I haven't experienced that. I said, but AFUA, you sat on the phone with me and you told me, I'm sure you've already told your audience, how this man, whether it was an uncle, some old man, some neighbor, used to come to the house and feel you up, even when your father was in the house. He used to run you around. She told me that she was assaulted. What happened was she wasn't penetrated, but she was groomed and assaulted as a little girl, and that never happened to me. So I'm thinking, you're looking down your nose at women who've experienced assault when you were actually groomed and assaulted. You were assaulted as a child, but you don't remember that you said that, and you're running this platform. You need the same psychologist that you say you are. You need assistance. And if you try to hide it, that's fine, because it can't hide, because now it's just all come out. And people who have sense, of which there are many in the UK and all over the world, they have sense. They can look and see something is way off here. Not just a little bit off, not this is a bad day. There's a corruption here. Before I explain what caused AFUA to run scared into a stupid clout chasing spin propaganda campaign against me, I'm going to explain what's wrong with her so she can go fix it. She experienced assault as a young child. She has an issue with her mom because she has the same toxic femininity issue. She speaks about it on her platform. I'm not chatting her business. This is part of her narrative. Her mom cheated on her father consistently, so she sees her father as having integrity. She sees women as not having integrity. She says on her own platforms that are there to support and defend women that she doesn't like women as friends. Whenever women say that to me, I don't want them around me personally. Now, I understand if you say you don't have a lot of female friends, you got like one or two, that's fine. No one needs more. But when you categorically as a woman say you don't like females and you don't want any female friends, something means that means you definitely don't want me as a friend because I'm female. And I've always had male and female friends, maybe two of each, and I'm good. You get what I'm saying? So it's the hypocrisy, it's the contradiction, it's the conflict in the energy, the two separate polarities. You've been assaulted, you're saying, you're looking down at the people who have. You're running a platform, you're looking down at the people who have, you're saying you haven't when that's come out of your mouth. You're supposed to be pro-woman, you don't have female friends. You got like 3, 4 daughters. You don't like women. I told her I was spending some time with my daughter. I could never do that. Me and my daughter, she was acting so disgusted, so snooty. I'm thinking, you're lost because you don't know. I'm so blessed to spend time with my daughter. It is not a burden. It is not a curse. It is a gift. It is not a given. That's why it's a gift. And even the way how she spoke about she couldn't live more than 2 days with her daughter, I was just like, your energy is off. So this is part of her issue. And on a deeper psyche level, she came in with a hunger for power. She used to be an artist. If you look on her profile, it says she's an actor, she's a singer. You can't say you're those things if you can't evidence it. Where is the acting? Where is the link? Where is it? Where is your music? She's talking about things that she did like 25 years ago. But she doesn't feel complete with her identity. She wants to be more. But the more she wants to be is something she has to feed into herself. But she wants other people. She wants to be a hero. She says she used to do Black activism. So she wants to be someone who's known for shouting and making up a noise. And that's fine if you are impacting positive change. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But she's reached a stage in her life, some of the things that what she thought would sate her didn't sate her. So she was married to, from what she says, a massive successful man, very successful, very proficient, intelligent, everything. She did say he was a narcissist, which is likely because she's very much on the spectrum of that. But she said he did everything. He was a responsible father to all the children. Homes were purchased, businesses were provided. They did great work together. So the reason why they divorced was because he kept on cheating on her. And I remember thinking, what, as a big woman, you divorce your husband because of that? But that's because I'm from Jamaica. And I'm thinking, well, after a certain age, you did that. Okay, cool. Whatever. So she divorced her husband after living quite a stable life, never experiencing a waste man, never experiencing the rougher side of life. And then after that, she felt disillusioned with love and with life. And so I think obviously she went through the whole thing of being convicted and doing time in prison. And she said when she came out, she fancied a bit of rough. Did you hear that? Big woman are telling me now. So she went out with who she says is a waste man. I don't know him. I'm not going to call that man a waste man. I don't know his family. Total disrespect. Yeah. Remember, I'm an artist. I could sit down and chat people for days. I don't have no song, yeah, about listen. Anyway, let's just stop it. She said she fancied a bit of rough. She ended up with a man who had also recently come out of prison. She infamously calls the father of the last child a jailbird. So she's gone from having like a pioneering, innovative community leader to a South London Brixton roadman who is more of a sellout. That's what she's saying. So the power that she was able to access through her first partnership isn't available. And then coincidentally, simultaneously, at the same time, her vision is now focused on South London, the same place where the father of the child comes from. And she spends a year and a half building up a platform primarily exposing men who assault women from South London. Men who know the father of her child, men who were raised. London is not just South London. She isn't even from South London. She's from somewhere else. London is a big place. It's got 4 main north, south, east, and west. But England is a massive place. And wherever there are Caribbean communities, you will find this predatory behavior that she says she's dealing with taking place. But the obsession is showing itself in the track record. So in the track record, she now focuses on the men in the community where her daughter's father's from. She spends a year and a half building up her platform, building up her status, being a big mouth exposer, not an articulate one. She doesn't create one piece of content. She only goes live. Do you understand? So she's an actress, she's a poet, she's a singer, she's an activist, but she doesn't create one piece of content to show where her intellect is. No, she only goes live and talks and talks and talks, and so that's what she does. Until one day she uses the platform that was set up to expose said predators to make a video of her running after the child's father go viral. That's AFUA's issue. You need to heal. Heal from the disappointment. You are powerful. I don't need social media to think that I'm powerful. It doesn't define me. It's an extension of the work that I do. You don't need people you need to feel whole. You bring that wholeness into your platform and into the world, and you, my dear, will know peace. You will thrive. You will do so well. So I have another section to come, the last section. And I thank you all so much for being here so far. See you on the other side.
Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine. My world is so precious, it's so sacred. Anybody try to infiltrate gets erased and replaced with beautiful vibrations, healing and peace. You offer me separation. You offer me self-degradation. You want to replace my peace with confusion. Want me not to love myself. You thrive when I'm deluded. You offer me self-destruction. You give me poisons and the instructions. You give me false images to distort my vision. It's like a death on a mission to destroy my vibration. Surround me with foes, but my ancestors, they see, they know. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. Your offer. Your offer. accept everything that you're coming to offer to me. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer, your offer.
Blessings, everyone. Can you hear me? Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Ring light. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for those of you who have stayed with me. It's been such a pleasure. Yeah, I'll take it off. It's reflecting too much. It's been such a pleasure to go through this rites of passage with you. It's my new rites of passage, 7th of the 7th. And I created a few videos before, my documentaries, so that if certain questions came up, I would say, oh, just go and check out that video. And it turns out that this is going to be one of those same videos where from now on, whenever the foolishness starts with the when it starts with the crabs in the barrel, okay, I just say, oh, I've already done a video on that. Just go and check it out. I don't like repeating myself. That's the reason why I played the videos I played. I cannot bring myself to repeat things that I've already recorded, you know? So thank you so much. So I introduce you to my crab in a barrel squad. In my barrel, I have many crabs. They are not STIs, okay? They are people with crab-like mentalities. I wish they would just heal and let me be. Amenti, Aisha, Malika, Bayush, AFUA, Sika the Crafter, Sarjo, Michelle Lewis, Eruna, and the many who I'm glad I don't even need to mention, because there are many of you. It's a part of our culture. It's a part of humanity. When we don't take the time to develop the beings that we are, we degenerate. We become problematic, not just for ourselves, we become problems for other people. So what this really means in ancient yoga, it is a posture, you know, you see Wakanda. This is a posture of Asar. I mentioned him before, ancient Kemetic Egyptian, ancient African deity. This means a few things. One of them I'd like to highlight is I take responsibility for my energy, for my behavior, for my conduct. None of us are perfect. Running a business, I have made many errors. I think that my biggest errors, I was mentioning to someone yesterday, are when the Grenfell fire happened and I overgave in that area and it mashed up my retreat and it affected me, clients to this day. There's a few decisions that I've made business-wise. It is what it is. That's what happens. We're not human in all areas of our life. But these situations, the people that are even being highlighted aren't major business people. And so with that, we're going to wrap this up. I'm going to finish this presentation, lay it all out on the rug, and just take it from there. Bayush is my third troll. She's a young girl who I didn't speak with for a couple of years. Her grandmother passed away. We were both living in England. And then she just went quiet and I didn't know why. I carried on with my life. She was a youth to me that I was nurturing. And I migrated to Jamaica. While I was in Jamaica, a lot of people who had disappeared or who I had categorically stopped talking to reached out to me. They wanted to repair the friendships. I look back, I think it was because I was in Jamaica and they just wanted to be in the mix. She reached out to me. She explained that she had been watching my pages the whole time that she'd taken her space to check if I was okay. Again, I didn't like that because my page isn't going to let you know if I'm okay or not. All right, so if you want to know if I'm okay, holler at me through the number you have and ask me or DM me if you don't have a number, but the pages, they're pages, they're not people. Anyway, we continued speaking. I came to learn, as said in Temple Time, she was about to have a divorce. In fact, she wasn't going to have a divorce. What happened was she had planned to live with the guy in toxicity. I could hear them arguing all the time. And I said to her, you can't live like that. I don't know who told you can live like that. But when you and someone break up, if you cannot be peaceful, you cannot live together and raise children. That's when you have to move out, find your independence and co-parent. However, if you can be peaceful and keep normality and stability, whatever's good for you is good. So she made the decision after some time to move on. She also started to rediscover some of her passions. One, that was tarot. She joined my tarot class, okay, because I taught tarot as well as providing the readings. She joined the yoga class. She didn't really do the yoga much. I understand the things that she'd gone through had affected her appearance, and her self-confidence wasn't great, okay, but she did try. She also even took my referral that I gave her to go and get some traditional healing and guidance to assist her in her move out of this toxic marriage, out of this toxic home situation. And this is how we came to part. She had a session, it wasn't even with me, I was there, with our Yumfa Ellie Breebon from, he lives in Manchester, and she was given some guidances, which she took on board. Two things stood out to me that I would now be very transparent about because the situation calls for it. She was told that she should not be an ingrate. INGRATE. And I was taken aback because I thought, wow, you rarely hear that. Just sounds like old English, you know. You might hear someone say, don't be ungrateful, but you rarely hear someone say, don't be an ingrate. And I was thinking, ooh, she doesn't come across to me like an ingrate, but maybe it's showing up in another part of her life. She was also told, do not get involved in any form of toxic competition. And because she was always fighting with her husband, I assumed that it was about that. The very next day, I would find out that the advice that Bayush had received not to be an ingrate and not to be involved in any toxic competition was about me. Because the very next day, we had a conversation where I explained, listen to this, listen to how crazy. These stories are crazy. You cannot make them up. She had a prayer from the IFA system. It's a prayer that people say in the morning in Yoruba culture. It's a well-known prayer. Homage to the mothers, homage to the fathers, homage to the teachers, homage to their assistants. Olodumare, homage to you. The owner of today, homage to you. The mysterious mothers, homage to you. Okay? This is the prayer. She asked me, what does it mean? So we go through the prayer and I start explaining, this is the mothers, this is the fathers, this is the teacher, this is the assistant. This is who these people would be in real life to you. And I explained, I'm the teacher and I'm the assistant because I'm teaching her directly, but when she's working with AFUA, I'm assisting him and I'm assisting her. She decides, that's crazy, how can I be the assistant? Remember, me and this girl's not the same age, you know. She's a good, I don't know. At the time, I'd say she's like 10 years younger than me. I don't know the exact amount, but she's younger than me. When I met her, she was a teenager and I had a child that was about 9 years old. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we're not the same. We might be the same generation, but we're not in the same age group like that. So I was like, what do you mean I'm not the teacher? I've been teaching you all this stuff. You come to me to learn this tarot yasa, this yoga here, so now you're coming to me learn Ifa. I'm the person breaking down the prayers to you. I'm the person, what do you mean I'm not the assistant? So it was on this premise that she lost her mind, got mad on the phone, hang up the phone, and start emailing me lots of abuse. Seriously, so Bayush starts emailing me all this abuse. She emailed me, she emailed me. Shada said, look, it's almost like I'm saying, go to the bush, just leave me be, just go. I thought that was the end of it. I woke up the next day, all these trolling, slanderous comments all over my YouTube, Goddess Art Temple at the time. I go on Instagram page, and she's slick. She sets up a page in her name, she sets up a page in my name, then my name, my business name, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, everything. February 2021 until now, July 2023, Bayush has been on a relentless campaign because of that conversation. Do you hear what I'm saying? Because of that conversation where I explained to her what the teacher and the assistant is, after she's received guidance, don't be an ingrate and don't get involved in toxic competition. And I realized this trolling that she's doing, that's the toxic competition, because somehow, somewhere along the road, Bayush thought that our friendships and our business were supposed to be parallel. So I'm just thinking, you're a young lady, you're a young sis, I'm an older sis, we're connecting on a spiritual womanhood, goddesshood, sisterhood. You're thinking, when I met her, she didn't have a business, she wasn't even working, she wasn't in college, she was literally doing nothing but being promiscuous. And that was the age that she was at to be doing that. So I don't understand why it's this thing of where she's competing her business against mine, and the way she's carrying it out now, she's on the campaign to destroy my business. Like, you can destroy people's business. What you're doing is evincing that you've lost your marbles. That's all you ladies are doing. And that's the toxic femininity. When you hide and you create spin to hide the inequity and the ill deeds that you yourself have been doing, anyone will believe your lying stories. But when someone comes forward and says, nip it in the bud, 7th of the 7th, we're not going to do that anymore. So Bayush, she went off to be the troll. So I went on AFUA's platform, remember I said last year, and Bayush reaches out to AFUA. AFUA reaches out to me and says, this lady has reached out to me. I swear, I feel like I'm going to bust up laughing because I swear, it's just, sorry. It's too funny. She says, this lady's reached out to me. She said, don't trust Lenea. She's got this page. It's in your name. I explained the whole story. I've got nothing to hide. Oh, that's Bayush. She's the temple troll. She's our troll. My whole audience are aware of her. Don't worry. It is what it is. You can talk to her if you want. And then afterwards says, yeah, I've got a few pages like that myself. People have set up fake pages, which I wasn't aware of. Why would I? I didn't even know about her. Where everyone knew that there was this lady, I wasn't in the country, so I did not know about her. So I was like, okay, common ground. You know what it's like. I said, it's part of social media. It's a new thing. If you don't have a storefront, people are now going to try to turn to social media if you have a brand. If you don't have a brand, no one's really going to do that. But if you have a brand, if you're a musician, artist, business owner, that's what people do. The bigger you grow, I've seen so many people in the last 3 years have to come out and announce on their pages, this is not me, this is a fake account. And there's people going around creating fake accounts for one reason or the other. Okay? So we moved on. All the stuff happened that I mentioned earlier on. I went to the march. I met the Pussycat. The Pussycat is the artist. The artist asked me to make a song with him. He said the way how he works, we would do all the song in one day. And I remember thinking, that's not really my style. Like, I like to breathe into things, so we could figure out what rhythm we're using first, see what comes up, then meet and voice something, you know? Anyway, I didn't know him as any artist. I never seen this guy before unless he was that one time I saw him on AFUA's platform. So I asked him for his Pussycat name. And I went and had a look for him online. And I found his music. And I thought, wow, this guy is actually very good. I felt that musically, grime, DJ, dub, dubstep, drum and bass, that sort of UK style with a Jamaican dancehall reggae twist. And I resonated with that, clearly. So I waited a few days and I said, okay, let me call him and have this conversation. Before I did that, I noticed that he had a lot of information online, including his birthday. And being the mystic that I am, and being that I was a little bit unnerved by him, but I wasn't sure why, I had a look at his natal chart. And when I had a look at his natal chart, which if you don't know, is a chart of what was happening in the sky on the day you were born, right? And it speaks to a lot of your personality. So when I looked in the natal chart, I could see before I even spoke to this person that he, unfortunately, was by the very least a narcissist, and by the most extreme, potentially a sociopath or a psychopath. I could see that. See, these are the things that I've been learning in the mystery schools that I've been exploring while I've been doing the work, okay? And I find it all very intriguing. And when I see that in someone's chart, I study them, and my friends and family know this. Yeah, so might be new to you, but even celebrities that have these placements, I'll study. Oh, is that how it showed up? Interesting. I love astrology. I love astrology. So I thought, does that affect me? Because I'm just going to do a track with him, so that shouldn't really affect me. Do you get what I'm saying? Plus he's short, so God, he might have short man syndrome, which I've experienced before with someone that I used to work with. But anyway, took some time. I called the pussycat. And what I've decided is, because what I can share about this artist, the pussycat, is probably an hour and a half. And when I considered whether I was going to do this live, I said to my sister, but how can I mention him in a live stream that's about toxic femininity? And she said, well, he's acting like a BIT female dog. Man is moving like a female dog. So if he wants to act like that, you can definitely speak about him in your toxic femininity series. But at the time, I didn't understand the steps that I'll explain that this person took. But I did know that their level of narcissism is unbearable, it's intolerable, which is the reason why within a few weeks of me initially speaking to this pussycat, I rejected him out of my phone. Future, we're not making no tune together, don't call me back, because his character, his being is monstrous, and it was scary for me. And there were a few, from the very first time I spoke to him, I cried on the phone, and he was so conflicted and duplicitous. I don't want to go into all of that. It's something that I may in the future write a book about it, because I realize that he's very uneducated, as are his audience, and they would probably benefit more from being prompted to read a book, because the intelligence that relies on just doing live streams and the inability to articulate oneself in other higher modes of communication like writing is something that his community and him need. And the proof of that is this guy tried to fight me about the fact that the word fillet, you don't pronounce the T. So we're talking about food. He says he loves making fillet. I said, what is that? You know me. What is that? What's fillet? He goes, you know, like, don't you know fillet is because you're from Jamaica? This other man's trying, you know. Me, you know. I said, oh, you mean fillet? He said, no, it's not fillet, it's fillet. It has a T at the end. I said, yeah, but so does the word ballet. Ballet has a T at the end, and it's not called ballet. And the man tried to fight me off for that, and I let him have it because I realized smart people can't argue with people who don't have sense. And that is the beginning, middle, and end, my experience with him. But there's one signifying thing why I really pulled away from it too, that I will mention. I don't want to mention too much because I don't want to pacify the ego of this person. Because if you have a YouTube channel and you're supposed to be a celebrity and a big artist and a big man in the community and all them things, but your videos are all under like 600 views, and you have to call my name on your channel to hit over 1,000 views, I'm not supposed to address you because you're not on my level. You see it? If your normal videos are all like a couple hundred views, and then you call my name and you get 1,000 odd views, you go and thank me for helping you to monetize your channel. But we're not going to do this. And in saying that, I want to say to everyone who I am acknowledging on this video, this is not a response to anybody. Meaning, you lot have been sitting on my name for years. Every year is something else. I don't come out and respond. What this is my own declaration and nip in the bud and a discussion of a very important sickness, illness, and corruption within our society that puts many people at risk every day. So no matter what is said on anybody's platform following this video, I am not responding because I don't even watch your content. If you make any video about me, you can bet your bottom dollar, ask anyone around me, me not watching it because it's witchcraft. And because I know that what you guys are doing with your low vibration and your low intentions for others is you're trying to harness the consciousness of others to actually put attacks on people, energy attacks, social attacks, spiritual attacks. I am not going to contaminate my heavens, my mind, by consuming the content of degenerates. I would not watch a video that I knew this person is just slating me. I'm just not going to watch it. I am not a child and I'm not that curious. You get what I'm saying? Like, I can control myself. So I haven't watched anyone's content. I'm just aware that it has existed and some people had to get their content taken down because they call up too much people's name and said too much damaging things that they cannot event. If I ever take this video down, it will always be on my website. I have my own platform for that exact reason. Okay? So, Bayush, you see where it was with Bayush? We drop off AFUA, Pussycat. Pussycat is possessed, obsessed by someone called Keith Bennett. By someone, Kevin. Pussycat is obsessed and under the psychic control by the way he talks. He's totally consumed. He's out of his mind. And all he wants to do is to solicit the homicide of Keith Bennett. And when this came out of his mouth, in addition to, from the day I spoke to Pussycat, he had nothing good to say about the His Time Is Up movement. He had nothing good to say about AFUA Rose. And this was shocking to me. That's why I don't like mixing with groups of people. AFUA has a march to march and protest against the assault of women. She does not have enough security. She calls on some of the men who in public, they say they support her cause. Pussycat is one of these men. He comes, puts on a big peacock ego puffing performance at the march. Because at the march, AFUA's troll, her online troll, who became my online troll after I went on her platform, we're even going to that, it's unnecessary. He gets arrested. So while I'm singing on stage, I should have brought the footage up, but I don't want their thing on my thing. While I'm singing, Dirty Man, you dirty man, you dirty man, leave the people picnic them alone. The man is getting arrested on the grass in front of me. Killer P puts on so many ego... Pussycat puts on so many ego puffing performances for the camera. But the minute I speak to him later on in the week, he is slating AFUA. He is slating the movement. He's talking about AFUA never had enough security for her daughter. And he told me things I wasn't even praying that. I just came to sing and leave. And that's what I did. And even when I was leaving, AFUA was so happy, so thankful. She had the audacity to reach into the collection bucket. Me, a professional singer, reach into the collection bucket, grab, I don't know what the size of the note was, and try and put it in my hand. And I said, no, AFUA, I am not, first of all, I am not charging you for this. I wasn't even going to come to this march. So I'm thinking, I just came here. This is definitely volunteer work. Secondly, anything you have in that bucket can't pay me for my performance. So here you go. I said, put it back, put it towards the charity. I had already been invited to her birthday dinner. I had politely declined. How can I go to dinner with you? I've never met you before. It's your birthday. I'm there with all your best friends. I don't know you lot, especially with this toxic feminine culture. So I just said to her, thanks for the birthday invite. I'll send some money to your Cash App. And that's what I did. Or I joined her membership. I sent some money and joined the membership. That was the birthday to say, no, I don't. And I even offered her, I'll give you a tarot reading if you want, but I can't do that. I probably just said I was busy, but that's what was going on. Okay. So she offered me the money. I said no. Pussycat came to me, asked me for some milk, like musical milk. We exchange numbers. I leave. I speak to Pussycat. He's got nothing to say. I can tell by everything he's saying. He has been chatting AFUA with everyone in the South London community. Not only that, he's very close as a child growing up, not only to AFUA's daughter's father, who she slated, but also to the man that was arrested, the troll. So his loyalties are splintered. They're all over the place. And I realized this guy's an agent. And some time passes and AFUA's page gets taken down a few times. And I stopped talking to him because the last thing he said to me on the phone was about wanting to assassinate that same man, Mr. Bennett. And I just said, yeah, we're done. Come off my phone. Like, you see, if you're not calling me on a healing tip and you want healing, and I'm telling you, you want healing, and all you can say is, I just want blood. Nah, blood, you need to go. And that was the day that I realized, now think of the fairy tale. The three little pigs, you got the wolf. Yes, a wolf, right? Is it the gingerbread man? You have the wolf. I don't know about a gingerbread man, actually. I think that's a fox. So the three little pigs, you have the wolf, and Little Red Riding Hood is the same wolf, right? And if you know those old fairy tales, there are actually many stories with that wolf, but those are the more popular ones. So what is it about the wolf? He's always dressed as someone else. So he's dressed as the granny. You know what I'm saying? And then when Little Red Riding Hood comes, he's really, think of that picture. I should have uploaded it to this. Same with the pigs. He'd be knocking, little pig, let me in. But who was it? It wasn't no, it was the wolf. That's who Pussycat is. If you look in his face, you'll see it. So I cut that off nicely, not interested, felt traumatized, felt contaminated, the whole, everything. Yuck. Told my family. That's how I'm glad I'm close to my family. Family, sister, yeah, that was crazy. I don't know what's going on in the world today, but I'm not interested. And a couple months passed, and AFUA reached out to me. And I said to her, you know what? On a sister tip, just from an integral space, it's not everything I hear on the road I'm going to come and tell you. I'm just going to let you know that. But there's this one thing that just because of how I know you and why I know you, why we are connected, I need to tell you that Pussycat is an agent. He's against what you're doing. He's not genuine about it, and you need to be careful. That was that. I told her he's a narcissist. I told her I can see it in his chart and I can hear it in his voice. His behavior is even going into his past narcissism. Narcissism is delicate. That man is on something else, right? The Pussycat. So she was like, okay. And then a couple months passed again. I haven't been watching the content for about 6 months now, you know. And that's when my friend says, how come she's there defending Pussycat? And I thought, that's weird. And then we spoke. I don't know if she called me or I called her. I can't remember, but we spoke. And I said to her, like, what's going on with that? And she goes, oh, well, I know you said that. But I spoke to him and I think you two all need to get together and have a conversation. I'm like, are you crazy? Did you think that when I told you that person is an agent, that person is against the cause, did you think as a survivor myself who came and put my documentary about this serial sexual assaulter from my area, you think I'm here to negotiate and debate with someone that I know is against the cause? After they've done exposed, you think I'm here to bash? I'm not here to have no opinion. It's either you take it or you don't take it in it. But I am not going to be having no conversation with the three of you, because in my mind, her character has shown me time and time again, fragmented, unwilling to heal, bitter, resentful, and as a default, corrupted. And maybe you were always corrupt. I don't know you from nowhere. That's just my diagnosis. So I realized, both of their characters are off. So me and her had a fallout on the phone, and that was the end of it. Never thought about it again. Humans don't have to always get on. We weren't friends. We met for a specific reason and a purpose. The purpose had fulfilled itself. I felt that we both supported each other in different ways. We don't owe each other anything. We're not obligated. And she did another thing that I didn't like, which speaks to her character. So one day when she asked, because she kept on calling me and saying, will you come on the live? And I didn't understand why. Initially I was doing it, but then I just had to honor myself and not do it. But one day I was on, there was a lady who, she's a young lady in her 20s. She's exposing the UCKG church. Her mission is to expose the corruption and abuse, specifically psychological and physical by the sounds of it, that's taking place in the UCKG church in the UK, of which she used to be a member. So she came onto the live once, and I think we were on the same live. Then when I went to the march, I didn't know that this march that was supposed to be about defending women was going to change courses halfway through the march, and they went and shut down the UCKG church because that lady was there. So a couple months passed, and AFUA, in the same conversation, said she gave that lady like the freedom to go and shut down the UCKG. That wasn't planned, but she noticed that now the girl, when she's calling the girl's not answering her back. When she's asking the girl to come to these many marches and police stand-ups that she's asking people to come to, the girl's not responding. So I said to her, but AFUA, that's a young girl, you know? Like that girl is a young girl. I don't even know if she's a mum yet. She's on her big campaign. That's her life purpose. She's come on your platform. She's come to your march, yeah? She's probably like so engulfed in what's going on for her and what she's doing. She doesn't feel obligated. So don't, like, basically AFUA was bad speaking the woman. And you see, after that conversation, I said, I'm not dealing with AFUA again. Because if you, as a mother of a 12-year-old, grandmother of young children, don't have the emotional intelligence to look at a young woman who's not responding to you for whatever reason and just say, hey, it is what it is. Why do you feel that anyone that comes onto your platform, they now have to run behind you and keep pushing your cause? Don't you have your fundamental core people? Or is it a manipulation? You can come onto my platform, but there's an unsigned energetic contract that you're entering into. That means once you come onto my platform and say, Kem, you now owe me, and I, AFUA, now owe your soul and your obligation. Do you know how well that is? That is lacking emotional intelligence. It's lacking mental equilibrium, logic, and rationality. It's lacking common sense. It's lacking spiritual intelligence. And this is a community leader. Wolves in sheep's clothing. So imagine anyone can fall out. I said, I'm not having a conversation with this guy. I don't know what you're on. She started running up her mouth. I said, I know you're born on the same day as my mother, but guess what? You're not my mom. I've already left my family home because of the same toxic femininity that you embody. And you think that how many years later, you're going to come back to teach me the same spiritual lesson because you're born on the same day as my mother. What AFUA doesn't know is that the pussycat is born the day before my father. And they are opposites. July 4th, January 5th. Opposites. Cancer, Capricorn in the Western zodiac, Gemini, Sagittarius in the Vedic ancient zodiacs, Egyptian zodiacs. These two beings that have orchestrated this low-level vibrational attempt to assassinate, but all they do is evince their own corruption, are on the opposite sides of the astrological axis. How about that? And are also embodying the birth dates of my mother and my father, energies that I've already mastered and know how to master and will do time and time again in this life, because clearly my destiny calleth for that. And if I saw it go, me will take the car. You understand? Like you asked me to come perform. I said, okay, I'll take the call. Same way destiny calls for me to speak out about these things and to conquer these clearly karmic past life energies. I rise to the occasion. I take the call. That situation should have been done. I stopped talking to pussycats in private. I stopped talking to AFUA in private. I did my I Love My Room podcast about 4 months later. I saw Pussycat turn up on the live, and because he was so violent, abrasive, duplicitous, ignorant, calculating, manipulative, narcissistic, and evil to me in the exchanges that we had before Inner Child, I didn't even filter it. I didn't even control it. I just said the truth. What are you doing? Because I was speaking. Imagine he came on the live and I was saying, I know that women, many women, are afraid to go to events that focus on womanhood and women. And the reason why they're afraid is because of the abrasive and traumatic experiences that they have had with other women, not with other men. So I just want to check something, but with other women. So I was just speaking about that, and in comes the Pussycat. And when I saw him on the live, I was in shock because I was thinking, surely I've blocked you, but if I haven't blocked you, why are you here? We're not talking, you narcissist. Do you get what I'm saying? So I just looked and I said, like, what are you doing here? Like you, Pussycat, you're an agent. You're part of the reason why people are afraid to go to marches, because the same people that are being called in to protect the women don't even believe the women's stories, don't support the movement, don't believe it. They're just on a fake out looking for some clout because everyone is trying to be seen on some random YouTube video like some dead career person. That's what you're out there doing, looking for clout. Okay? Okay. So I didn't say all of that, just so you know. I just said, Pussycat, you're an agent. You should come off my live. I don't know what you're doing here. I'm not going to speak about it. I'll deal with it later. That's all I said. I did not mention AFUA. And when I did mention AFUA during that live, it was just part of the context of the work, the healing. I never said a negative thing publicly or to anyone outside of my immediate home circle and family and friendship. One other person in my friend circle. And no one knew I saw me tan. Me no mix up, me no live no reality show. If me and somebody follow, yes sir, what the internet have to do with that? You know life people with no boundaries. No boundaries. Do you understand what I'm saying? Never said anything. Carried on. Went and did I Love My Room. Divine, beautiful time. Never. Oh, he did say, the Pussycat, okay, wait until Sunday. I'm going to go live on my podcast and I'm going to talk about you. And as a true sage, and someone with gut mode, because all my thing is gut mode. When you watch my videos, I'm just making predictions the whole way through. Even the I Love My Room was a prediction for what was about to come. I spoke about treacherous femininity, and then AFUA came and manifested what I said. Goat mouth is something we say in Jamaica when people speak what's about to happen without knowing necessarily that's what they're doing. Okay? He said, right, I'm going to make a live about you. I say, do it. And remember that you need to call my name because the video will do good because of who I am. And I bring value to anything I'm a part of. So do what you're doing in it. Deuces. I don't watch his content. I don't care. No one in my circle watches his content. No one cares. We had no idea that Pussycat had gone ahead and done the video on the Sunday because no one cared. He realized that no one cared. He made the video for clout. He wanted all the reaction. He didn't get no reaction. Who did he go and run to? Who did he go? And again, he was used to show how weak, how corruptible, and how lacking integrity AFUA is. He ran to AFUA. I don't know how it happened behind the scenes, but he made a video. No one cared. No one saw it. I didn't even know about it. A couple weeks pass. Someone reaches out to me and says, what's going on with you and AFUA? Mad people. And I say, what do you mean? Like, I haven't spoken to AFUA for about 4 months. Like, at this point, it was a long time. I said, nothing's going on with me and AFUA. what's this then? Send me a screenshot. Jesus, peace of his mercy. AFUA, this suck-out looking woman who's taken a break apparently, and she should, because if you don't practice healing and regeneration and you're always on the battlefield, you don't meditate, you don't connect with your inner self, you do nothing to replenish your being, to clarify your soul and your mind, you will start getting mash up. And mash up is reaching her. And everyone can see it. And I know I don't look mash up. So I didn't understand how she had the audacity and the blindness with her visual status. It's probably because she wears glasses. To put some very insulting comments about me, calling me, like literally, I don't want to say what it is, but she did compare, she used a word in Jamaica called marga, which means skinny. And it is superficial. But you see, in my family, the ladies, we have slim arms. So no matter what size we are, we have to be really big for our arms to look big. You know that kind of way? When I tell you, there's no part of my body that's slim or skinny. I was so shocked that she was calling me skinny. My breasts are going down the road. My belly is going down the other side of the road. And my bottom is going way down the field to the park. My thighs are, I'm like, what's going on? So I realized this woman's mad. Again, it's more madness. She starts to assassinate my parents. She starts my parents, though, to show how shallow she is. She has no substance. She says she's going to do a live stream about me. I'm like, here we go. The live stream happens. I don't watch it. To be honest, I don't think we share a lot of the same audience because only 2 people reached out to me and my friend. So 2 people, imagine how big my audience is, you know. 2 people reach out to me. One, I've never met them in my life, is someone who just likes my post. They've never supported a product. They never come to a performance. The other, I have met them. They told me that they've been following me for years before the time that I got acquainted with them. They've never supported me in my life. They've never come to a show. So I realized the 2 people that reached out to me are not actually part of my community. They're people that I appreciate because they like now and then, but they will never show up in real life. They're not coming to an event. They're not downloading your music. They're not even going to leave a comment on your video. They just watch. And now and then, they might begrudgingly leave a like. So I thought, this is strange. I'm not watching it. My friend came and gave me some feedback. I realized that AFUA has lost her head because AFUA has teamed up with Bayush. Bayush is on AFUA's page using an Instagram handle, Tasha76, Tasha some numbers 76. Bayush is slating me in the comments. AFUA has gone on her video and shared all this stuff that comes from Bayush, knowing that Bayush is a troll. She isn't, Bayush hasn't tricked AFUA. Bayush might think that she's tricked AFUA, but I told AFUA in a very lengthy, detailed conversation since last year. I even told AFUA, which makes me think AFUA is wicked because AFUA knows that I've reported Bayush to the police and they're fully aware of what she's doing. But yeah, because AFUA wants to join this weird campaign with the agent who's against her campaign, yeah, she's run to bring this information that she knows is false and open the doors for all the vultures, all the zombies, like the Aisha, who the police had to shut her down. She make Aisha come talk. Apparently, I don't know if she spoke or if she read something. I don't know what it was because I never watched it. But apparently, Aisha, my first troll, by Yoshu AFUA full well. You see how sick she is? Sick, wicked, and corrupt, and I can't chat to me. Anyway, on a semi-pan road, just cross the road. Them the caliber of woman, white, black, blue, or purple. You low vibration feminines. You should have come to yoga class. You should have come to I Love My Room, but you couldn't have come. You would have contaminated my students because your spirits, yeah, your spirits, yeah, are degenerated. A big 53-year-old grandmother runs with the spin, knowing that she's spreading lies to the masses. Why? Because she knows that I've called Pussycat an agent, and now she's afraid. If she's gone as far to call him an agent and she says she's going to explain why, in me explaining how Pussycat is an agent, AFUA is fearing that I'm going to reveal her. But I am not corrupt. I don't need to tell people one person's story to tell another person's story. You understand? I never had any intention of ever speaking about AFUA in this life or the next. But one thing I will say is that I do believe in past lives only because of the things I've dreamt, not because of anything I've read. I have dreamt myself in many different past lives enough to know that I've been here before. And as I cognitize that information with what I've read and my life experiences, I take responsibility like this, as I said before, to nip in the bud, not just situations from this decade. This isn't about this life. No day is promised. None of us know how long we're going to be here. And I find that these are spiritual fights that people are taking up as part of their missions in life because they've lost their way. And what that means is, if we don't deal with these issues in this life, in accordance to my experience, we're going to be dealing with it in the next life. And I'm not interested in dealing with any of this stuff in the next life. This is the longest live I've ever done on my page. I have an audience of 8,000 new people. They don't even know this, Lenea. But you know what? I'm very thankful I was able to do this, because when I'm sharing my songs, you guys don't know who I am. And it's just a random song. Maybe I Decline will mean something now. You're like, that's who she is. That's the amount of trolls she's had. She's had to keep going no matter what. She was doing these different things because she's gifted and she was a lone parent. She had to. It's a context. I am not ashamed of my journey, my life force. I give thanks that I'm here. But because I know no day is promised, and because I have a descendant, I have someone who walks this planet that comes from me. The reason why I said what the ladies are doing and the pussycat is witchcraft is in ancient African spirituality, when people sit down with the intention to defame, slander, and lie and gossip about people, it is seen as a form of witchcraft. When it comes to violence, let's go back to crab in a barrel, bad mind. The violence in Jamaica is usually associated with men. That doesn't mean women aren't violent. Women set up their friends to be assaulted all the time. Women set up other women friends to be assaulted by males all over this planet. But me no said that happened in Jamaica a lot. So violence isn't just physical, and one violence that a woman has is her mouth. So we do not compare or see as parallel the masculine, aggressive, overt violence. We don't put that as parallel with the feminine, verbal, energetic violence. But I would put it to you, in this world of the battle between good and evil, they are just as detrimental and poisonous. So what these crabs in my barrel are doing is violent. You're being violent towards me and mine. So I have a responsibility. Do you get what I'm saying? Not for you guys, but for my descendants. So that when I leave this planet, may they have the opportunity to look back and see, what did mum experience? How did she cognize and process that? What were the lessons that she learned? And how can I implement that into my life to move with more safety and to navigate with more safety on this planet? Because the rules of this planet aren't changing. That's all right, they're not changing. They're not changing. We're born and see corruption. We're going to pass and see it. We're born to see on all these assaults, all these injustices is part of the realm of this planet. It's been like that from the beginning of time. We have evolutions, but as much as technology is evolving, you can use a platform to go live, but you need to do the work to develop your spiritual technology. And you do that through discipline. You would have had to have gone through a path of discipline, even if it's for a year, bro. Get some discipline, then you can start to harness your anatomy, mental, spiritual, emotional. then you can move in alignment with something that's of benefit to the planet, then you're worth, your name's worth calling, to be honest. But this contortion of self and then purging and projecting said contortion and dysfunction on others, not everyone's going to take it, and I am not. So please, don't call me sis. Don't call me sis. I've written a song about it. I just haven't recorded it yet. And it's the next song. I'm not going to sing it. I don't know if I have the voice. It goes, please don't call me sis if you're going to turn around and diss me. If you're going to stab me in my back. If you're full of jealousy and envy, I beg you, please miss me with that. You're too damn grown and I'm too damn grown. I've been on this planet many times before. So if you're going to turn around and diss me, I beg you, please don't call me sis. Okay, let's wrap this up. I think I've come to the end, almost done. So after this mental disgrace that was exhibited within our community, just to show how far we haven't come and why I don't identify with so many labels and tags anymore. That's why I don't identify with you guys and all your woke stuff. I'm just not part of it. I'm human. I'm here for clean-hearted people. I don't want to align with people based on one specific thing that we have in common. I need us to have more in resonance. Your vibration needs to be high, basically. Your hands need to be clean. And it doesn't mean, you haven't done anything in your, no, it's just that right now in this time, you need to be better. Do you get what I'm saying? Cool. So AFUA runs with the fake troll that she knows is a fake troll, Bayush, and bases her whole thing on Aisha, who's already been exposed as my first troll, and all the little critters who I don't know who they are, I didn't watch it. But one thing I will say is I was sent because I reported it to the police, because I reported everyone because I'm not playing with you guys. Yeah. Because you're doing spiritual attack and I'm a professional person. I'm like, wow, is this legal? Is this harassment? Is this slander? The least thing I want to do is log it because we don't know what's going to happen next year. And every year is something, right? When I look on the page of Tasha 76 or whatever her name is, she is leading the debate. But there's also the other page that's her in my name, and on some page the truth about Lenea, I think, as well. I'm not sure why I haven't been checking them recently. So it gives the audience the impression that these are separate people. Do you get what I'm saying? But Bayush is Ken's Designs. That's who she really is. Do you understand? I even know her mother. Her mother has attended I Love My Womb twice. Her mother is as underdeveloped as she. She's older than me. Do you get what I'm saying? But she's young. She's lovely, but she's young. And that's the reason why Bayush is also so young, because my daughter, who's literally just at the end of her teens, has no children, nothing like that, is much more mature than Bayush, Aisha, Amenti, AFUA, and Bayush's mother. My daughter, So I'm not saying this just, I'm being real. Y'all need to grow. You can't force it, but just work on yourself. Anyway, so I see these posts, I get the screenshots, I send them to the police. I see that there's some people that are running up their mouth again on the post that I have to address here, because y'all are just, you're ridiculous. So let's just start with Sarjo, because you came first. Can't remember what she said, I don't care, but she had a lot to say and she was slating me. About 4 years into I Love My Room, I started to feel like I wanted to work behind the scenes. I set up a I Love My Room photo challenge. Very new at the time, massive challenge. Thousands of engagement, thousands of new followers. It was amazing. It was an amazing experience. During that challenge, I met Sarjo online. She sells yoni eggs. She's apparently a fertility expert, but she has no children. I'm not being funny, but you cannot sell people products and say, use this product, use this item to have children if you can't show your evidence. You see what I'm telling you about a Vincent thing? Everybody wants to jump up. I'm a healer. I'm a this. Where's your evidence, bro? Where's your baby? Come on. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I hadn't got to that point yet. I didn't know this. I hadn't freed her yet in that way. But I would. I found her very engaging, very charismatic, very beautiful lady, great speaking for the camera. She was doing my challenge and I was reposting all of the content. I reached out to her, we started communicating. I said, I'm looking for someone as a front person for I Love My Room. I think you do a good job. I've got an established brand and business. She just started something new. Or I don't know. I just found her. I don't know how long she was doing it. So she was really interested because she's that kind of person. She's always looking for an opportunity, which is the reason why she will exploit business areas that she has no business being in because she's just trying to make some money. Yeah, just trying to hustle. One day, this is very unusual. One day she came to my house. I wonder if I come forward, if we look at the ring light. So she came to my house and I said something to her because she was selling a product that was linked with a specific spiritual system and deities. And she was acting like she was deeply involved in that spiritual system and those deities. It was Oshun. She was selling Oshun this, Oshun that. And she was putting posts about Oshun and the Orisha and like, that was a major part of my world. So when she came to my house, I just showed her something. I goes, oh, there's my Orisha over there. There's my, yeah, seriously. This is at that time, all right. This is about 6 years ago, 7 years, 6, 7 years. The girl was so nonchalant, disrespectful, didn't care. The way she behaved in my house was like a child with her energy. It was just so weird. And I realized you are a complete front. You're a farce. You are not. Whatever you're saying you are on Instagram, or you're not even spiritual. Like, you're just a good business person and there's nothing wrong with that. But why are you out here representing yourself like this, and you've got Oshun products and you don't care about the Orisha? Like, no, that doesn't sit well with me. So I decided, no, actually, I'm not going to look for the front person. I always felt depressed if I Love My Room. Like, I want to keep going, but I need help. Do I have to do it? And it was like, yes, you do. And see there now, 9.5 years in, I'm so glad. I'm so thankful. I didn't let anybody front my project. I didn't give anyone the reins, because had I done that, they would have destroyed it. The same way how they try and destroy me. So for about 2-3 years, I do the I Love My Room photo challenge. So what it is, say it's January. For each day of the month, I put a theme. Favorite ancestor, favorite everything, like favorite womb tea, favorite affirmation, favorite singer, favorite book, favorite quote, favorite crystal, for everything. And then on each day, you post something that's related to that, and then I share it back. It was fun. So some time had passed. We've gone our separate ways. Another lady who's, anyway, gossip. So because she was a gossip, every time she came and said to me that someone was copying my work online, I would shoo her away. Seriously. So she'd be like, Lenea, these girls, they're so bad. Do you know who you are? These women are creating whole businesses over one thing you said online. You got a lot of duplicates online. And I'd just be like, just stop it. I didn't want to go into that. I never necessarily believed it. But I also felt like, even if that was happening, I just didn't want to be involved. I just felt like it was mixed up. So for about 2 years, I am not acknowledging what she's saying. And then one day, I go on a lady's post and I see she's doing a womb challenge. I think, oh, this is interesting. Let me have a look. I click on the womb challenge. It's the same thing. It's the 31 days of the month. I said, oh, this is really interesting. Not really oblivious at the time. I look at the days, I look at the themes, and I immediately have to look up and say, whose challenge is this? Because this is my challenge. Now, I understand how social media is. You can see a pre-existing challenge, take it, crop out the top, put your logo on it and flip it out. And people do that. But when I realized that it was Sarjo who had done it, after I had invited Sarjo to I Love My Room, I think it was the third or fourth I Love My Room, possibly the third, to come and give a free presentation to my community of women about her women wellness products and her yoni eggs. Again, just like with a mentee, I never charged her commission or anything. Sisterhood. The women took her information. Many of them bought yoni eggs. She never thought to say, here, Lenea, thanks, nothing. I won't take away from her. When she first reached out to me, she said she had a gift for me and she gave me a yoni egg. But I'm not into yoni eggs. I'm going to be honest. I'm not into it. I'm not. And it's not every pup you're finiam from, and it's not every trend. And I'm okay with the yoni egg thing. I'm alright. So I found them beautiful. Like maybe you could wear them in your bra, have them around the house. But I didn't feel a need to go into that trend because it clearly was one. Because, yeah. And I'm not against them. I'm not saying I would never use it in the future, but that's not where I'm vibing. Cool. So I invited her to come and do the presentation. She got clients from my business as a result of that. She came to my home. She was dismissive to the spirituality. She wasn't genuine, but she had access to me. We never fell out. So she decided that she wanted to do my photo challenge, but she wasn't going to ask me or acknowledge me, even though she knew me. Even though we'd had these experiences, she just went about her business, stole my work, rebranded it as her own work. Yes, Miss Sarjo, daughter of Ewuna. And there's only one reason why I'm going to mention Ewuna, because y'all are too much. You're bullies and you mess with the wrong person. You're bullies, all of you. All of you are bullies, but you can't bully me. I reached out to Sarjo and I said, what's going on? I sent her the screenshot. Why have you done this? I can't remember what she said, but the conversation done. I was like, you didn't even have to ask me permission. You could have just acknowledged and said, inspired by I Love My Room or inspired by Lenea. You know exactly where it comes from. You did it with me 2 years in a row. Tomorrow I can share the post because I've still got all the posts. I got all my content, right? You did it and then you stole it and you did it with your audience knowing I wouldn't see it. You have people coming to tell me people are stealing your work, me not knowing it's you, Sarjo, that's been in my home. What, do you not have any morals? Were you not raised with any principle? Do you not have integrity? Or were you just out here trying to exploit everyone in the name of business? When you have enough gifts, when you sit and cultivate said gifts, you don't have to steal people's work. You don't have to do it because you've got gifts inside of you to share. It's only people who aren't doing the work on themselves that have to go and let me steal this photo challenge, act like it's mine. Boom. No. So that's what happened with Sarjo. She didn't have no apologies or anything. What she did have was her mother. Sarjo is older than me. We met in a business context. I'm working in women's wellness. I'm a yogini. You're working in women's wellness. You're doing your yoga eggs. You didn't have no training for that. You just buy some eggs from Alibaba and go sell them to people. But okay. You steal my work. I reach out to you about it, Sarjo. Why is your mama contacting me, you bullies? Why is your mother? How dare you? You should be ashamed. How dare... My mother has never reached out to anyone professionally for me. And we have had many times when she could have. Why is your mother? You're a big woman in your 40s. You're older than me. Why is your mother reaching out to me? And the worst thing about her mum reaching out to me is she must have thought that I'd be impressed. Her mum is also a Cancer like my mum. Don't try me. Imagine I spent 160 or 180 pounds with her mother. And I got a piece that I used to wear all the time. My old audience remember it. I designed it myself. I said, I want the butterfly. I want the cowrie shell. It was a few things that represented femininity and my ancestry. and it's like a hand bracelet. It's got a chain. The images are here in silver, and then it goes around here. You know, one of those? Me order the thing from Ewuna. I went quay to Shepherd's Bush, and I got this piece made, and I went to collect it. And from the day I bought that item for £160 minimum, that thing wouldn't stop dropping off of my hand. I went back, she fixed it, because it broke. It literally broke. The chain that goes around the finger broke. I moved to Jamaica. Before I even move it broke, I had to use a thread, a normal nylon thread, and sew it in. When I reached Jamaica, I met this jeweler from Canada. This lady makes jewelry that is like sound wave. So whatever the sound wave is of your name, she'll now put it in jewelry. Beautiful. So I said, oh, wow, I've got this piece. And I was showing it to her. She said to me, that thing isn't made properly. Who made that? And she explained to me, because of how heavy this bit is here with the silver work, there can't just be one chain here. There should be a loop in the silver body, and the chain should run. There should be a separate hoop. Do you get what I'm saying? Then the chain, it will allow it to deal with what it was made for. Ewuna sold me a product that wasn't fit for the purpose rendered, and I sold that 160 to 80 pound chain for £5 at the pawn shop, because I realized between her and her daughter, y'all ain't right, and I took the loss. I don't business. Money's energy has come back to me 100 times already. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm good. So that's dealing with that. The last people that I want to mention are Seeker the Craft, who also got her mama to reach out to me. I don't appreciate you girls. You're older than me. You can't fight your own battles. I'm giving myself a challenge to get this done in 15 minutes so I can make it a 7-hour video, which will hit the 7/7/23. So let's go. 15 minutes and we're done. Yeah, I'm tired of it. Don't call me sis with your corruption. In Jamaica, they have this saying, malt cut cross where malt make for chat. That means your malt is cut that way and it's made to chat, and you can say anything you want. It means nothing. Actions are talking words, you critters. Seeker the Crafter is someone that I knew as a producer. I never worked with her. I had a friend. She produced some work for him back in the day. Cool. Never met her, was connected to her online. In the UK, there was a whole bunch of us connected. We never met each other. Well, I'd never met them. Cool. Never met her one time in my life. I put on several music nights over many courses of many years and never saw her. Several yoga events, never saw her. I put on several women goddess events and never saw her. No matter what I ever did. Seeker the Crafter, my art therapist, whatever her name is now, Jessica, I never saw her. She never turned up. And yet, when I moved all the way from England, cray to Jamaica, yeah, who's rolling up in my inbox like the people I'd cut off? Here is Seeker the Crafter. She's coming to Jamaica. She wants to meet up. Can I show her this? Can I show her that? How am I living? That's all everyone wants to know. How am I living? How am I surviving? I said to my partner at the time, you know what, bruh, what's wrong with her, man? Why is she reaching out to me? This girl is so fake. I literally said that. I was like, she's never endorsed me ever in this life. Now I reach Jamaica, everyone who's never supported me in any way, when they come in Jamaica, they want me and them to link. Why? I was raised in Jamaica. It's not no holiday for me, like, oh, it's a holiday for you. Me run gone home. And when you're coming on your holiday, yeah, you want me to be tour guide so you can put pictures up online and say you were with Lenea, who you didn't even frups on when she was in England. Why do you guys do this stuff and think people don't see you for who you are? It's just so emotionally unintelligent. I said all of this to my partner. He said, come on, Lenea, don't be like that. I said, no, you don't understand. He's like, no, you sound like you're being miserable. I said, no, you don't understand. He said, just do it for me. Seriously, you know? And I was so loved up and I was so booed up. I was like, oh, God, I really don't want to. But okay, you know. Okay, Lord of God. End up have to rent car. Take Seeker all the way from Kingston to St. Thomas Beach when Seeker has family, you know. living in Harbour View, which is on the outside of Kingston. Text Seeker to Shepping Done, the vegan restaurant on Constant Spring, bossing her on Connect and making her know this is this and this is that. And she's asking me bare questions a mile a minute. How do you do this? How do you do that? Because I had an online store. I was just working online. I was just doing my spiritual and creative arts. And she wanted to know because she wanted to do it. She told me she and her husband wants to move back to Jamaica. And she's trying to figure out how to do it. It's a question a minute. I realized this girl's vamping me. I said, geez, I'm going to have to put a price on it. So I'd already created a temple membership for my business where there were 5 women that did 5 different things that I would share their work anyway. Just, oh, I like your stuff, let me share it. But I had a booming platform. I was going live and it was really it was my career. I was doing well. So I said, you know what? I'll create a partnership. For some people, it was £100 a year. Some people, it was 150. I think for Seeker, it was 2 because we weren't close like that. And with this partnership, you would get the opportunity to come on my Facebook Live once a week. You'd have your own scheduled live. Your products would be in my store. I would put your stuff on my social media and people would basically start seeing your stuff if they wanted to engage in said stuff. So she was one. She was the last one. I created flyers, Goddess Art TV, me and a range of women, all different live streams. Everyone starts their live stream, yeah? Everyone starts a live stream. The day or 2 before Seeker's live stream, she reaches out to me and says, I thought she said she was being nervous. And I said, okay, don't worry. Just keep your confidence up. And I asked her if she wanted me to draw some cards, everything, draw some cards. I read the cards. I thought she was gone into self-sabotage, but now looking back, she was lying. She was being deceitful. She was trying to come out of it without being direct. Just be direct. You're a big woman. You're married. Be direct. No. Refusal to be direct. This is when Seeker became a 0.5. She was like my 1.5 troll. Mini troll. So when you run up your mouth about me, Seeker online, please put all this stuff, how you run to Jamaica to come and hitch up under my back foot. I'm going to like you. I'm going to know you from nowhere. I never come support any event before, and you never did mine. So how you reach a Jamaica up in a space? How did that happen and why? And how did you end up having a scheduled live and your products and all of this stuff and getting help from me to launch your art therapy deck? What, you must remember when you're telling lie on people, there's always 2 sides to the story. The next morning, after Seeker said she was not confident, yeah. Excuse me. It's because too much talking. Right, got 10 minutes. The next morning, one of the partners reached out to me and said, do you know Seeker is slating you on her page? I said, you can't be kidding me. Slating me for what? Me and the lady never even had a fallout. The last time I was speaking to that lady, I was giving her a pep talk. Why on earth would she be slating me? She said, she's saying that people, meaning you, Lenea, you're not taking her mental health issues into account and you're bullying her to do things that she doesn't want to do and she's having mental health issues and stuff like that. I was really disgusted. Again, another woman that's older than me, you toxic crabs, have been toxic. You couldn't reach out to me and just text me if you can't say it. I never know you had mental health problems. She never said. You contacted me and said, oh, confidence, rare. You're the adult. You have to take responsibility for yourself. So I go on my platform because I realized this dance is clearly done. Tell my platform, I'm so sorry. I'm canceling Seeker's live because Seeker's live stream, because she's having some mental health challenges. Remember, that's what she said on her page while she's shading me. And I do encourage Seeker and everyone, when you're working in therapy, whether you're an art therapist that's just stopped being a teacher assistant and you're trying to go in full-time business like Seeker, whether you're someone like me that's dedicated your world full-time to these disciplines, someone who's, whatever the scenario is, anyone who's offering wellness, even just through music, vibration, any vibrational work, one has to really take care of themselves. Okay? When I put the post up, here comes Seeker's dry foot audience all over my page. Now, what was strange is she's put that on her post about me. I go to cancel my own live stream that she's set up to do, repeating her own language. Why is Seeker's mom reaching out to me? Why is Seeker's mom reaching out to me? It's a bullying thing. It's okay for her to say that about her mental health on her page and snub me on your small page with like 1,000 followers. But it's not okay for me to go on my page with my combined audience at the time of about 10,000 followers between Instagram and Facebook and let them know the live that I've been promoting with Seeker is now cancelled because of what Seeker said. No, even her mama. Don't do that to me. If you want me to respect you as any kind of professional and we have any kind of issue, do not get your mother to reach out to me. I never met Seeker's mother a day in my life. We are not in school. And I was thoroughly unimpressed and still am. Grow up. If you need your mother to fight your battles, you've got no business being a therapist. You need to learn autonomy, responsibility, the ability to respond, autonomy, the ability to govern oneself. You all need to get some spiritual discipline and stop acting like because you got 2 dreadlocks, 2 African print, 2 Ankh, 2 good Juju Brown or whatever it is, that people can't see that this is just a fashion movement for you because your behavior and your childishness as a married woman, you're going to get your mum to reach out anyway. So that's what happened with Seeker. So apparently Seeker's been since AFUA comes out with her fake troll Bayush news, and Seeker is there chatting away with a troll who is a 20-odd-year-old girl Bayush on AFUA's page. And Seeker don't know. And all Seeker is doing is making a troll make her show her dirty hand so I can come and nip this in the bud and make you guys know I have a crab. I have a barrel. It is full of crabs. Some of them I'm not naming, but there are some big, hungry crabs that are filled with eggs. You know when you open a crab, do you know what's inside of it? Feces. Aha! So that's what they're full of, just like crabs. Feces. Amenti, Bayush, Aisha, Malika, who else? Afua, Sika, Ewuna, Sika's mama, Sarjo. And we're going to end this last segment because I am going to get it in the 7 minutes. Michelle Lewis. Imagine someone reach out to me and say, who is Mishi Boo? She's online saying she knows you under Afua's post. I said, I don't know who Mishi Boo is. It's my daughter. My daughter come and said to me, Mom, it's Michelle from Harlesden. Michelle, who I don't know how many children Michelle has. I met her at a community group when I was trying to lead Bayush off the promiscuous life. I took my daughter and Bayush to a community group called Mind the Gap. And that's where I met Michelle. And Michelle was one of the troubled women in the group who, I don't know if it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but however many children she was bringing in, the government was taking them away. Now imagine that. Imagine that you're a woman, that you're what you're known for in my community is having a range of children with a range of fathers and having many instances where those children had to be taken away from you by the government. And I supported you, and my daughter supported you, and you don't know that you're there being gaslighted by Bayush, the little 20-year-old girl with dreadlocks that came to that meeting with me, and you're slating me. You're slating me. What value have you brought to this community? When my daughter was going to high school, one of your daughters was there, and as far as I know, the other wasn't approved. They're in foster care. Don't ramp with me. When you bring value to the community, you don't have time to be sitting on people's name the way how you have the audacity to do. Michelle Lewis was the first red flag of the crab in a barrel mentality from the Caribbean in England that I witnessed. During this time, my daughter won an award from Channel 4 for a short film that she did. And Michelle and another lady from the same group, they were both called Michelle. They both came with me to go and accept the award with my daughter. This is another woman from, Yeah, so you were there to run up and we went out for a meal. Do you remember, to celebrate my daughter's accomplishment when you weren't even with your children because you couldn't keep your children, and we were there supporting you through that. And me and my daughter came and supported you at your birthday. And when she came to my house one day, that's when I realized this community is a myth. We'd gone somewhere where we'd seen a community leader. I'm not going to call her name. I'm not mixed up, but she's very big and she's very well known. And Michelle was ha, 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 hoo, all the smiling and niceties. And when I got into the house, with the one time she came to my house, I think she was watching my daughter. Anyway, when I got into the house and I was telling her, and we're talking about, she said so many slandering, defaming, terrible things about this woman who had already been established as a wellness practitioner with a great strong brand and clean presence. And it made me realize immediately, but you were just smiling in that woman's face. And that's when I started to see. That time I was just doing music and acting. I wasn't even a yoga teacher. 2013. That's when I met Michelle. And 10 years later, after people go above and beyond and all pay for travel and food to come and support you and your sorrow and your misery and the bad decisions that you made of your life, you think you can come and sit on my name. So please, don't call me sis. When you see me, all of you, miss me with it. It's been an absolute pleasure. A healing, a cognizing and integration to share this with all of you. I will be splitting up the video into digestible, bite-sized contributions to make people think, check their actions, check their conduct, check our character, check ourselves, and to protect ourselves from those who do not deserve access. And every single person who's become a troll is like that because I removed access. They weren't allowed to access me and they had a tantrum. You've all having tantrums basically because Lenea said no. And you're not going to change it. You're not going to draw me out of my character. You're not going to make me lose sleep. You hurt me because I am human. You hurt me, all of you. Not Michelle, not Sika, not Sarjo. You lot are fry. The rest of you hurt me because every single one of you, including Michelle, Sika, and Sarjo, is women that I have gone above and beyond to try and help, but you never tried to help me. And I let that be my badge of honor.
Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine. My world is so precious, it's so sacred. Anybody try to infiltrate gets erased and replaced with beautiful vibrations, healing and you offer me sufferation. You offer me self-degradation. You want to replace my peace with confusion. Want me not to love myself. You thrive when I'm deluded. You offer me self-destruction. You give me poisons and the instructions. You give me false images to distort my vision. It's like a death on a mission to destroy my vibration. Surround me with foes, but my ancestors, they see, they know. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call call mine, I decline your offer. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. 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 I offer me beautification. I offer me freedom. I give myself healing. I give my life meaning. I know that I am here for a beautiful reason. I offer me self-love. I offer me a rainbow. I know I am blessed and I know I am worthy. So I reject everything that you're coming to offer to me. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. Your offer. show me the way. Where I am, I'm falling and I need a hand to show me the way. Oh, show me the way. Will you help me? Will you help me? Will you help me? Will you help me? So I want to have a conversation, and this is a little bit of a, so how can I say this? This is a forewarning for the decade ahead. This is a warning for the decade ahead. So what I would like to speak about this evening, and please communicate with me, send me messages if you resonate, if you've got anything to say. Okay, what I would like to speak about is standing up for yourself and open enemies. Blessings, Deborah. Wagwan goddess. How you doing? How you doing, girl? Walton Cherry. What's up, goddess? I haven't seen you in ages. Blessings. Okay. So I'm here to talk about standing up for yourself and open enemies, okay? So I am going to do some readings, but that's not the main reason why I'm here. I'm actually here just to have a discussion. You know what we're like. We like to have a little chat. And I was just processing a few things, and my ancestors have been all over me. Like some days I've been feeling quite heavy, some days I've been feeling great, but every day there's been some breakthrough, some information coming through, some guidance, some blessings. So I've just been rolling with it, okay? And one of the things that I'm being asked to speak on is standing up for yourself and open enemies, okay? So what are open enemies, okay? Open enemies are generally enemies that are known to you, okay? It's like a known enemy. And in astrology, usually your open enemies, it would be represented by 6th house energy. So as a Leo rising, my 6th house is Aquarius. So now we're in Aquarius season. I am literally in my astrological season where I really think about relationships, all relationships, friendships, intimate relationships, work relationships, partnerships, the whole thing. And I kind of like work out, am I on the right path? Is this what I want? Or are there some changes that I need to make? And we all go through this every year, depending on where your 6th house is. You're going to find that you're going to be in that space, okay? Thank you, Deborah. I love having you. I love the support. I love your vibe, okay? So yeah, so that's so in addition to the 6th house representing the relationships that you want, it can also represent the relationships that you don't want, your enemies. Do you get what I'm saying? Can your family be open enemies? Absolutely. Anybody can be an open enemy. Your child, your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your auntie, your uncle. Now, what happened with me is I had a very dysfunctional family, and my motto in the family used to be the buck stops with me, which kind of meant the foolishness that you lot are keeping up, yeah, in your separate pockets, the gossiping, the backbiting, the this and the that. Once it comes to me, the buck stops with me, because I'm not going to be going to this person, going to that person. But what I will do is check the person coming to me. So I earned that reputation in my family, in my immediate family and in my extended family. I wasn't the person, if you wanted to like gossip about someone else in the family, if you wanted to like air all your grievances against someone in the family, I was not the person to come to. You would have to go to someone who had a more shadier character, okay? So what happened is that I learned, and we all do, okay? I learned a lot of very serious lessons within my immediate family and within my extended family. And they were powerful lessons. But unfortunately, what happened is, as I started to journey through life, I forgot that the lessons that I learned within the family network were the global lessons that I would continue to learn if I didn't master those areas. Do you get what I'm saying? So the way how I responded to my family to kind of keep them in their respectful places, yeah, was essentially the same way how I was responding to other relationships to keep people in their places. But what happened is as I grew and as I learned, we're learning, we're growing, I went through a blind spot. I will definitely say to you that from like 2013 to about 2017, I was going through a complete blind spot. So I was blind not only to the actions of other people, I was blind to what my responses were. I was in my own shadow. I'm not shadow as in my darker self or that what we call shadow. I literally couldn't see everything that was going on. Greetings, Bianca, Wagwan, Goddess, you're good in the place, right? So during that time, so I'm just going to chart from 2010 to 2020, okay? So we've had a decade. And many of us, we've been blessed to live out the whole decade. Whether we've been up, whether we've been down, it's been a whole decade, okay? Within that decade, I feel like the first few years I was quite aware, but the last few years I was quite unconscious. And as a result of that unconsciousness that I was experiencing, whether it was astrological, whether it was whatever it was, I accepted certain things that I wouldn't have accepted had they happened in my family group. But remember what I said, the family group gives you those lessons and you need to learn those lessons so you can go out into the world. So if there's a lesson that's come up in the family that you've dealt with and you find that that same type of issue is coming up outside of the family and you're not able to deal with it, that energy is going to keep repeating itself until you can show your soul, show the universe, oh, I get it now. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like if you don't learn something, it will keep repeating itself. Even if you refuse to learn it in this life, when you come back in the next life, you're right back on the learning mat. Okay, so bear in mind I'm talking about enemies, open enemies. And one sister did ask me, can open enemies be in your family? And I would say absolutely, open enemies can be any single person that you know. Now, we're not talking about institutions, we're talking about human beings. Okay, so yeah, last decade, like the last six, from 2013 to 2017, 18, 19, right? There was some stuff that went down. And because of my lack of experience, because of me still getting to know myself, because of me not understanding what was going on, because I was still getting to know who I was, because I was still developing my relationship with my ancestors, I didn't respond in the way that was necessary for me to master that thing. Okay? And so I'm going to use this space to cultivate a claim that I'm putting forward to cover the rest of my decade and actually to cover the rest of my life. So hear what I'm saying. Watch me getting serious now. Anybody who wants to be an enemy of me, and first of all, I am nobody's enemy. That's the first thing. First things first. I am nobody's enemy. I do not put myself as an enemy of someone else. I do not see myself as being in a fight in opposition with someone else. I do not decide to be an enemy of anybody. And people who have me as their enemy, they've made themselves enemies of mine, need to also understand that just because you've made yourself an enemy towards me and my well-being doesn't mean that I'm your enemy. I don't give a fuck about you. This is the truth. I'm a Leo, right? Leos focus on themselves. Once I realize that our connection isn't flowing in the way how it feels beautiful to me, I'm going to take myself out of the picture. What I'm not going to do is build up animosity, enmity towards you, war towards you. Why? Because I don't care anymore. However, what I've realized is not everyone is like that. And this brings me to the seriousness of this discussion. Not only is not everyone like that, not only is not everyone able to let bygones be bygones, know that some relationships are just for a season and move on with their life. Unfortunately, some people, wherever they are in their life cycle, whatever they've come to the planet to learn, they're moving like demons. And yes, I said it. Now, why would I call someone a demon? Now, I read cards, yeah, for thousands of people within a year. Within 1 year, I do at least 1,000 readings. People all over the world, people of all colors, all genders, all class. I read for billionaires. I read for the working class. I read for everybody. I read for people who own conglomerates, like literally, like the range of people who I read for, you'd be quite surprised. I read for celebrities who you would never guess. You get what I read for everyone. And this is an issue that comes up. It's called spiritual self-defense and spiritual self-protection. Now, before I had my daughter, I thought that I loved myself, but when I saw what I was willing to do for my daughter, some things that I wasn't willing to do for myself, yeah, I realized, raw, she's really come here to teach you how to love yourself, because in a way, you love her more than you love yourself, because you know, you'll do more for her and you'll put yourself to the side. And I know we define parenthood as that, but sometimes that's not really where it's at. Do you get what I'm saying? So, when it comes to having open enemies, sometimes the enemy is someone's been an enemy through their mouth. They're spreading rumors about you. They're speaking ill of you. Or they could be doing it on social media. They're bullying you. They're putting up stuff. Or they could you could have a physical fight with someone, okay? I get all of that. What I don't get are people who, because they've had a fallout with someone, decide to go and do rituals, whatever magic rituals, to put spiritual attack on other people. And that's what I'm actually here to talk about. That's what I'm here to talk about. Open enemies. Open enemies aren't always the guy down the road that you don't like. Open enemies are oftentimes people who you don't know are your enemy. And for whatever reason, they are doing, meaning it's anti-God. It's nothing to do with God. It's nothing to do with the Most High. It's nothing to do with anything clean, divine, or pure. Okay? It's coming from an ugly, contorted, distorted place. Now, what I realized in the last decade, yeah, is that I had a sister who I thought was and I'm going to talk it out because my ancestors said I must come talk about this. I had a sister. I met her through my partner that I was with. I don't know what happened. But some blessings hit my life and I went traveling. And when I came back from those travels, the whole landscape of England and my relationships as I knew it had shifted. And it took me about 2 months to live into what these changes were, because no one came to me and said, you know what, things have changed. No one said anything, but I had to live into it and see that this person's avoiding me. This person's not talking to me. This person's not picking up the phone. What's going on? Got to my bed at night. I'm feeling so down. You get me? Like, these are my sisterins. What's going on? What is going on? And then I said, you know what? I'm going to talk to the ancestors about this. And I did that. And the same day that I talked to the ancestors about it, all the stuff started to come out. And basically someone came to me and told me what my friend essentially was, 1, saying about me, 2, doing to destroy my business, and 3, what rituals she was doing, literally spiritual rituals to hurt me and my family. And how did I respond to that? I kept my head down. I said my prayers. I focused on my business. I never contacted the person again. I didn't know what had happened that had caused the problem. But essentially what I did is I kept my head down. Things were going wrong. Things were going off. I kept my head down. I said my prayers. I focused on my ancestors and the Most High, the Orisha, the Neteru. I kept my head down. And I prayed. And I was heartbroken. I was heartbroken that someone could do that. I was heartbroken that I could love somebody as a sister. Because if I love you, whether you're my man, you're my parent, you're my sister, love is love. And I was really shocked that I could love someone that was essentially an evil person. And I was also shocked that people were doing shit like that, because at that time I had just become a yoga teacher. I wasn't even reading tarot yet. Literally, I had no idea that people did rituals against other people. Yes, I was brought up in Jamaica. I was brought up in roots and culture. I didn't know anything about Obia or any of those things. So I genuinely did not have a clue. Okay? And as the time passed, more things started to come out. So more people started to come to me. People that I had referred to this sister, clients, friends, started to come back to me. This is what she said. And I'm like, damn, what happened? What happened that went from you hollering at me and be like, hey, what's good? You good? What happened to now you're trying to spiritually attack me. You're trying to spiritually attack my man. You're trying to spiritually attack my daughter. You're trying to spiritually attack my business. Now, oftentimes we don't come online and speak about these things. And I am not doing it to be inflammatory. What I am doing is I am setting the standard for this decade coming forward. Because I have obviously had that experience, seen what's happened, learned a lot. My ancestors won't stop talking to me about it. Some of my ancestors are not happy about how I responded to it. Not just about what they did, but they're like, but do you know who your granddad is? Do you know who your grandma is? Do you know who Miss Ivy is? And so it's been an ongoing thing that won't go away. What's up, Andrea? Julie says, been in a similar situation and it backlashed. Okay, this is always going to be a backlash, because here's another thing I want to say really clearly. I don't care what I've come on this platform and have said before. A lot of people in England, yeah, and in America, you lot are on this witch thing. I'm a witch. I'm a witch. That's all you lot on. Hear what I'm saying. I am not a witch. I am a daughter of the Most High. That is my blessing. That is my gift. That is my protection. And for you bitches out there that's been doing the stuff that you've been doing and wondering how come she's still standing, because you have a right to be wondering that, because you've been doing. Remember that I am not a witch. I am a daughter of the Most High. Whatever name you want to call the Most High, that's who I am. I belong to the divine kingdom. That is what my surname means. My surname is Heru. Heru means belonging only to that which is above. That's actually my legal surname. Okay? So, my ancestors, they were talking about it. It's been quite a few years. I thought it was a done and dusted situation. I thought I left the country. I left England 2 years ago. I hope you don't like my hair, by the way. I did it myself. It's crochet braid. And I've got this for my revolutionary energy. Anyway, left the country. Go on new. Basically, me take on a whole new life. A whole new life. So what really surprised me, and I'm going to just start calling names and I'm going to be very open. What really surprised me was this. Give thanks and praises to the Most High. I'm going to talk some serious thing to you lot now. Okay. And I'm feeling emotional, not because but because I'm going to mention my sister. I only have one blood sister. She passed away last year. My sister, she was going through a lot of illness, a lot of depression. It broke my heart. It broke a lot of people's hearts. And consequently, the plans that I had for what I was going to do when I was in England, those plans changed. And I can see my eyes, I'm tearing up. Because there's so many things about my sister that I want to explain to you lot. But what's happened is, because it's so heavy and because there are so many details to it, I feel like I don't even know where to start. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, where do we start with this situation? How do I explain to you lot why I'm grieving so much? How do I explain that it's not just because she's passed away, and it's not just because, and it's not, you get what I'm saying? There's a lot of things. Hold on, let me wipe my eye. You see if my tears them start fall, you know Serena gonna fall. Come here, Chango daughter. Alright. So it's good for the liquor tears, because I know we all got some tears that need to come out as well. Okay. So what happened was, I had advertised a teacher training that was going to take place on October, sometime in October. But when my sister passed away, I had no idea it was going to have that impact on me. and the level of darkness that I experienced, not just because, but basically no one told us. We found out on Facebook. Her sister, who is not my sister, set up a wake and didn't invite anyone. We went to the wake, and you know what happened at the wake? You know. And this one, like, I don't even want to go into the details. As you can tell, it was very dark. It was a very dark time. And being who I am, I just tend to, like, you know what, let me just focus on myself. Push come to shove, I realized that I wasn't going to be able to do the teacher training in October. So I contacted a few of the students and I said, hey, it's either you do it later on or you come to Jamaica next year and do it with me. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Bianca. Thank you all so much. And it's okay if I'm crying. It's okay. If you love someone and you have, you know, you're going to feel away. It's okay. So I changed the time of my teacher training, which I did announce, because I was actually like, raw. My mind can be as robust as it wants to be. My heart is not, I don't want to teach no one, basically. I don't want to talk. I don't want to teach. I'm not interested. I can't do this. And it was shocking because I come from a performing arts background. I'm used to pushing myself. You know, the show must go on. And it's like the show is not going nowhere. So I cancelled. So let's go back to the story, because you're probably wondering, how does this link? So this is the background. I cancelled the training, or I postponed it. And then I started spending a lot of time on my own, in my house. Anyone who knows me, I had no guests. I didn't invite anyone. No one came to see me. I stayed in the house. I did me. Okay? One of my sister-ins started reaching out to me and saying, you know what, Lenea? I know you just come over from Jamaica. Because I thought I was going to be going out about meeting my sister-ins, meeting my brethrens. But with the death that happened, I just wasn't up for it anymore. So my sister was like, you know, come on, come out the house, basically. Let's go out. So, beautiful sis. So she took me to an event, and that was a good event. They played some reggae, I danced, you know, and it was good for me because I was grieving, essentially. And I wasn't just grieving my sister, I was grieving my whole family, because my sister's passing amplified the fact that my family is just totally lost to the system. And even though sometimes I feel like, okay, I'm with that, I get it. When people start dropping out, it starts to trigger you, like, okay, all right. So then another event came up, and actually, I could see the sister needed some help. So she asked me to help her. I said I'd help. I'm like that. I'm a Leo. I'm not watching your thing. I can help you and take care of myself, basically. So I went to her event. Her name is Tasha. You all know her. Most of you know her. She's a singer. Beautiful singer, beautiful soul. Went to her event, and I basically, because I'm not always in the country, I wanted to make sure she had a certain level of support. Now listen to this story. Listen to it good enough. Listen. I could see when she was doing her events that she didn't have the merchandising support that she needed. And I don't know if you know, but I've been there, done that. I know how to do everything when it comes to merchandise, doing shows, the whole thing. I know what your table should look like. I know what you need on the table. So I gave her some advice, and I said to her, you know what, my daughter, she's a big woman. I know you lot don't know, but if you ever need someone to do some serious work for you, call my daughter. She knows how to do almost everything. Literally, she grew up with me. Like, she's been doing stuff she's been selling music from she was 5, okay? So I brought my daughter and her sister, who's my daughter's father's first child, yeah? Beautiful Tanika, because she's my daughter too. I brought them to the event. And I trained my daughter at the time how to manage the table for this artist, to ensure that this artist could get the support that she needs when I'm not around, because I can't always do that. Okay, and I'm not always even in the country, as you full well know. All right then. So I'm at the event, yeah? And I'm behind the table. I've trained my daughter. Everybody's in the event. This feel like it's a drop out. Everybody's in the event, watching Janine. I'm outside because it was the Janine show. So that I'm doing the merchandising outside. Okay. I see one sister walk past. It's the same sister I've been talking to you about. It's the sister that we were friends, and then she started to spiritually attack me. She tried to attack my man, all different types. Okay. So it was her. So I'm a Leo, right? You see, if I haven't done you nothing, yeah, and I know that I haven't done nothing to you, I don't have any reason to have animosity towards you. We would have had to have had a fight or an argument. You really would be more feeling like
having animosity towards me than me you. So I saw her walk past, and it was the side of her face like this, yeah? And I said, you look beautiful. Now stick a pin. Today I said to my daughter, that's why my ancestors were upset, because that was the time when I should have, listen, I'm not advocating, I'm just going to say what I'm going to say. That was a time when I should have come out and literally out, because she has made herself an open enemy, and I'm moving like she's not an open enemy. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm moving like she's not an open enemy because I've got more grace for some reason, because ultimately I'm not her enemy. Hey Erin, Leos move like royalty. We can't help it. And sometimes it's good for us, sometimes it's not good, right? Do you get me? So anyway, so I saw her from the side and I said, you look beautiful. And I thought, Ra, your heart is clean, because you know that girl's a devil. And look what you just said to her, right? So she goes, she does the righteous. She did that. She walked on. So later on in the evening now, I see her coming from another angle. So she's coming towards me. So before she was like that, now she's face on. As I see her coming, I'm like, what's wrong with you, Lenea? This girl is physically beautiful, as we all are. She's beautiful. She's hot, right? She looks beautiful. But I saw in her face something that wasn't to do with the physical beauty, and it was to do with the ugly stuff that she's been doing, not just to me, because since then I find out that this girl's been doing juju on a whole bag of people, and I'm that woman who will stand up and say, come, let's have a public conversation about open enemies. Seeing as you want to put yourself in the space as being my open enemy, remember that it's not just me, and I have a whole bag of ancestors too. When you're taking us on, remember it's not just me and a bare people, that way, that way, okay? Let me continue. Okay, so this is what happened. You don't have to listen. I'm trying to hurry up, but there's a few things I have to say. So about a week later, I go on Facebook. We're not friends on Facebook. We're not friends on Instagram. She's an open enemy. I put a post on Facebook that is got the Orisha Elegua. It's got a picture of a man. His face is split. One side's red, one side's black. Okay? And my caption says, I went to an event the other day. I saw an old-time sister. I said to her, wow, you look beautiful. Later on in the event, I see her from another angle, and I realize that what I'm seeing in her face is not beautiful. And that's the result of what she's been doing. I never mentioned nobody's name. I never mentioned nothing. You could read that post. You would not know who I was talking about. Kasumi-tan. You get me? All right. I must say one day go pass. Me get up one morning. Me see one notification on the phone. The notification I say, somebody comment on the post. One man who is a friend of mine on Facebook who I don't know, because I am an artist and I did set up Facebook for my artistry, and so I don't know everyone on my Facebook. So this man who I already came on the live, see, this is the thing. I came on the live and I spoke about the man, but I didn't tell the truth, the full story. I just mentioned the man. And that's because I'm not acknowledging my open enemies. So the man comes on the post and he says, you're so evil, you were seeing yourself. So me, I said, who that? Who is that? So I run to the man's profile. Charlene remembers. Run to the man's profile. Now, you aren't going to believe this story I'm about to tell you, you know. You're not going to believe it. And this is, I am just a child of the Most High. I am not a witch. I am not nothing. I'm a child of the Most High, and my gift is my connection to the Most High and the spiritual kingdom. This, what happened, was all to do with the spiritual kingdom, okay? Because them are show me something. So this guy come and him say what him say. So me decide say, hear me I say, me's a big woman, you know, me's a 37-year-old woman. My daughter is 19 this year. A long time, and I have no time for that. Anybody who want to come on my post and run up their mouth, I'm going to say something about it. Let me speak properly. I'm so sorry. Blah. Anybody that comes on the, basically anyone that's coming for me, I'm going to come back for you. I'm not just going to take it. I'm not a Christian. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not even trying to be a Christian out here.
So I want to have a conversation, and this is a little bit of a, but for the first time in months, that's why I didn't even know that woman's name. I've never seen her post anything. And then she said to me, I came onto Facebook, I looked on the live, and I saw you, who I've never spoken to, speaking about my man, who I just mash up with because he's a waste man. I'm like, really? What are the hell to me, like the kind of man that's not looking after his children? Because I know that men that look after their children don't have time to be running down some woman that they don't know's post on Facebook. So I said, go and look after your picnic them. You hear me, I say? And low me. Right here. I will tell me if I say so. You know what happened? You lot wait for this. Do you don't know what happened? Someone started to message me on Facebook. And I could see that they were messaging me about what I had posted. But I didn't know who that person was either. And I was not interested because I don't need no one to fight my battles. Come, he's a big Leo. So the person messaged me, and then I say, I hope you're not upset. I hope you're not upset. And I'm thinking, who is that? So I ignored them. And I never even opened the message. I just saw it come up and ignored it. And then the next day I said, you know what? Let me go see who that was, because I'd calmed down. Yeah, because I got emotions. Yeah, I do. So I calmed down, yeah. When me go look, when I went and had a look, the woman is saying to me, it's a woman, right? So the woman is saying to me, basically, in a nutshell, she wants to know, how do I know that that man is such a whatless baby father? And I said, you know what? I'm just going to be honest. I don't know that man from nowhere. I don't know that. I just said it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know that. I just said it. He seems like a waste man. He got time to be troubling someone like me. And then the woman said to me, oh my God, are you a seer? And I said, well, sorry, I said, well, I read energy, but yeah, I'm a seer, but I don't know about that. We're all seers. We all have dreams. We all have them gifts. So I was like, why? And she said, basically she said to me, this dude, his clothes are packed up in her yard. This is her man. Not only is this her man, she's got two picnic for him. And what? That man is a waste man, and he doesn't look after his children. And she was like, she never uses Facebook. What happened was, there was some engineer, something to do with some boiler one fix, and she had to spend the day at home, and she was bored. And she said, you know what? Let me just go on Facebook for the first time in months. That's why I didn't even know that woman's name. I've never seen her post anything. And then she said to me, I came onto Facebook, I looked on the live, and I saw you, who I've never spoken to, speaking about my man, who I just mash up with because he's a waste man. I'm like, really? What are the ancestors? What are the ancestors up to today? I was like, there's a missing link. Something don't add up in this picture. Why is your man, he's your man, he's your baby father, right? Why is he coming on my post to cuss me about a post that I've made where I haven't even mentioned anyone's name or tagged anyone? You want to know why? Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why that man came to my post? Because he was the same girl from the event. That man was giving this woman that was messaging me bun, and that's why she had left him. That's why she had packed up all of the bags to send him to the other woman. I'm posting about the other woman and the man she's sleeping with. What the hell is this? Big people. The man she's sleeping with is sniffing. You know why? Because that girl, she watches my page even though we're not friends. And what she did is, she saw the post. She knew it was about him. She couldn't comment because we're not friends. Even though you don't have to be friends, I don't think, to comment on my post. But what she did is she sent her little Igor. You know what name Igor? Igor is like a sorcerer's send out who you send to the shop to go and get ingredients. You know that film, Igor, the animation? The guy that came on my post that I mentioned, Thomas, I put this on YouTube because hear what? Yeah, I'm getting ready for you, our open enemies. He was sleeping with the woman from the event, but he's really with this woman who's messaged me in the inbox. She's fed up of them having an affair. She's kicking him out. I'm like, whoa, you think that this me come to England for? This is too much susu. It's too much mix up. I'm not interested and I'm too damn cute for that. So I said, damn. Okay, so what I did, I never mentioned the lady because I'm not moving correct. You see what I'm saying? I'm not moving correct. I'm not moving correct. So what I did is that I came on the live and I basically shouted out that man like he wasn't an eagle. I think I said, I know who sent you, but I never mentioned that person's name. Okay? Okay, so bear in mind, this was all around the event. Come back to the event and come back to my friend who invited me to the event. Because you see, when you're ready for step on my head, make sure so you can step on it good. Make sure come in or dep on them something there. Gotta calm down. Okay, let's go back to the event. So the sister who I was supporting at the event, about 6 weeks passed. And I had already said to her, when I saw that woman at the event, I had already said to her, me and that woman ain't in a nothing. And the reason why I said it to her is because, can you believe that from this woman decided she's not talking to me in 2014, she has been strategically contacting people who I am associated with and her friends. So say, for example, Anne, I keep commenting on your Facebook post. That gal will contact you or get one of her sisterins to contact you and say, you should stay away from Lenea Heru. The first person who told me that was my anchor, okay? She told me clear, and I'm not mixing my words, you know. Because you see, anyone who wants to walk on my head, walk on it. Good. She called me and she told me that one of the sisterins called her and was kind of just saying, like, how are you doing? You know, like a general conversation. And then next thing, the conversation shifted and it was like, oh, you need to be careful who you're being friends with. And my anchor was like, well, who? And the lady was like, Lenea Heru, calling out my beautiful name out of their dirty mouth. You understand? All right. This was going on for years. So much so, my ancestor said to me, shut down your Facebook. That's all this a page so big enough. Come with have a Facebook, I'ma shut it down, I'ma merge it with my page and got rid of all those bad blood people. And then I started the Facebook again. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's why, you know, the page was really like a profile and a page merged together. All right. So I saw this was going on, and what had happened is, because I had genuinely loved this sister and because I didn't really know, like I didn't know for a fact what was wrong, I just kind of internalized all of it, and it really hurt me. And I stopped mixing with people. I stopped going out. I was afraid of women because I couldn't believe that someone could be so kind and, you know, like just seem to have a genuine relationship, a genuine sisterhood. And the next thing, my man, who was, I can't believe I just said that, but he's telling me that she's looking him. We were both friends. We were all friends, but she's saying to him, you know, anytime you want something, you can come to me, right? So it was happening all over. I went traveling, I came back, it was just happening all over. Clients that I sent to her, friends that I sent to her, a friend that we had in Egypt, she went and stayed with her and abused the girl in Egypt. So let me continue back to the event. So I had said to my friend, hear what? Me and that sister ain't too in or nothing, right? Okay, cool. But my Egon, that's ancestor, said to me, that woman's going to say something to your friend, so just wait for it. So I waited, and I waited, and I waited. She's not saying nothing. Waited, and I waited, and then one day, boy, I don't know, this always happens. People try and keep some secret from me, and in the middle of a conversation, my Egon will say something to them that will force them to talk. And then my friend Tashai was like, I got something to tell you. Here we go again. How many friends have to come and say to me, I've got something to tell you? Open enemy. And what she said to me is that when the lady saw me helping her at her event, opening for Janine, when I, Lenea Heru, was the first black female singer in the UK to ever open for Janine, remember that? She told my friend, you need to stay away from Lenea because you've got something that she wants. And then she gave my friend a spiritual bath and said,
take this. And I said to my sister, and I've been waiting for you to talk. I was wondering why you weren't going to say nothing, because I know that girl. I know who she is. I know how she moves. But what it is, she's become comfortable with everybody. Imagine, I leave the country. I left England in 2018. We stopped talking in 2014. And 2019, you're still talking to people about me. So a mentee, whether the Ross you want to call yourself these days, you have made yourself an open enemy of mine. I am not your enemy. I don't care about you. I couldn't care less. But you are mentee. You have created so much disease, inequity, evil, negativity. You have sought to destroy me and my family, and you will never prevail, because I am not a witch. I am a child of the Most High, and my ancestors love me. I don't do magic. You don't ever see me put no post about doing no on Facebook. You ever see me talk them something there? Me no know who feel like say them can do me something again. But anytime uno ready, make you know from now, right? Me have to talk good, because I can't even talk good. Me make you know from now. Whatever you do it good. Because I now keep that secret for none of uno. Imagine from 2014, 2015, me I keep this as secret. And me not say nothing. Why? I never did nothing. Why? Why? And you see, my daughter is a young woman. You think I'm going to be taking you not doing that? I'm not going to talk about it? Really? Really? Do it then. Any of y'all. You see like how I'm big and bold. I come on the internet and I call out whose name it is. And everyone's going to run and say whatever. Hear what I'm saying. My name is Lenea Akida Haru. I am the daughter of Yvette Saunders and Kenton Sims. I'm the granddaughter of Wesley Saunders, Ripley Saunders, Ivy Williams, Rupert Sims. I'm the great... Don't let me call out all my Egan's name on the live. That's what I'm saying. Don't let me call out all my ancestors' name on the live. I am sick and I am tired and I'm not putting up with it anymore. I'm not a witch. I'm a child of the Most High. That's my blessing. That's my gift. I've had so much loss in my life, and I do my best to stay right for me and my child. Anyone I know will feel like say you want to put yourself as my open enemy, hear me I say, do it good. Because you see, Spice is a dancehall artist, and she's a Leo, and she's Jamaican. And it's one thing Spice show me say, when people start disrespect her, she don't hover in the corner. Because of peace and love and trying to do the right thing. She stands up, she gets on her Instagram and she says, who I mess with me. And she does, and people don't like her feeds. But hear what? Y'all will never like me for nothing I do. If you don't like me, there is nothing I can do or say or be that's going to make you like me. And I don't want you to like me if you don't like me. My mom done teach me from I was a youth. Lenea, you not feel want everybody to be your friend. My mother used to talk to me about that enough, because I track a whole heap of people. And I always have enough friend. And my mother always teach me, Lenea, you mustn't be in no clique. That's why I can't stand cliques. I'm not into those stuff. That's why I'm connected to so many people. On my Facebook, right, I've got people from my acting world. I've got people from the poetry world. I've got people from the tarot world. I'm connected to so many people because I don't do cliques. And any spiritual leader whoever you think you are in this world, if you feel that you want to go and rub your hand and do your dirty filth to come and bring negativity onto me, I pray my ancestors smack you right now and forevermore. That's how I deal with you. I pray my ancestors over your head, make them deal with uno. Test me, and you're not gonna see what happen. Test me, don't make it happen again, you know. And let me show you that I'm not even lying. When my sister told me, let me drop my phone. Thanks, Fee. Fee just sent me a message of the live. Fee's like, yeah, I like that live. Yeah. Because I'm a big woman. Like, I gave birth when I was 18. Do you understand? On the hospital bed, everyone could say, I don't care what anyone's got to say. I don't business. And
And I'm going to read you the email because this is what I sent her an email. And this is me coming out of my thing because I'm like, hold on. If you know for a fact, yeah, and I know I've been given so many confirmation. This is not no speculation thing and it's not open for debate. And if you know for a fact that someone is out there uniting with their demons to essentially try to hurt you, what do? You send them a message and you say, hey, what? Me know we are doing now. Me know we are doing comedian Jamaican, right? You know, island people, we ain't got no behavior. And the other thing that I realized, this is an island thing, because one of the things that I realized is that in the islands, right? Obviously, I haven't been to all of the islands, but I've been to a lot of them, right? Generally, if someone doesn't like you, they don't feel no way to tell you, you know. No one in the islands, we don't have this thing of we need to all be each other's friend. Someone will say, me not like you, me not have no reason, my spirit not take you. That's it, it's done. And so it's okay, like it's acceptable. I'm going to look for the email, I'm going to read it to you because I'm going to show you lot how I deal with this stuff. I don't go around talking to demons to do negativity. Them same people, when you see someone end up in their life and everyone's there being ooh, and you don't even know what the person did. Done and dusted. We all long for that throat chakra. Yeah, clear out the throat chakra. And you know what? It's never my intention to come here and say anything dread. But you know what? If you don't want to step on me, make sure you can take it back. That me I tell you no. Make sure you can take it back. Because me no depend what you depend. Me no depend it. Me I look for the email. Because what I did, I can't remember which email my email are from. Hold on. But decided, so you know what? You see, if I know that you're doing magic on me and I've just been praying and I've just been doing my due, nah, I must talk to you about it. Seeing as you're an open enemy. So for those who don't know, for those who didn't hear this, I am here to talk about spiritual attack and open enemies. And I'm here to say anyone that's attacking me, I'm going to call your name. You carry on, take this thing for. This is 2020. Take this. Yeah, exactly. Nice and Miss Brittany, take it. You don't have to say that. Listen to this. Greetings, Amenti. This was sent on the 9th. No, this doesn't make sense. That's not it. Right. This was sent on the 14th of November. After I heard from this sister, I thought about it and I said, yeah, I'm gonna email her. Dear Amenti, there is nothing you have that I desire, and by equal merit, there is nothing I have that can be yours. Aren't you satisfied with your life? I know your destiny is great. Remember, I am not her enemy. Remember that. You need not look out of yourself any longer seeking to destroy folks that don't acknowledge you. Amenti, years ago you told me, much to my amusement, that you are the high priestess over all high priestesses on this earth. Stick a pin. Not even that, I'm not calling myself no high priestess. My name is Lenea. I'm a child of God. You see me? You see all of them things? No time for it. If this is the case, why don't you focus on that responsibility instead of me? Amenti, God loves you. Don't doubt him. Have faith in yourself. That's what I do, and it has served me well. Lastly, I want to thank you for all the lies and the evil deeds that have been carried out by yourself and consistently revealed to me. You taught me more about evil and who I am in contrast to evil than any book ever could. But I am not afraid of you, hence this email. I wish you healing, I wish you peace, and I wish you love in your life. May you be warmed by your gifts, and may you keep your focus there. All the best, Goddess. Or you can't go see it. You see it there? Just so you can say, I'm a mash up for this, right? So basically, I started off by saying in my family, when there's some crap going on, I had to check it. There's some off people in my family. People doing all sorts of shit. If you just take it, you'd end up being a victim out here. I had to check a lot of people, you know. And so I'm not raising my daughter to come into the world, to be a woman, to think that she can't. So if I see this chick and no one can't tell me nothing, because that's when I realized, hold on, like I told my daughter today, when I saw that chick, I should have, because at the end of the day, you see, if you want to go to your deep, imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that. Two black women are I'm going to try to destroy your life, destroy your relationship, and destroy your business, and destroy your child. How does it lead to that? How does it lead to that? How does it lead to that? I am a daughter of Chango. I beg you no. All my enemies, when they not try me, you know, remember I said, I'm a daughter of Chango and he will eat you up. And that's all I've got to say. So if you've got any feedback, hey Michelle, what's up? If you got any feedback, you know, I was like, rah, should you even say this? You got an event coming up. I don't care. I don't care. No one else has come to my event. I don't business. I am not bought. I cannot be sold. Do you understand? I cannot be bought or sold. Not this. I was going to say something so slack. Nah. Was the water energy, was that water energy? It's just that I'm not anyone's enemy. I'll tell you one thing for sure. You would never want me as an enemy. You would never want me to be your enemy. And I haven't been created to be anyone's enemy. That's a waste of my resources. That's a waste of my life force. But if y'all want to decide that, you know what? That chick over there, I'm going to make it my life's mission to try and you know what the other thing is? I know for a fact that now I've put this video up, and during the week, more people are going to come and watch it, and people are going to get in contact with me, and they're going to say, you know what? She spoke to me too. I already know. Like, I don't know all the pockets of stories, but I do know, and that's why I've kept my head down. I do my little yoga classes, my drama toolkit. I'm in no business with nobody. I'm not ask nobody for nothing. The most happened, my sister did, and it just mashed me up. You get me? So, yeah. That's what I had to say. That's what I had to say. And I also find that in England, people fake for my liking. And I prefer to just be straight up and say, you know what? I don't like you. Don't chat to me. Stay away from me, than to be there smiling up with people, the same people that you know you're working obia on. Wicked people. I'm not even joking. I don't know what you lot think I am. I don't know what impression I give because I'm 100% black girl magic, but it ain't nothing bad. I am a beautiful child of the Most High. I don't have nothing to do with them things. I never grew up in church. I never grew up, I got obia man. I grew up with the Most High source, the ancestors, just the energy, just hearing, feeling, seeing, getting the dreams, doing what you're doing. I'm sickened to my gut. I'm sickened. So, thank you, Glorious. Not everyone can, but you know what it is? It's my ancestors, because if you lot ever knew who my grandparents were, specifically the men, you would never me. Basically, they don't cater for people. My people don't cater for, and that's why they've been on me. They're like, no, Lenea, you have to say something so that the next gal and the next boy and the next daughter well no say, when you try her, you know, the first thing she's going to do, she's going to come on the live. Yes, it's my thing. It's my platform. It doesn't belong to me because I'm sure Facebook could take it away, but it's mine. And wherever I have a platform for, and a lot of, you know what, the next thing is, a lot of people have come to me. At the time, I wasn't doing readings. And that's another thing. When this was going on, I wasn't reading tarot. I think I'd bought a deck, but I was just like a baby, and which I still am. But basically, then when I started reading the tarot, I had at least 3 clients come to me who had been with her before and had some fucked up experiences. And that's when I realized, oh, this isn't even about me. You just fucked up. You just, let me tell you one story. I'm going to tell you this one story for sure, the level, in case you're wondering, how could she be upset? But imagine this, right? I have a sister that comes to me, someone refers her to me because she's taking someone in her family to court her whole life. She was a Jehovah's Witness. It was very much like this girl comes to me, I start working with her. How am I working with her? I'm not reading tarot. I'm doing yoga. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't reading tarot at the time. So I start working with her and doing, you know, because she's experiencing trauma and she needs something to kind of help her. So one day we were in the park, and while she was talking to me, she touched me. And when she touched me and I look on my hand, she burned me. And I was really spiritually upset. I remember being very spiritually upset. I remember not really being clear, but I knew that there was something on her or something with her, and it literally burned my skin. And I kept on saying, so how did that happen? Right? So I didn't attempt to be something that I'm not. I thought to myself, who do I know that could deal with that sort of thing? And it was a mentee. And so I sent the young girl, this girl's a young girl to us. She was like 21, 22. And we were both mothers with big children, right? So I sent her to a mentee. As she first come tell me what was going on, because when we go Singapore, New York, Jamaica, come back, 1 month pass, me don't know what go on, me talk to my ancestors, them I say, yeah, talk to that girl there. Me talk to the thank you all so much for joining me. It's been a while since I've been. Tell me something. Did a mentee tell you something about me? And she goes, oh no. You see how people lie on wicked? Oh no. Oh no. She would never say anything about you. If anything, she would defend you. So I'm thinking, if anything, she would defend me. Defend me against what? People think they're smart when they try to overtalk. I said, okay. I said, it's not adding up, because my ancestor said I must speak to you still, And it's even my ancestor telling me, if you don't come, I'll just think you're lying. That's how I am. So she said, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you've been so upset. I'm so sorry that you're feeling this way. You know what? Let me take you out to dinner. And she took me to this restaurant in South Bank called Las Iguanas, right? Lord of God. So the whole time we there, Las Iguanas, no, Lenea. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I forget that everyone can't understand patois. I'm sorry. So the whole time we're at Las Iguanas, across from me on the wall, there's a iguana, which is like a chameleon, right? Like the painting of it. So we're there and we're talking and everything's nice and everything's fine and we're having a beautiful conversation, and it's, I love sisters basically. So we had a beautiful sister conversation, and then the dessert came, right? How black people can't hold sugar. So when the dessert come, some coconut, I don't know what, but when the dessert come now, it was so sweet. I remember being like, whoa. And then I kept on seeing the iguana on the wall. It's a painting, right? And then the sister said to me, you know what, Lenea? And I said, what? I've got to tell you something. I said, is it? What have you got to tell me? He said, you know what? I'm so sorry. I lied. Really? What did you lie about? Right? What did you lie about? She said, a mentee was talking about you. In fact, I was supposed to be doing yoga teacher training with you, but the reason I cancelled with you lot is because a mentee told me not to do it with you and that she could train me. And I was like, but a mentee's not a yoga teacher. How's she going to train you? Like, I was like, what? You don't teach yoga. What? We're going to train the person with. Then she said, a mentee's been saying a lot about you. I was my partner at the time. A mentee's been saying a lot. And she told me a lot of stuff that I can't even say here. I just realized it's too much. Coming from bad stuff. She told me some bad stuff. But one of the things that she told me that I do want to mention is this, which is what angered me. So I sent my client with it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to send you clients and you give me a referral fee. No, she's like, hey, go to that person because I'm a Leo and I'm stupid. Come with us too kind. Where other people will be like, let's set up a referral system from one therapist to the other. You get me? So anyway, the girl tell me, say, she went to a mentee, and this live is the only time I'm going to say her name because usually if I'm talking about her, I call her that one. I don't even know what, I call her, I don't know where she get that name because she's not a mentee. May I tell you that for free? She said that she came to the house to get a cleansing or some work that she needed done. Now, bear in mind, I had never worked with a mentee, so even though I had sent her, I didn't know about her thing. I didn't know about her reading. She wasn't reading for me. I wasn't her client. We were friends, right? So my client went to her And then when she came in the house, a mentee was like, no, your energy is too heavy. Now this is going to cost £200 more than whatever I originally charged you. So she must have charged the girl £100. No, it's going to cost £200. And then she'd say, oh, I never knew it was going to be so much bad energy. And in order for me to clean my house properly after you leave, it's going to take me 5 days. What tradition is that? Anyway, so I'm going to have to charge you £200. So my client, a 21-year-old girl, then tripled the money and paid her the money. So the next time that she went there, a mentee said to her, you need a talisman. This is the only thing I'm going to say. You need a talisman. It comes from Israel. It costs £300 or £500. And it was then that I thought, talisman, Israel, whoa, I've dreamt this. Like, it was like, that was for me to know, this girl is lying, so you can't even trust her because she was lying to you anyway, yeah? But once she mentioned that, I was like, hold on, I dreamt that. Because what happened was, when I came back to England and I wasn't hearing from her, I was getting bare messed up dreams. That's why I was even afraid at night sometime to go to sleep. Come here, I said, boy, I don't know, make us say this time, you know? You get me? So it turned out that a mentee was trying to extort my client. And because my client was an abused woman, I never liked that. I never like it. I thought it was dishonorable. And that's why if you check all of my posts, yeah, from 2014 reach, I stopped endorsing people. I was afraid. I was like, if I send my client to someone and they get abused, doesn't that mean that I'm responsible? I felt spiritually responsible for, you know, even though I'm a yoga teacher, like, but it's still like I sent her there, and I went through a lot of grief over that, actually. Even saying it makes me tearful because that girl was unstable because she was traumatized, and she didn't deserve for a black woman to try and exploit her when black men had been up already. You know, patriarchy is a real thing. So we don't need the sisters now. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, to add on to this. So that's what happened. And that's the only client thing that I want to talk about. But there are 4 serious stories. Do you get what I'm saying? But that's the only one that I want to mention. Because basically, it's done and dusted. It's gone. I'm sure a mentee will watch this. And so I want to ask you, a mentee, back off. I don't know why. I don't know what you feel, a mentee. What are you gaining from attacking me? Is it that you want me to be incapable of providing for my daughter? How is that going to help you? Do you think, a mentee, that if I become a failure, that your life is going to be more successful? I guarantee you it's not, because you know why? Me and you have got nothing in common. And let me tell you another thing. Everyone, hear what I'm saying. I'm not in a league with nobody. I do not compete with people. As you can see, I'm very creative. My creative gifts are competing with each other. My singing is like, I want to sing, you get me? The poet is like, no, poems. The yogi is like, come on, show them how to stretch. My creativity competes with itself. I do not compete. I'm not. What does competition mean? It means that one day I'm going to lose. I have no intention of ever losing. Like, you get what I'm saying? So I have like different pockets, because I have a few. Basically, no one does everything I do, but I have people who do 1 or 2 things. So I'll have like some people who are tarot readers, me and them as brethren. Some people who's yogis, you get me? And it's really nice. Some people who are musicians, me and them as brethren. Some people, like, I've got so many creative friends and peers, but I don't see myself as in competition, because my that's like this, and you don't have your own unique, and as unique as your work is, and that's how I feel. Let me see what you are saying. Trauma has become a Lord of God. Trauma. That's why sometimes I just stop posting. I genuinely have never, like, as a professional, just like gone out of my way to hurt someone, and I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. I know that. So when people do these things and attack people, try and reduce people's life forces, send duppies to them, whatever you've been doing, my God is bigger than all of that. And I am not afraid. And I ask anyone who feels as if you're being attacked, generally the rule around spiritual attack is unless you're a very paranoid person, once you think you're being attacked, you usually are, because it's not the first thing to come into someone's mind. When you find sometimes you're getting up, you can't get things done, you don't have no energy, you get me? That is usually a symptom of something that some dirty, nasty has done, because I can't condone that. I can't condone that. If you're doing stuff like that, you need to be slowly eased out of the game. I'm sorry. You can't tap that. How dare you? How dare you? And think that I was going to hold it as secret for 5+ years. And then you made the big mistake, Amenti, to come bring it up into 2019 after I left the country, left you, basically. I left you. I can't, because I thought, you're unkind to me. You guys, I feel like they're a group of women who's saying greetings because you're coming up as me. So you need to like go back. That's probably one of the partners. You got to go back and click it so it comes up as you, because I don't know if that's Tabatap, Eshav, Seeker. I don't know who that is, right? Could be even Nefernika. So ultimately, you don't see me coming online begging no one nothing. And I'm genuinely just trying to be an inspiration and a channel of goodness and balance. But what I'm not doing is trying to hurt people. And so, you know, if you with me and I start fighting, can't say me never warn you. Because I tell you this, anybody who does it this decade, and I know people will. Because you know what? People who ain't doing it don't have enemies. That's one thing I learned through IFA. IFA helped me to understand what this was, because I had a very naive mindset for someone who's not, but I did. I'm like, inner child, we're all friends. And I was told, Lenea, if you weren't doing anything, you wouldn't have any enemies. If you weren't getting up every day and trying to manifest some good, you wouldn't have any enemies. And if you were doing evil, your enemies would be good people. So what does that tell you about who that person is? And I want to say, I'm not saying this is not a professional knock. I don't care about anyone. I don't care about your business, Amenti. I don't care about your clients. That's your life. Do your thing. This is a personal thing. This is about me and you having the audacity to do spiritual magic on me instead of blessing me with prayer. And from you can use your life force to do that. Be prepared. When my ancestors you up for trying to my daughter. And I'm sorry. I know it's not the most demure, feminine, but you know what? Do you see anyone behind me fighting for me? Do you see anyone there? As a physical human being, it's just me. And so I'm going to get up. And my daughter, like all of you lot's children, is the light of my life. Something's going to happen. All right. So moving on from that, I don't think I should draw any cards with this energy. I'm so glad I said that. Literally, this. Don't think that I just came here spontaneously and did this. Yes, I decided today, but it's because I'm being obedient. I didn't want to do anything like this. I didn't even want to highlight any energy around something like this in relation to me. Because them people, they're doing some dark, dirty stuff that you would never believe. But you lot sitting down beside them acting like there's some good people. And that's why I say, from I get up this morning, I say birds of a feather flock together. Water will always find its own level. And me no beg friend. Me no beg friend. Me no beg friend from nobody. Oh, thanks. Yeah, isn't it, sis? It is all feminine. It is all feminine. I've got this song. I can't wait to share it with you. It's literally about a warrior goddess. And it's like, yeah, that masculine aspect, that aspect that people feel is masculine is an aspect of womanhood that women need to protect themselves as well. Bless up, Erin. Thank you. It's such a relief to talk it. Thanks, Bex. I really appreciate that. I was sorry as well. When I knew it was a serious thing, it was when my mentor, who is Julian Hall, by the way, who I haven't spoken to this year, but he was like, you know that thing that lady did to you? And I was like, he goes, it's affected you. It's made you afraid. I was like, what? Me? But remember, you know, Leo is confidence and fear. It's like a lot of confidence, but also a lot of insecurity. It's the same energy, right? So I realized, yeah, I had gone into fear and I had stopped. That's why no one hadn't seen me for years. I was like, I ain't leaving my yard to come out and throw up on me. But now, like, especially when I started to come live and do the work, do the readings, I was connected with so many women around the world, and you lot were actually so kind to me and so loving to me. It has helped to heal that trauma that's like someone you're looking at as like a bestie, you know, trying to your man, trying to teeth your business, trying to corrupt your clients. There's all manners of madness. But anyway, don't reach for them now sleep. See me? Michelle said, this is a disgrace. I don't know why anyone would spend so much money for others to do works when they could spend. I don't think she was spending money. I think she was doing it herself. But she must have been buying products or whatever to do it. Really causes me pain when I hear of people's pain and trauma. And trust me, I went through years of hell through one woman, but no one higher than Creator good will conquer evil. Good over evil, 100%. Good over evil. And that's why when I start playing my dance one, using that, remember that dance one is aggressive. Dun, 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 dun. And when that, and it, yeah, it move. It's literally like, for me, it's a music that moves. Oh, it was you. What's that, Tabata? Blessings. Hey, Tabata's coming from Germany to I Love My Room. I Love My Room is happening in 2 weeks, you know. So if you haven't booked your ticket, and I know who hasn't booked their ticket, please book your ticket. Please come. I won't be in the country much longer after that. It will be a great opportunity to, you know, have our Goddess Fest. And obviously we're going to go to the Ethiopian, I think it's an Eritrean restaurant after, in King's Cross. I actually feel better. You see how I'm skinning my teeth now? Oh my God! Yeah, I had to say that. I had to. Yeah, thanks. My ancestors, look. I feel better. Thank you. Anybody who never like what I say, but don't give a backside. If you don't like it, you can unfollow me, block me, dash me away. But I love that, basically. And shout out to the DJ Spice, because it's when I watch Spice and I'm like, something happened to you when you came to England. That's how I feel. I feel like when I came to England, I changed, which is natural, but some of the changes I'm like, but if that was happening in Jamaica, you wouldn't respond like that. So why are you like this here, you know? You look so happy and relieved. Yeah, ma'am. My eye look like my skin color changed to backside.
Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine. My world is so precious, it's so sacred. Anybody try to infiltrate gets erased and replaced with beautiful vibrations, healing and peace. You offer me sufferation, you offer me self-degradation. You want to replace my peace with confusion. Want me not to love myself. You thrive when I'm deluded. You offer me self-destruction. You give me poisons and the instructions. You give me false images to distort my vision. It's like a death on a mission to destroy my vibration. Surround me with foes, but my ancestors, they see, they know. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. life meaning. I know that I am here for a beautiful reason. I offer me self-love. I offer me rainbow. I know I am blessed and I know I am worthy. So I reject everything that you come and offer to me. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer. Living in this place that I call I, this world that I call mine, I decline your offer, your offer, your offer.
outside of the new live stream, Jamaican Girl African Foot Bottom, which takes place every Monday at midday and every Friday at midday. That's GMT and it's 6 a.m. EST. So you can always catch that. So what I wanted to do today, I wanted to come and do a divine feminine, divine masculine reading. And then I decided, actually, no, I'm not going to do that. Got my cards ready. So many cards around me. Like so many decks, yeah. But
Okay, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So what I need to do is I'm going to change device. With a little bit of luck, we can make it through the night. Can you hear me now? Mm-hmm. Please, everyone, let me know. I'm just... Ooh, what a save, boy. Let me just change my device. Wait. And you know that I intentionally didn't use this device because I thought the mic wasn't good. So funny. I thought the mic wasn't good, but this is the one will work out. You see what I'm saying? Old broom and all that. So I don't know why this screen on this. I don't know. Anyway, is the screen okay for you guys? Is it okay as it is? Please let me know if you can hear me. Brilliant. Kyra can hear me. I don't know if there was something I was supposed to press on the screen to make it like fill up the screen. I don't know why I'm sitting in the screen like that. Hold on. But maybe that's just how it is. I don't want to get too fussed about things. Screen is good. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's do this again. Major apologies. Let me give you some more background. Right. Major apologies. Thank you. I was literally just saying to myself, well, I'm very happy to do a part 2. Not true, Kyra. I'm like, that was a long video because it says that I have been live for an hour and 39 minutes. So first of all, thank you all so much. Blessings, Frederick. Thank you, Cam.